33. Chester Landry was in conversation with Mr. Hancock and one of his female customers. She was effusively extolling the quality and styling of her recently purchased shoes. With matching effusiveness, Landry complimented her on how well she wore them. She simpered. Mr. Hancock suggested she buy an additional pair, and Landry's eye was caught by Jimmy Hennessy, who was paying for a purchase at the cash register. Croft's bodyguard tipped his head toward the door. Landry excused himself from the merchant and the woman, telling them how badly he regretted being unable to stay longer, and exited the store. Hennessy was staring into one of the store's display windows and didn't even turn his head in Landry's direction as he said, "He wants to see you." 5 minutes later, Landry entered the municipal building through a back entrance and took a private staircase that led to a side door of the mayor's office, bypassing his secretary. This door was used only by Bernie's inner circle and individuals like Sheriff Amos who came to pick up their graft. Landry tapped on the door and was told to come in. Concealing his displeasure over being marshaled, he said, "Good morning, Bernie." He walked over to his customary chair and took a seat. Bernie, seated behind his desk, was fiddling with a sterling silver letter opener. Landry got the sense he was testing its worth as a weapon. He said, "I understand there was some excitement at Lefty's last night." "Yes, rip-roaring." "Why didn't you tell me?" Landry's head went back an inch. He cocked an eyebrow. "If you know, then obviously you didn't need me to tell you. I want to hear your account of it, Chester." He raised his shoulders. It was a raid, typical in execution and response. People scattered and fled. Heads were knocked. "I'm sure there were some arrests, but I have a lot of practice at avoiding arrest, and I succeeded in doing so last night." "In company?" "I was there by myself. Prior to the bust-in, I chatted with Lefty. He placed his standard order, but you'll be pleased to hear that I talked him into taking an extra case of that expensive Canadian." He paused, then said, "You still look perturbed." "Thatcher Hutton was at Lefty's last night." "Hutton?" "He wasn't in the back room, I'm certain." "No, he was out front. He must have taken his own recommendation. Explain that." "At dinner last week, he said he'd heard Lefty's hamburgers were good. I guess he decided to try one. He didn't go for a hamburger. He was there with Bill Amos." That took Landry by surprise. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure," Bernie replied testily. "Hutton took part in the raid on the side of the sheriff's department. Not all of Bill's men are happy about it either. There's grousing in the ranks. First Hutton is in cuffs. Now he's in our sheriff's back pocket." "And the sheriff is in yours," Landry returned mildly. This was a development he hadn't foreseen. Last week, Hutton had claimed that he had no plans, that he was taking things one day at a time. His sudden change, of course, needed to be explored, but in a cool-headed manner. Bernie was fuming, and that bothered Landry. First, because his anger was so apparent, and secondly, because angry people made rash decisions in order to put a quick end to an unexpected problem. He needed to talk him down. "Actually, Bernie, you should be relieved." "Why in hell?" "Because if Hutton is wearing a badge and carrying out raids, he isn't working undercover. Not necessarily, but improbably." "Well, I don't like it. I don't like him. You two live in the same boarding house. Keep an eye on him." Landry steepled his fingers and tapped them against his chin. "He's no fool, Bernie. He won't be as easily manipulated as Randy was. I'm confident you'll handle him with your usual finesse. I'm glad we agree on that." Landry got up and went to the door. Hand on the knob, he turned back. "You were entirely right to tell me about Hutton's new status. I needed to know, but I dislike being summoned. I'm not one of the good old boys you have at your beck and call, Bernie. Don't ever send that Mick Lummox of yours after me again." 34 Gabe Driscoll was appalled by Norma's recklessness. "What the devil are you thinking showing up here in broad daylight? I suggest you let me in. It wouldn't do for your nosy neighbors to see you refusing to examine a pediatric patient, no matter how closeted you are." He glanced down at the bundle in her arms. "The baby's sick?" "He's as healthy as a horse, but they don't know that." She shoved past Gabe and entered the house. He took a furtive look up and down the street. Norma's sister's automobile was the only one in sight, but Patsy wasn't in it. He shut the door. You drove yourself? I wanted us to be alone. Without invitation, Norma went into the parlor. This room is like a dungeon. Why don't you raise the shades and open the drapes? Never mind the drapes, Norma. I told you not to come here. You gave me no choice. You haven't kept your promise to come see Arthur and me. I couldn't get away. What's keeping you occupied? Not your practice. The sign out front says you're still closed. People are watching me. People, she said, sputtering a laugh. What people? All people, he shouted. My every move incites speculation on what really happened to Mila. You're imagining things. He chewed the inside of his cheek. Maybe, to an extent, but we have to be discreet, Norma. Why can't you understand that? I do understand it. I just hate being apart. She came toward him, her gait that of a stalking predator. He was easy prey. He swelled inside his trousers just as he had the first time he saw her. Patsy had been suffering a racking cough, and Norma had brought her to him for treatment. While he'd been pressing his stethoscope against her sister's chest and listening to her wheezing lungs, Norma had been toying with the strand of beads lying against her own chest and drawing his attention to her voluptuous, well-defined breasts. When they left, Patsy had gone ahead of her. Hanging back, Norma had glanced toward the kitchen where Mila could be heard humming. Looking up at him provocatively, Norma whispered, I hope the medicine doesn't work, and we'll have to come back soon. Maybe, she'd purred, you should spare my ailing sister the trip into town and make a house call. The following day, he'd done that. He'd spent 5 minutes examining Patsy, then had spent an hour in Norma's cluttered bedroom examining every inch of her dusky nudity. She was without shame or modesty. She was exotic and carnal and sexually industrious, so unlike Mila and her conventional wholesomeness that he became besotted or bewitched. Because even now, when he was irritated with her, he was incapable of breaking the spell she had cast over him that first day. Sandwiching the baby between them, she leaned in and breathed against his lips. I'm tired of doing without you, Gabe. I'm burning. I want us to be together all the time. He placed his hands on her shoulders, squeezing. We will be patient, please. Just a little longer. How much longer? Until our being seen together won't arouse suspicion. We've come this far. We can't get careless now. Beneath his hands, her shoulders relaxed. Of course you're right. I'm being selfish. She backed away, then went over to the divan, sat down, and opened the light flannel blanket wrapped around the infant. Come say hello. Gabe sat down beside her and looked at his son, whose dark eyes were open and alert. Gabe stroked his cheek. He is a fine-looking boy, more than fine. He's perfect. I adore him. He does appear to be the picture of health. He eats well. Her eyes linked with Gabe's. She unbuttoned her dress, pushed down her chemise, and put Arthur to her breast when the baby latched onto her nipple. The lust that surged through Gabe was rampant and consuming during the past year, and with only token resistance from him, his sexual appetite for her had taken control of his reason. It had procured his soul. He couldn't pinpoint the precise moment he had decided that he must kill his wife, but it had been around the time that Norma told him she was pregnant. His spontaneous reaction was to suggest an abortion. I could send Mila to her kinfolks for a visit and perform the procedure in the office while she's away. He'd done D&Cs following miscarriages, but had never aborted a living fetus. He wasn't certain that when the time came he could go through with it. But his ambiguous reaction to the prospect was mild compared to Norma's tumultuous one. She had collapsed on the spot. She'd wept bitter tears. Once he'd calmed her down, he'd determined that it wasn't their unborn child he needed to be rid of. It was Mila. She was the impediment. Even Mila's pregnancy, which she had informed him of with unbridled joy, hadn't deterred him. Whenever his conscience got a tenuous toehold, Norma reminded him that their baby had been conceived first. His loyalty must be to it, not to the product of his loveless marriage. Wouldn't he choose true love over duty on the day he'd irreversibly chosen love? He had returned home from his rural route in time for supper. He hadn't entered the house thinking that this was the night he would commit murder. Mila had greeted him with a kiss on the cheek, her unsuspecting smile, and a glass of iced tea. He'd relaxed in the parlor and read the newspaper while she'd puttered in the kitchen, putting the finishing touches on their meal. When it was ready, she'd called him into the dining room. There was a bouquet of flowers in the center of the table. The linen napkins smelled of starch. From a china tureen, she'd served him pork roast with potatoes and carrots. He remembered these small details later. That evening he'd taken them for granted. While they ate, she'd kept up her happy prattle, telling him about the first shoots springing up in the vegetable garden, the fabric she thought would do nicely for the nursery curtains, and the man who had stopped by to inquire about the room to let. I think he was hungry. I had just taken Dia shortbread out of the oven. I gave him 2 pieces. Are you ready for your dessert? He remembered looking down at his empty plate, surprised to find that he'd eaten his whole portion without tasting it. His mind had been on Norma and his infant son, whom he had stopped by to see that day. Arthur had been born a month earlier, not that day. His birth had been easy, not a difficult breach. Those were lies he'd later told the sheriff. During that afternoon's visit, Patsy had left him and Norma alone to admire their son. They lay on the bed with Arthur between them. Norma had wanted to make love, but he'd told her it was too soon for her after giving birth. She'd settled for playfully stroking his penis through his trousers and lauded it for the ideal son it had provided, a child untainted by foreign blood. That was one of Norma's familiar refrains. His wife's German heritage continued to cost him patience even this long after the armistice. That's what had reeled through his mind that evening as Milla left the dining table carrying their plates into the kitchen, keeping up her running monologue about mundane topics. He didn't give a fuck about what color she'd chosen for the nursery curtains when he was stiff with the anticipation of fucking Norma again. He'd gotten up from the dining table and walked into the kitchen. Milla had her back to him, cutting slices of shortbread for their dessert. He hadn't been nervous or hesitant. He hadn't paused to think, I'm going to kill her now. He simply picked up a clean iron skillet from off the stove and swung it at the back of her head. The blow didn't even break the skin, but he heard the crunch of bone as her skull caved in. Never having known what had hit her, she'd gone silent and fell to the floor. Later, he didn't recall how long he'd stood there staring at her inert form. Eventually, he'd knelt down and checked to make sure her scalp hadn't bled. It hadn't? Not one drop. He'd felt her carotid. No pulse, no breath. Utter stillness. That's when he'd realized the magnitude of what he'd done, and he experienced a paroxysm of panic. He'd thrown up his dinner in the sink. Even after retching until he was empty, he was dizzy. His ears were buzzing. His mind was spinning with possible explanations. But he couldn't land on one that sounded plausible. None would be believed. He would be charged and tried. During the trial, his affair with sexually unrestrained Norma would be exposed as an unquestionable motive. He would be sentenced to hang. He'd witnessed a hanging once. His father had thought it would be good for his 10-year-old self to see firsthand the wages of sin. It had been ghastly. He didn't want to die shitting his pants and twitching at the end of a rope. Clutching his head between his hands, he tore at his hair and sobbed. Then, as spontaneously as the panic had seized him, it vanished and was replaced with an incredible calmness. He thought through the idea that had suddenly occurred to him. He inspected it, looking for pitfalls. It wasn't without risks, certainly, but he didn't want to hang. He'd stepped over Mila's body, went into his office, and picked up the telephone to call Mayor Croft. Gabe? The sound of his name jerked him back into the present. Arthur was no longer nursing, but sleeping on his stomach beside Norma on the divan. She frowned. You were miles away. Were you thinking about her? No. She knew he was lying. The first night she had showed up on his doorstep, unexpectedly and near midnight, they had fought over the guilt eating at him. Then, after pitching a temper tantrum, she had cried and begged him to forgive her for being insensitive to his plight. You have a reputation to protect. You must preserve it. It's just that I miss you so much, she'd whispered into his neck. That smoky seductiveness was in her voice now as she ran her fingers through his hair. Thinking about it only distresses you. You did what was necessary for us to be together, Gabe. You see that, don't you? Yes. It's done. We have Arthur. We have each other. Her lower lip began to tremble. Would you want to change things back to the way they were before with her? No, God, no, of course not. Then stop punishing yourself. Instead, take advantage of the reason you did it. She unbuttoned her dress the rest of the way and laid it open. Except for the chemise wadded up around her waist, she was bare. We can't, Norma. It's too soon after the baby. She gave him a sultry smile and drew him to her. Mama needs you. Afterward, when they separated, they were damp and listless and breathing heavily. Gabe slid to the floor and sat between her legs. He rested his cheek on her lap. Did I hurt you? Yes. At his start, she pressed his head back down and laughed huskily. It was marvelous. Tease. He turned his face into her belly. You came like a fire hose. I hope it cleared your thoughts of Pointer's Gap. He ceased the nuzzling and looked up at her with horror. What? Pointer's Gap, where your dead wife is buried. He gave his head a violent shake as though to deny hearing what she was saying. How did you? Nobody knows that except me and Bernie Croft. Gabe forced himself to swallow before he choked. He swore that nobody would ever know. She smiled placidly and stroked his cheek. Surely you didn't think that nobody included me. 35 with Corrine assisting. Laurel changed the dressings on Irv's wounds. They showed no sign of festering, but for good measure she dabbed on some coal oil before wrapping him in a fresh bandage. Once that was done, she left him to rest while she prepared to make the necessary trip to the still and to get Corrine settled in the shack. There was no question of her happiness over her new position. She celebrated by dancing a little jig. They raided the pantry and icebox for foodstuffs that would last her for several days. As they carried the parcels from the house, Laurel said, Don't forget your things. Did you leave them in Irv's truck last night? What things? Laurel stopped and looked at her. Your belongings. Corrine swept her hand down her front. What I got on is what I've got to my name. When Mr. Hutton stopped cussing and told me to get in, I got in. And anyway, there was nothing at the roadhouse I wanted bad enough to go back for. Clothes. This is what I was wearing the night I ran off with Jack. Gert gave me some cast-off dresses, but she's probably passed them on to another girl by now. Besides, I wouldn't want them back. They were whore's clothes. Laurel motioned toward her auto. Climb in. She drove them to Hancock's, where she bought Corrine 3 changes of clothes, undergarments, and basic toiletries. Once on their way out of town, Corrine said repeatedly that she'd never before owned things so fine, and Laurel believed her. The girl clutched the package to her chest, often peering into it as though she feared the merchandise might disappear. Laurel was touched that she took such delight in simple necessities. Their moonshining business might yet fail, but she was confident in her decision to rescue Corrine. The girl was even inordinately pleased with the shack. I've never had a place all to myself. Can I fix it how I want it? Certainly. She unwrapped her new hairbrush and other grooming items and lined them up just so on Irv's old 3-legged bureau. Then, what's this? She pulled a tablet from the bottom of the package. What does it look like? A school book. Laurel had added the purchase in secret before leaving the store. That's right, it's a primer used to teach people the alphabet. Irv told me you wanted to learn to read. The first step is to learn the alphabet. The girl ran her hand over the workbook's cover as though it were the costly first edition of a classic. What if I'm too stupid? Nonsense. I'll teach you. Let's start with your name right now. There should be a box of pencils in the package. I asked the store clerk to sharpen them for us. 15 minutes later, Corrine had followed the guidance of Laurel's hand to print her name. 2 of them, she said, pointing to the R. That's right. You must practice printing all 26 letters as you see them in the example capitals and lower case. Next time we'll go over the sound each letter makes. I'll practice, I promise, when Ernie doesn't need you. He'll be putting you to work, you know. Corrine rubbed her hands together. I'm ready, rather than drive to the still. Laurel left her Ford at the shack and showed Corrine the shortcut over the hilly, rocky terrain. Along the way, she dispensed advice. As the crow flies, it's about a mile. So if time is a factor, allow yourself at least half an hour to walk it. After dark, always bring a lantern with you, but only light it if you must. You don't want to signal someone that you're making this trip back and forth. I'll ask Ernie if he can spare you a firearm. To shoot at what? You might come upon wildlife or them Johnsons. Same thing, Laurel said under her breath. Alter your route a little each time so you don't create a noticeable path. If you see anyone showing an interest in the shack or the same vehicle frequently driving past, be sure to caution Ernie. What's he like? Laurel hesitated. Rustic, following their introduction, the moonshiner and the former prostitute sized each other up, and it was clear to Laurel that both found admirable traits lacking in the other. Ernie had reacted to the news about Irv with the expected concern. Laurel had assured him that his friend would heal, but I'm afraid it will be several weeks before he regains full use of his arm, if ever. While he's out of commission, Corrine will be assisting you in the distillation and bottling process. A taut silence followed that announcement. Then Ernie said, "She what?" "It's a temporary arrangement," Laurel said. "She'll work with you only until Irv is able," Corrine piped up. "Don't forget that he's old and already has a bum hip." "I ain't forgot," Ernie snapped. Laurel could have done without Corinne's contribution and Ernie's retort, she said. "The point is, his convalescence can't be rushed, Ernie. You wouldn't want him to return to work too soon and do further damage to himself. Course not." He picked up a stir stick and moved it around in a barrel of mash. He aimed his pointy chin in Corinne's direction. "Does she know squat about making whiskey?" "I've got ears," Corinne said, "and I'm standing right here. You want to know something? Ask me directly. Do you know squat about making whiskey?" "Irv said it was up to you to teach me. That's what Laurel said, too." He harumphed. "It ain't as easy as it looks." "It don't look easy at all. In fact, I've never seen a more rickety pile of junk as that still. It's my great-granddaddy's design." Before Corinne could comment on that, Laurel stepped in. "Ernie, let me stir the mash. You walk Corinne through the process." It took him an hour to explain all the still's components and their various functions. Lesson over. Corinne asked to be excused to seek a private spot to relieve herself. Ernie said to Laurel wouldn't have taken half as long if she hadn't asked so many dadgum questions. They were good questions, Ernie, about things she needs to know. "She always rattle on that much. You'll get used to it." "I doubt it. What happened to her eye?" "She took a beating from the late Wally Johnson." He looked in the direction Corinne had gone. "She's the whore. Don't use that word again." After her sharp rebuke, she set her hand on his arm in conciliation. "Listen, Ernie, when Mr. Hutton brought Irv home last night, I thought he was dead. I'm sure you were fit to be tied when he didn't show up for work. It was a rough night on all of us. Fair to say we're feeling the strain?" He nodded. "I'm sorry to spring Corinne on you," she continued, "but it was actually Irv's idea, and at first even I was resistant to it." She recapped for him the conversation she and Irv had had early that morning. "We've got to keep up production or we'll soon be out of business. In fact, our supply is already low. I'll walk back to the shack and bring the car around. Irv said you had some crates stashed away. I need to take them back with me. They was stole." Her breath escaped her. "What?" "I wasn't going to tell you. Didn't want you worrying." She backed up to an upended crate and sat down. "Well, I'm worried now. When were they stolen?" "Night before last. I'd added a crate to the stash that day. Went back yesterday to add another one. They's all gone." "How many?" 10? 120 jars of 100 proof. She did the math. Her heart sank over the amount of the loss. Ernie said, "I would have told her last night, only he got shot." He raised his bony shoulders. "Where was this stash hidden?" "Over in that cedar break." She looked in the direction he'd pointed, that nearby. 30 yards, maybe? I'd dug a hole big as a grave, thought I had it covered up good with brush. Who could have gotten that close without your knowing?" Another shrug. "I wasn't doing a run that night. Did some tinkering on the new still. Shored up the firebox with more rock. Crawled into the tent pretty early. Never heard a thing." He pushed his hands into the deep pockets of his overalls. "You trust those twins?" "Yes." Then she gave a shrug of her own. "I suppose," Irv says, "they're half drunk half the time. Randy is goats. Lightning rods for trouble. Maybe, but we need them. What about that Hutton fella? What about him? How was it he brought Irv home from Lefty's? It's a long story. She didn't want to mention the deputy's badge. Irv thinks. I know what Irv thinks. Her brittle tone stopped him from taking that subject any further. Be careful you don't dare me. Well, Ernie said, somebody found out where we're at. If it'd been lawmen, they'd have poured out the hooch and busted up the stills. Unless it was corrupt lawmen. Could be, but what, Ernie? You don't need this on top of Irv. Don't spare me bad news. I hate surprises. Recent ones have been calamities. Well then, what I think. Whoever stole the shine was giving us a warning. It was somebody's way of saying, we know who you are and where you're at, and you got off light with us just taking off 10 crates instead of 10 fingers and toes, the Johnsons. So long as we're small timers, they'll leave us be. But if we start horning in on their profit again, he didn't finish, but she got the message. Maybe I shouldn't involve Corinne after all? What if they come back? I've got 2 rifles, a side-by-side shotgun, a 6-shooter, and a trap. A trap, jaw spring, big enough to trap a bear. If some sorry sumbitch sticks his hand in that hidey hole again, he'll come up with a stump. Corinne reappeared. Both observed her as she walked toward them. When she got nearer to them, she stopped and put her hands on her hips. Why are y'all looking at me like that? Can you shoot a rifle? Ernie asked. Damn good back home. I helped keep food on the table. You ain't back home and you got only one good eye. Then I might have to use you for target practice. Looking at Laurel, he mumbled, I'll give her the shotgun. Tell Irv to take it easy and not worry about things. That mash needs stirring. He skulked off. Laurel and Corinne watched him go. Laurel said, Are you comfortable with me leaving you here? Sure. Will you have trouble finding your way back to the shack? I made note of things along the way. With my one good eye, she added with a scowl aimed at Ernie, Irv and I are counting on you to make yourself useful. Do you think you can do that without picking silly fights with him? Corinne looked over at Ernie as he dipped the stir stick into the barrel. One thing I can do is put some meat on his bones, she said. I never saw a man who needed feeding more'n him. When Laurel came upon the road sign, she slowed down, then rolled to a full stop. She stared at the sign's uneven hand-painted lettering, which was familiar because she'd passed it many times before. But the sign now had new and more personal significance. She calculated how long she'd been away from the house, leaving her infirm father-in-law alone. She thought about the deal he had failed to cement with Lefty before the raid. She thought about Corinne and the abuse she'd suffered. Before she could talk herself out of it, she made the turn earlier today. She'd been told she had sass. This would be a test of just how much the road was as corrugated as a washboard. Tires kicked up dust as fine and white as talcum powder. It swirled around the Model T when she brought it to a stop. As the dust settled, she studied the uninviting structure. It looked deserted. She hesitated, thinking that perhaps this wasn't a good idea at all. She patted her pocket, and after feeling the reassuring weight of the Derringer, pushed open the car door and got out. Warped steps led up to an equally uneven porch. The heels of her shoes tapped loudly on the planks and echoed in the crawl space beneath. The screen on the outer door was rusty and jaggedly torn in places, as though someone had taken a dull can opener to it. The wooden frame supporting it was splintery. It slapped against the solid door behind it when she knocked. She heard muffled voices from within, and then a thudding tread as someone came to answer. The individual who opened the door had to be Gert because she was the female counterpart of an ogre. A cigarette was anchored in the corner of her lips, the smoke from it curling up around her face. She squinted against it, making her eyes appear even more hostile. We're closed. Not closed. Shut down. Then what are you doing here? To discuss business with Lefty. Gert took away the cigarette and barked a sound that was half laugh, half phlegmy cough. I think your business is with me. You must have heard about the girl I lost to the raid, you figuring on taking her place. She looked Laurel up and down. There's men who don't mind small ones. What's your name? Laurel, pretty, plumber. And my business isn't with you, it's with your husband. Is he here or in jail? I'm here. A stick figure of a man materialized out of the dark and murky interior. Plumber, you say? Kin to Irv? His daughter-in-law, huh? Heard your husband blew his brains out. Laurel ignored Gert's cruel remark and focused on Lefty. May I have a moment of your time? What for? It would be in your best interest. Gert repeated the statement, mimicking the modulation of Laurel's voice. Who do you think you are, a fucking Rockefeller? Back off, Gert, reaching past her. Lefty pushed open the screen door. Come on in, but I already told Irv no deal. That's not what Irv told me, Laurel said as she stepped inside. One of you is lying. She gave the hatchet-faced man an arch look. I suspect it's you. He turned and crossed the large room to the bar, where he motioned her onto a stool. He sat down, leaving an empty stool between them. Laurel pretended not to notice the shotgun lying on the bar. Gert lowered herself into a chair at one of the nearby tables and lit a fresh cigarette. By the time she'd smoked it down all the way, Laurel and Lefty were sealing a new deal with a handshake. As Laurel stood to leave, she asked, Do you know the O'Connor twins? Don't everybody? Since Irv was wounded in the fracas last night, one or both of the O'Connors will take over making your deliveries. They'll know the terms of our agreement. Don't try to cheat me. Wouldn't think of cheating a lady, he said, grinning. If that's what you could call the exposure of his crooked teeth when he peeled his lips back, when do you think you'll be able to reopen? Tonight, Gert said as she ground out her cigarette butt in a chipped ashtray on the table. She heaved herself out of her chair. Smarty pants, you keep undercutting people in this business. You're going to start pissing them off. Thank you for the warning, Laurel headed for the door. You got gumption, I'll say that for you. If moonshining don't work out, I could always use you upstairs. Laurel didn't acknowledge that. Rather, she kept walking until she reached the door and only then turned and confronted Gert. You didn't lose Corrine to the raid. She took advantage of the commotion to escape her imprisonment here. Gert's face became bloated with rage. That ungrateful little slut. Where's she at? If you know, you'd better tell me. She owes me money. While in your charge, she was disfigured, maimed, and half-blinded. The only thing you're owed is contempt. She turned and stalked out. The screen door banged against the exterior wall as Gert barged through it, but Laurel didn't turn to look back. Gert was bellowing obscenities, most of which Laurel didn't even know the meaning of. She kept her head high and walked toward her car with purpose, although she was mindful of that handy shotgun. At any moment, a blast from it could be the last thing she ever heard. She made it to her car and thanked God that it started on the first crank. She drove away unscathed except for the blistering her ears had taken from Gert's profanity, but midway to the highway when no longer in sight of the roadhouse, fear and trembling caught up with her like the night she'd escaped from Martin's Cafe without being exposed as a moonshiner. She broke a cold sweat. She braked her car, rested her forehead on the steering wheel, and gasped for breath as she willed her heartbeat to slow down. Hearing another vehicle approaching, she jerked her head up and looked behind her. But the sound was coming from ahead, not from the direction of the roadhouse. She pulled out of the middle of the road, allowing the other vehicle to pass her. It was a newer model than hers by several years, the shiny black paint defiant of the powdery road, but she was relieved to see that it didn't have an official seal stenciled on the side. She continued on her way and blessed the second she reached the highway without anyone in pursuit. Still shaken, but calmer than she had been. She pointed herself toward town, 36, after leaving Bill Amos to deal with his situation at home. Thatcher rode the gelding back to Barker's, then put in a long day of work, exercising every horse in the stable and trying to correct whatever bad habit or stubborn trait each had. He kept his distance from Fred and Roger. The youngster had developed a case of hero worship since the incident with the rattlesnake and often trailed Thatcher around like a puppy. Today, the two picked up on his desire for solitude and stayed away from the stable and corral. Learning of Bill's circumstances had left Thatcher with conflicting emotions that were equally strong and unshakable. Throughout the day, he fluctuated between being angry and resentful over Bill's manipulation, while also feeling compassion for his personal torment. And prior to that distressing conversation with Bill, he'd had the set-to with Laurel. He was ready to see an end to this day. He returned to the boarding house in time to fill a plate with what was left of the cold supper and ate alone in the dining room, even as the landlady was clearing the dishes and utensils off the long table with more clatter than necessary. When finished eating, he dodged the residence, seeking companionship, and headed for his room. He'd almost reached the third floor when he was called to from below. Hutton. Chester Landry was rounding the landing on the second floor. His gold tooth caught the light from a wall fixture as he smiled up at Thatcher. Hold up, shit. Chester Landry's intrusion was the perfect top-off to this crappy day. He replied unenthusiastically to the salesman's greeting and was tempted to continue on to his room. But in spite of himself, he was curious to see if Landry would refer to the roadhouse raid. Landry reached him and took a moment to catch his breath. You'd think I would be conditioned to climbing these infernal stairs by now. He inhaled deeply, then asked, Am I keeping you from anything, bed? That kind of day, and then some? Would you consider going out for a little refreshment? Grab a Coca-Cola at the filling station. No, thanks. I'm ready to hit the hay. Well then, another time. He slid his hands into the pockets of his trousers. I feel at loose ends tonight. Ask your buddy to go with you, buddy. He tipped his head and looked at Thatcher with puzzlement, which Thatcher thought was faked. Oh, you mean Randy? He's moved on. It occurred to Thatcher only now that he hadn't seen the young man around lately. Where'd he go? God knows greener pastures, I guess. He shrugged. I missed seeing him around and inquired about him. Mrs. May said he left without notice. She went up to collect his rent, which was a day late. He'd cleared out in the dead of night. He chuckled. Sounds like something impulsive and irresponsible he would do. Thatcher thought Landry's dry laugh also seemed faked. When Thatcher didn't join in, Landry must have sensed his reserve. He glanced down the staircase to make certain no one else was around. No one was. Nevertheless, he lowered his voice to a confidential level. We're avoiding the subject we're both dying to talk about. Thatcher just looked at him. Come on, Hutton. For the first time ever, some of Landry's polish dimmed and he showed annoyance. I didn't see you, but I heard you were there last night. I saw you running away. Yes, our perspectives were entirely different. We were on opposite sides of the bedlam. When Thatcher didn't respond, Landry said no comment on that. What do you want to know? From kidnapped suspect to deputy sheriff is a very broad leap. You covered it in a matter of weeks? How did you manage to curry the sheriff's favor and become a deputy? I didn't. He declared it as a fact, but that damn badge was still in his breast pocket. After listening to Bill's tragic tale, witnessing the heartache, sorrow, and despair that he lived with daily, Thatcher hadn't had the heart to return the badge with the stern put-down he'd rehearsed. What I heard was that you were in the thick of it with the sheriff's men. I went for a hamburger and got caught up in it. He stopped there, not feeling a need to explain or justify anything he did to this popinjay.
What were you doing there, Landry?
Fitting the soiled doves with new shoes. Thatcher got a flash of the gold tooth when Landry threw his head back and laughed. You have a sense of humor, after all. I was beginning to wonder. Recovering from his laughter, he said, God help any man who goes near one of those girls. I'm sure they're petri dishes for VD. No, I went only for a hamburger, too, but couldn't resist the enticement of a drink. You were the one who told me about the place, remember? Did you know about the back room? I'd heard rumors. Thatcher paused, then asked, That was your first time there? Rotten luck to choose last night to try it out, huh? I'd say having to escape arrest wasn't the worst of it. In the melee, I lost my pocket watch. I went back today to see if it had been found and turned in. The madam, he raised his eyebrows, denied having seen it. I doubt that's true, but there was a shotgun within her reach, so I wasn't about to question her honesty. Good call. Landry shuddered. Lord, she's a species unto herself. To make the unpleasant encounter even worse, she was already in a foul temper when I arrived. I hope her ire wasn't provoked by Mrs. Plummer. Thatcher felt like a bolt of lightning had shot through him from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. Every nerve ending in his body sizzled. Laurel Plummer. Landry grinned and winked. The charming lady of the pies. She was leaving as I was arriving. Leaving, Lefties? We met on the road. She pulled over so I could pass. You must have mistaken somebody for her. Landry tapped him in the chest with the back of his hand and winked again. Come now, Hutton. Who could mistake that face? Thatcher wanted to lift him bodily and pitch him headfirst over the banister, but he knew he was being baited and that a volatile reaction was what this slick dude was after, so he forced one corner of his mouth to tilt up. A blind man, maybe. There's an appealing air of refinement about her, too. Landry made a spiraling motion with his hand. I can't picture her going to that ratty roadhouse for any reason other than it having something to do with her father-in-law getting shot. You're well informed, Landry. Small-town scuttlebutt, he said. I couldn't go anywhere today without hearing about the raid and the fallout from it. It's all anyone was talking about. Thatcher remained noncommittal and tried to look bored with the subject. He covered a yawn with his hand. Sorry, as I said, I was off to bed. Landry gave him a little bow. Then don't let me detain you any longer. Good night. Good night. Sleep tight. Landry's mocking lilt set Thatcher's teeth on edge. He went into his room, but not to sleep. Laurel led the O'Connors down the steps into the cellar and set the lantern on the dirt floor. She gestured toward the stacked wooden crates. The theft hurt us. That's our stockpile. That's it? No jugs? Davy asked. As you see, she said, Ernie had hidden 10 crates of jars. Even those would barely have covered our orders. Now they're gone. Thieving bastards, Davy muttered. She had gauged the brothers' furious reaction to the news of the theft and didn't believe they would have stolen from her even if they'd known where the crates had been buried. They seemed to understand and appreciate that their enterprise was in dire straits due to the loss of product simultaneous with Irv's being incapable of working to replace it. Ernie is doing a double run tonight, she said. In the meantime, this is the supply we have on hand. Mike did a quick calculation, 72 jars. Those roughnecks will have that drunk before we get halfway back from delivering them. I can't help it, Mike. Nobody counted on these setbacks. Davy sighed. Let's get the haul into the car, brother, and make the best of it. When you have everything loaded, join me inside. There's another development to tell you about. A few minutes later, the two came inside. Davy was about to speak when Laurel put her index finger to her lips. Softly, please. Irv was restless and grumpy all afternoon. I know he's in pain, but he's also fretting over our situation. I let him drink enough to tranquilize him. He's asleep, and I hope he'll stay that way till morning. They carried cups of coffee into the dining room and gathered around the table. She served the twins slices of cherry pie. None for you, Davy asked. I was up all night last night. I've been baking since I returned from the still. While there, she'd made the trek over the hill twice, but she didn't tell them that. My feet are tired, my back is aching, and the last thing I want to see is a piece of pie. They looked at her with sympathy, but dug into theirs, as she watched them shovel in bites, humming enjoyment. She pushed her fingers into her hair and held her head. It's just occurred to me that I should be putting up jars of pie filling while fresh fruit is in season. It was an exhausting thought, but their moonshining business was reliant on her pie trade as a cover. But that's a worry for another day. Lowering her hands, she met the twins' expectant gazes. You don't have to tell me how you know her, but are you acquainted with a girl named Corinne who worked at Lefty's? The whore? Mike said. Davy kicked his brother beneath the table. Mike drew back his fist. Laurel held up her hands. Stop it. We don't have time for that, but don't ever refer to Corinne that way again, within or outside of my hearing. Davy said, we know she's the poor girl. Wally Johnson beat up. That's right, and she's still suffering the effects. By a set of bizarre circumstances, she's now a member of our group. The twins gaped at her with identical expressions of incredulity. Never mind how it came about. She arrived here last night with Irv. She proved herself helpful in any number of ways. And that gave Irv an idea. She went on to tell them about the present arrangement at the stills. Ernie will teach her how to do the simpler tasks, and I trust her to work hard so that our shortfall will be made up for soon. And Jesus, Mike said, there's an and. Laurel gave him a look. And I went to Lefty's today to renegotiate terms. You went to Lefty's alone? Are you daft, Laurel? Irv had laid the groundwork of a new deal with him, and I couldn't let that opportunity pass, especially in light of the theft. I got Lefty to triple his usual order. Bloody lot of good it'll do us, though, Davy said. We've got no whiskey to sell, and Lefty's is shut down, only until dark tonight. She glanced out the window at the darkened sky. By now, they should be back in full swing. He greased somebody's palm, Mike said. Somebody high up. I'm sure he did, Laurel said. The twins cut glances at each other, but neither said anything. What? She asked. Davy shifted in his seat and cleared his throat. Have you ever considered, Mike cut in? What Numbnuts is trying to ask is, have you ever thought of approaching someone who has influence to persuade him to be a tad less influential? You mean pay him not to be? Absolutely not. It's the way business is done, darling, Davy said softly. Mike added, in order to stay in business, the owner of the pool hall had to give graft to damn near everybody. Look how far it got him, she snapped. I won't stoop to bribery, and anyway, we can't afford it. She pushed back her chair and stood up. This new order of Lefty's is a good one, and as long as he continues to bribe officials, it'll be a standing order. All the more reason why Corrine's help is essential until Irv can resume his duties. Now, you need to be on your way to Ranger, and I must go to bed before I drop. Any questions? The brothers looked at each other again. Laurel braced herself for what might be coming this time, but Davy flashed her a boyish grin. Can we take a piece of pie for the road? She gave them half the pie for themselves and sent them off with the others she had baked and boxed that day. As he carefully placed the last one in their truck, Mike said, we'll have them there well before breakfast. The men working the night shifts on the rigs love having pie for breakfast, and moonshine for dinner, Davy said. The three were laughing together as she walked them out to their truck. She admonished them to drive carefully, but fast enough to return in time to start their shift at Logan's store. You can't get fired? Ah, we won't, Mike said. We're Mrs. Logan's pet project. She's urging us to get baptized. Davy explained she fears our infant baptism didn't take. The three of them began laughing again, but there was no levity in Mike's voice when suddenly he asked, Who is that? And simultaneously pulled a pair of brass knuckles from his pants pocket. 37, alarmed. Laurel turned. Just outside the fan of light provided by the kitchen windows, Thatcher was propped against a clothesline post where he'd hitched his horse that morning. To Laurel's dismay and outrage, her heart thumped at the sight of his tall, lean silhouette. She wanted to rail at him for not making his presence known, but she needed to defuse the O'Connors, who were a hair's breadth away from a catastrophic overreaction. It's okay, she told them in a murmur. Then, Mr. Hutton, you startled us. He pushed himself off the post and strolled forward, but his seeming nonchalance didn't fool Laurel, and she doubted the O'Connors would be deceived by it either. Beneath the brim of his cowboy hat, his eyes shifted from one twin to the other. She was almost certain that Thatcher had seen the brass knuckles now bridging Mike's fingers. And surely he'd also noticed that Davy's right hand was at the small of his back, where she knew he carried a small pistol similar to hers. When the twins first began delivering to the boomtowns, she'd expressed concern for their safety. They'd shown her their weapons and assured her that they would never be without a means of protecting themselves. However, this was the first time she'd seen just how willing they were to act first with violence and ask questions later. The two weren't all smiles and blarney. Thatcher stopped within 5 yards of them, planting his feet firmly, causing her to wonder if he was still toting the pistol he'd retrieved from her this morning and was about to draw it like a gunslinger in a dime novel. He said, I came to ask how your father-in-law is faring, but I saw that you had company and didn't want to break up the party. She injected a lightness into her voice that she was far from feeling. No party! These are the O'Connor brothers, Davy and Mike, she pointed out which was which. They work for me. They brought you the peaches, he said. That's right, I'd forgotten I'd mentioned that, but he hadn't, and that was disconcerting. Davy, Mike, this is Thatcher Hutton. He was the good Samaritan I told you about, who brought Irv home last night after the raid. Thatcher leaned forward only far enough to shake hands with the twins in turn. Then all three of them returned to their guarded stances. Mike looked them over. "Are you a cowpoke, Mr. Hutton?" He asked it as a put-down, but Thatcher replied blandly. "You could say," Laurel said, "he breaks and trains horses." "Does he?" Again his question sounded deprecating. Davy shot his twin a warning look, then addressed Thatcher with a smile. "So, you were at Lefty's last night. Things were exciting, I hear? How did you avoid arrest, Mr. Hutton?" "I wasn't in the back room." "Occupied upstairs, then," Mike said. Thatcher slanted him a glance, but didn't even blink. "I was having a hamburger in the front room." "Ah," Davy said. "What fortunate timing for you that was." When Thatcher didn't respond and no one else spoke, Laurel turned to the twins. "The night isn't getting any younger and you have deliveries to make." As boss, she really gave them no choice except to depart. With noticeable reluctance, they retreated to their truck. As they got in, the backward glances they gave Thatcher were blatantly hostile. As soon as their truck had cleared the drive, Laurel turned to face Thatcher, feeling hostile herself and ready with an accusation of snooping. He, however, got the jump on her. "Kinda late to be making deliveries, isn't it? Where are they off to?" To equivocate would only make them all look guilty. Ranger? Obviously, he was familiar with the town's reputation. His eyebrow arched. That explains the hardware they're carrying. To be used only in self-defense, he looked skeptical of that. They go all the way up there to deliver pies. She resisted the impulse to rub her damp palms against her skirt. "It's worth the trip. The markup per pie is 3 times what I get here. Seems every roughneck has a sweet tooth. And a taste for other things, too." He waited a beat, then said, "Are the O'Connors always on edge like that, spoiling for a fight?" "Yes, especially with each other." She gave a soft laugh. Thatcher didn't join in. "What were you doing at Lefty's Roadhouse today?" She couldn't conceal her astonishment over his knowing that, and it robbed her of speech. "So it was you he saw." Although her mouth was dry, she attempted to swallow. "Who saw?" "Chester Landry." "Who is, oh, your friend with the plastered hair? He's no friend of mine, Laurel, and I don't think he's one to you either. I don't even know him." "Well, he knows you, and he made a point of telling me about your visit to the Roadhouse." "Why would he do that?" "I'm wondering that too. Why would he?" Trying not to appear bothered by his probing stare, she shrugged. "Would he need a reason? He knows we're acquainted. He saw me today and mentioned it to you in passing." "Uh-huh." "He climbed 3 flights of stairs, huffing and puffing to tell me." He came forward, crowding in on her, but she held her ground. "What the hell were you doing at Lefty's? What business is it of yours?" He lowered his head, bringing his face to within inches of hers. "Asking for another demonstration? I warned you not to dare me." The thought that perhaps she was subconsciously angling for another kiss mortified her. Relenting on her resolve not to back away from him, she did, but only by one step. "I went out there to implore them not to give the Sheriff Irv's name them, Lefty, and that horrid woman, Gert." "What made you think they would give Irv over?" "Based on what Corrine and Irv have told me about that pair, they're without scruple. I was afraid that if they were pressured to rat out anyone who was there last night in exchange for leniency, they would do it in a heartbeat. I went for Irv's sake, to plead on his behalf." She'd made up the explanation as she'd gone along, but to her it had sounded perfectly plausible. She hoped it would to him. He was watching her in that incisive way of his. After a moment he said, "You could have saved yourself the trip. Irv isn't going to be arrested. How do you know? I asked the sheriff myself. You did? This morning, directly after leaving here, I went to see him to give back his Colt and the badge." "You really aren't a deputy, then?" "No." She inhaled deeply, but her relief was short-lived. "But if I was," he said, "what would it matter? It wouldn't. It did. It had." She groped for a logical reason. "If you had shown me the badge, explained it, but you didn't, and that seemed underhanded. I like to know where I stand with people." "Yeah, I like that too." There was no winning this argument, and she would only sink herself in deeper if she continued trying. She fixed her gaze on the loose knot that secured a bandana around his neck. I appreciate your intervening for Irv with Sheriff Amos. He said maybe getting shot taught Irv a lesson. He looked beyond her toward the house. How's he doing? He was hurting all day, and that made him grouchy. This evening I let him sip his moonshine until he fell asleep. Sleep is the best thing for him, she nodded. I hope he sleeps through the night. Who does he buy his moonshine from? That was the second question he'd asked out of the blue. As before, she was momentarily dumbfounded before mumbling, I'm not supposed to tell. Thatcher just stood there looking at her, silently pressing for a more satisfactory answer. The one that sprang to her mind was evasive, but actually the God's truth. He doesn't have to buy it. A friend gives it to him in exchange for handiwork. He said. Well, Irv and his friend need to be careful. Obviously, local law is cracking down on offenders. I'll pass along the warning, but I'm afraid Irv won't change his ways. I'm afraid of that too. It was a solemn and weighty statement, not a quip. The intensity of his stare held her captive without force, without even a touch. Perhaps Irv's sixth sense about him had been correct. Perhaps Thatcher Hutton was something other than the loose-limbed cowboy he played, someone who represented a threat not only to her, but to the people whose welfare depended on her. But no sooner had that upsetting possibility entered her mind than he relaxed his shoulders and eased away from her. How's Corinne? Did she go for your idea? Wholeheartedly. Just as I thought, she hoped he wouldn't ask to speak to Corinne or ask for details about living arrangements, etc. Lying to him had become increasingly hard on her conscience, and standing this close to him in the dark made it hard to breathe. That inability became even more constricting when he took yet another step closer to her. Those twins, bravely. She tilted her head up in order to look into his face. What about them? You seem friendly with them? I am. Why shouldn't I be? He frowned at her flippancy. You know what I'm asking you? She did know. They're charming boys. They're men. And I'm a widow. A young and pretty widow. A very recent widow who has morals and a reputation to uphold. Her cheeks went hot. She dipped her head, which makes my lapse last night all the more incomprehensible. He didn't say anything for the longest time then. The O'Connors are troublemakers. Her head came up. Says who? Sheriff Amos. He pointed them out to me last night as we were on our way to Lefty's. He called them a wild pair. She didn't want to read too much into the sheriff's notice of her deliverymen, but it gave her a twinge of concern. Davy and Mike can get into mischief, I'm sure. But they're hard-working and at heart decent. If I didn't believe in their integrity, I wouldn't have them working for me. It's not all work, though, is it? He looked aside, staring into the empty darkness. You were laughing? What? You were laughing, he said, turning back to her. I heard you all the way out here. They make you laugh. Sometimes the hushed tone in which she'd spoken the word made it sound like what one would admit only in a confessional. He bobbed his chin once and looked aside again, his jaw working. He took off his hat and tapped it against his thigh as the fingers of his other hand raked through his hair. He said a swear word under his breath. She didn't dare try to guess what these manifestations of male agitation implied. Actually, she was afraid she knew. It's late? I'd better go in so I can run away from me. I'm not running away. Those twins make you laugh. I make you nervous. You've been wound up since you saw me here. Yes, lurking in the dark. Are you jittery because of what I said to you this morning? Unbuttoned, unhooked, us lying down together. I don't remember what you said this morning. Her voice lacked conviction and substance and instead sounded raspy with desperation. You remember? No, I don't. He didn't grab her. She didn't even see him move. She had no warning at all before he was just there, his hands encircling her waist, his fingers tensing and drawing her against him. Flush against him, fitting them together, he felt solid and strong, an ensuring and durable presence, safe except for the quickening in her center that he incited and the unchecked recognition with which her body responded. His breath was damp and warm against her neck as he sighed her name. the one she had forbidden him to use but which sounded so sweet now as he nuzzled her ear and whispered, "Stay away from lefties." She couldn't believe she'd heard right. She jerked her head back. "What?" "Keep away from there, Laurel. It isn't safe." She tried to escape his hands, but he held her fast. "Let go of me. Not until you listen. Don't go out there again. You're overstepping, Mr. Hutton." She pried his hands from her waist, but before she could move away, he cupped them around her face, bringing it up and close to his own. "You're right, I am, and I'll tell you why. Chester Landry claimed that last night was his first time to go to Lefty's, but I don't believe that for a second." She turned her head aside and was about to shout at him how little she cared, but he talked over her. "He told me he went to Lefty's today to recover a pocket watch he'd lost during the raid. He's the flashiest dresser I've ever come across, but I've never once seen him sporting a pocket watch." It finally sank in that he hadn't insulted her carelessly or maliciously. He'd wanted to secure her attention because what he was telling her held importance, at least to him. She placed her hands over his where they still pressed against her cheeks. "Why are you preoccupied with this man you obviously dislike, and how does it relate to me?" He withdrew his hands gradually, as though fearing that as soon as he released her she might sprint into the house, which she probably should do, and bar the door. But when he said, "Just hear me out," she stayed where she was and gave a small nod. Landry pulled around with a young man in the boarding house, a show-off, obnoxious, named Randy one night. He up and moved out without notice, without telling anybody, so he raised a shoulder. Maybe nothing, but he raked his fingers through his hair again. Landry made light of it, shrugged it off. But I got the impression he knew exactly what had happened to Randy. If they were friends, maybe Randy had asked him to cover his trail. "Maybe," he said, but it lacked backbone. He claims to be a shoe salesman. He boasts of a wide territory he covers on a routine basis, but he's rarely away from the boarding house for more than a couple of days at a time. Men often exaggerate their success. True, but I think Landry downplays his. I think he's very successful, but not at selling women's shoes. He's dealing in something else. Like what? Liquor? He's bootlegging. Her heart skipped a beat, but when he paused to give her time to comment, she didn't say anything. "There's money to be made," he said, "and a lot of it, but it's a dangerous occupation. There are few game rules and no such thing as honor among thieves. Double-crossers, poachers, and loudmouths like Randy usually wind up dead." He paused and focused even more sharply on her. "If I'm right about Landry, he wouldn't want to be seen at a well-known speakeasy the night after a raid when it was closed to business. But he was seen by you." She took all that in and thought how closely it correlated to what Irv had told her about the hazards of the illegal liquor trade. But she couldn't tell Thatcher she'd heard it all before in cautionary sermons from her father-in-law. She carefully weighed how she would respond. "The only two people I saw were Lefty and Gert. Not even a sign of the girls on my way out. Before I got to the highway, a car passed me on the road. I didn't see the driver even if I had, and had recognized Mr. Landry. I wouldn't have given it a second thought because I don't know him, and how he earns his living makes no difference whatsoever to me. So even assuming you're right and his business dealings are illegal, he has absolutely nothing to fear from me. But see, Laurel, you may have a lot to fear from him. 38. Gert knew that eyes had been on her since she'd turned off the highway. From the crevices of boulders, from behind foliage, from underneath the collapsed roof of a disused barn, she was being watched probably through the sights of deer rifles. Her arrival had been charted, but when she reached the house, it was in total darkness, and there was no one to greet her. Not that she'd expected a welcoming committee. A pack of mongrels was standing sentinel. They weren't barking, but she could hear their bloodthirsty growls as they stood alert and eager for the signal that would send them charging her. She heaved herself out of her auto and moved to stand in the beam of her headlight where she could be seen. Cupping her hands around her mouth, she hollered, "Call off your mutts and your militia and invite me in." Nothing happened. She stayed as she was, knowing that the head of the clan was taking his sweet time just to piss her off. "I ain't leaving till we talk, Hiram." From around the corner of the house, a Johnson materialized out of the darkness. She couldn't make out any distinct features except for the shotgun he held aimed at her. "You're trespassing?" he said. "Be on your way, or what? You'll pull the trigger? You make a sizable target." I couldn't miss with both eyes closed. "If you shoot me, you'd just be proving what everybody knows. And that's that all Johnsons are stupider than they are ugly. And that's saying something. What do you want? Like I said, to talk to the old man. Unless he's dead, he ain't. Figured that was too much to hope for. Tell him to show himself or he'll never know what I know about Wally's killing." Seconds ticked past. Then, no doubt acting on a cue from inside the house, the young man lowered the shotgun. The dogs backed down, whimpering in disappointment over being denied a mauling. The screen door squeaked open and a young woman came out onto the porch. He says, "Come on in." Lamps flickered to life inside as Gert made her way toward the house. She paid the dogs no mind as she stomped past them and up the steps. The young woman lit a cigarette, eyeing Gert sourly as she shook out the match. "He's waiting." Gert pulled open the screen door and went inside. It was a large rectangular room. The collective glow from the recently lit lamps didn't reach the ceiling. Loitering around the perimeter of the room were a passel of Johnsons of both sexes spanning at least 3 generations, from a bald-headed baby straddling his mother's hip to a withered, toothless old woman who Gert recognized as the reigning matriarch. Gert muttered with scorn, "To think I'm related to this bunch. We ain't so proud to claim you, neither." This from the man holding the place of honor in the corner of the room where he sprawled in an overstuffed chair. He held a coffee can propped on one knee. Looking at Gert, he raised it to his mouth and spat a string of tobacco juice into it. Hiram Johnson had inherited his position as head of the clan from his father, and for the last 4 decades had ruled the family with an iron fist. His face was as crinkled as a dry creek bed in August. He had a dingy gray beard that covered his chest to the 3rd button of his flannel shirt. A jar of moonshine and a fly swatter sat on the windowsill within easy reach of him. His bare right foot, missing toes and striated white with petrifaction, was propped on a footstool. A large leather-bound Bible lay open in his lap. "But I don't hail from the inbred branch of the family," Gert said, eyeing her with malevolence. Hiram spat into the can again and wiped stained spittle from his beard with the back of his hand. "Getting raided is bad for business, cousin." "Couldn't tell it by the crowd we got tonight," Gert said. "The place was hopping when I left. You had some product stashed?" "Enough for tonight, but the raid made a dent. I come to buy. Tup." Hiram raised his index finger to one of his offspring whose chair was propped against the wall, front legs raised. He was stropping a hunting knife. At the signal from the old man, the chair legs hit the floor. The man addressed as Tup came to his feet and slid the knife into a scabbard at his waist. "Load her up," Hiram said to him. He was on his way to the door when Gert said, 10 gallons less than what we usually take." Tup looked to Hiram for direction. Gert kept her expression blank, never taking his eyes off her. Hiram said, "You heard her?" Tup pushed open the screen door and went out, calling to someone unseen to come help him. "How come you're cutting back?" Hiram asked. Gert took a slow look around the room as though taking inventory of the assembled relatives. They all appeared indolent and uninterested, but she knew better. They all had the trademark big ears, but not necessarily in the physical sense. Hiram, grasping that she wanted to talk to him privately, flipped his hand at the room at large. "Get." His offspring began to scatter, some going outside, others disappearing into other rooms. A teenage girl helped the old woman out of her chair and supported her as she hobbled out. Watching her leave, Gert said, "I thought she'd have died by now, you too, and why don't you spare us all that stink and cut that damn foot off?" Ignoring that, Hiram repeated his question about her order. Gert seated herself in one of the vacated chairs. "While your boys have been keeping the roads hot between your stills and the oil patches, small timers have been taking up the slack locally. You're losing ground, Hiram. You're being undercut. Nobody would dare. Fine, don't believe me, but Lefty struck a deal today, is sitting right there when they shook on it. More hooch for a lot cheaper than you charge us. Rotgut. Nope. Good stuff. Labeled liquor. Gert shook her head. Shine? Whose? I'll get to that. Let's talk about Wally. He slapped his palm onto the open Bible in his lap. God is my witness, which he ain't. We're gonna get the sumbitch what killed Wally. Gert crossed her arms over her massive chest. You made any headway in that direction? We'll get him. That means you got no idea who done it. Temper sparked, Hiram leaned forward, nearly tipping over his spit can. If you know something, you'd better tell me, or being my second cousin thrice removed won't mean shit. Kinship won't save your fat ass from being flayed. She huffed an exhale. The night before Wally was murdered, he tore into one of my girls. No doubt Hiram had heard about it because he didn't dispute or defend it. She weren't much count as a whore, but she was handy helping Lefty on the grill and serving drinks in the back room, so I kept her on. You're saying was she die after all? No. The ungrateful hussy run off last night, still owing me money for her upkeep. Slipped off during the raid. Today, I learned she's been took in by who? By the moonshiner who persuaded Lefty to squeeze you out of 10 jugs per order. She leaned forward and tapped her temple. I put 2 and 2 together. One bullet was fired into Wally's head for stealing that truckload of sugar and causing a shortage. The second bullet was payback for whipping up on that whore. Hiram picked up the Bible and brandished it. He's dead meat. Gert's smiles were as infrequent as blood moons. She gave Hiram Johnson a smug one now. Ain't no he, 39, Irv scowled up at Laurel from his pillow. Hutton dropped that on you, then just left? Without another word, now part of their morning routine, she tied a knot to secure the fresh bandage around his chest. There? Does it have to be so tight? Yes, because you work it loose as the day goes on. But the wound looks better today than yesterday, and it will continue to get better if you rest. I've done nothing besides lie in bed and fret. Your mind needs rest, too. Stop worrying so much. First you tell me that Ernie's secret stash has been stolen, then that you took it upon yourself to go alone to Lefty's, and lastly about this doomsday message from Hutton. Now you tell me to stop worrying. Do you know Chester Landry? How would I know a guy who sells ladies' shoes? Maybe more than shoes. What's he look like? She described him to the best of her recollection. I only saw him that one time in the cafe, and I wasn't really paying attention. She'd been distracted by Thatcher. Irv scratched his bristly chin. I know the fellow you're talking about. I've seen him in town. Where? Here and there, at Lefty's. No, and I think I would remember, considering those duds he wears. If you haven't seen him there, then it's possible, Mr. Hutton's hunch about him is wrong. Just as possible that he's right, though. Laurel, remember I told you it was rumored that a bootlegger from Dallas was a big-time operator around here? Could be Landry's him. Hutton must think so, or he wouldn't have gone out of his way to tell you. That wasn't all he came to tell me. You'll be glad to know that Sheriff Amos is letting you off the hook this time in the hope that you've learned your lesson, and I hope you've learned yours. He shook his finger at her. Out at Lefty's, you're in danger of more than bootleggers. Don't go there again. I won't. When he looked sternly doubtful, she stressed that she wouldn't. I only went to seal your deal. The O'Connors will be making the deliveries, larger deliveries, which is what we were going for, Irv. Remember, there's nothing the matter with my memory, but our gain represents a loss to competitors. I'm all for increasing our business, but not if it means that one or all of us will meet with bodily harm. I'll be doubly discreet and careful. Warn those twins not to be so damn cocky, but don't tell them why. Keep it general. You still don't trust them. Never have trusted men with dimples. She laughed. What do you have against dimples? He went on, as though she hadn't interrupted. Ernie and Corinne need to be put on watch, too. Because of the theft, Ernie is already on alert. How'd Ernie take to Corinne? She hedged. She'll grow on him. He barked a laugh. Don't count on it. He's used to his own company and silence. God knows he'll have precious little of that, Laurel smiled. I have pies to bake today, but I'll drive out and check on them tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have several crates of whiskey ready for me. Speaking of, I could do with a nip at bedtime. I just woke up at bedtime. I'm hurting now, part of the healing process. She stood up and straightened the cover where she'd been sitting at the foot of his bed. He was idly scratching his chin again. Your stubble is itching? Would you like a shave? No, I'm happy to do it. He waved off the offer. I'm thinking, something's gnawing at you, Irv. What? You say you introduced Hutton to the twins? How'd that go? All right. After they shook hands, I sent the twins on their way. In giving Irv an account of last night's visit from Thatcher, she had omitted certain details, one being the hostility that had crackled between him and the O'Connors. She also didn't tell him that Thatcher had questioned her about the deliveries the twins made to Ranger, or that Sheriff Amos had pointed the O'Connors out to Thatcher while referring to them as wild, nor did she mention that Thatcher had asked who supplied Irv's moonshine. Unabridged honesty could set his recovery back for weeks, which was how she justified those omissions. Even so, his forehead remained furrowed. This warning from Hutton about Chester Landry worries me. He said, It should worry you too, Laurel. My advice is to steer clear of the man I plan to, whether or not he's into bootlegging. Irv peered up at her through his lowered brows. I wasn't referring to Landry. Bernie Croft had eaten a late breakfast at Martin's Cafe. Rather than ride to his office, he'd chosen to walk the short distance and was almost there when a deranged individual lunged at him from out of a narrow alleyway. He was grabbed roughly by the lapel of his suit coat, jerked into the space between the two buildings, and forcefully pushed against a brick wall. Hands closed around his neck and began to choke him. Dr. Gabe Driscoll was barely recognizable. His eyes were bloodshot. His bared and clenched teeth looked feral, but his fingers were like steel clamps around Bernie's throat. I'm going to kill you, Bernie gasped. Jesus Christ, Gabe. He planted his hands on the physician's chest and pushed with all his might. Obviously, in a weakened state, Gabe wasn't that hard to dislodge. He reeled backward and landed against the opposite brick wall, his shoulder catching the brunt of the impact. He clapped his hand over his rotator cuff and yelped in pain. Hennessy came bounding in from the end of the alley. Bernie held up a hand. The bodyguard skidded to a halt. I'm all right, Bernie said. But don't let anybody wander in here. Hennessy looked at Driscoll with misgiving. Bernie patted the air. It's fine, Jimmy. Hennessy backed out of the alley and posted himself at the entrance to it. Bernie returned his attention to Gabe, whose ferocity had evaporated. He was slumped against the wall. What the hell is wrong with you? Bernie hissed. It's 10:30 in the morning, and you're pissing drunk. Why did you tell? Tell what? Gabe glared at him with maddened eyes. You want me to yell it out loud? You want me to shout it out so everybody will know about Pointer's Gap? Unmindful of Hennessy, he stumbled toward the street. Bernie reached out, clutched a handful of his jacket, and yanked him back. Despite his rancid body odor and days-old breath, Bernie held him by the lapels and got right in his face, speaking softly but with emphasis. Nobody knows. You promised me that no one would, but you told Norma Blanchard. Why? Why? Bernie instantly released him and took a step back. He felt like his head might explode. Every blood vessel in his body began to throb with wrath. But he clenched his teeth in order to keep his features rigid and his expression impassive. He tugged on the hem of his vest, shot his cuffs, assumed his customary, intimidating, confident posture, and said blandly, "Insurance." Gabe blinked several times. How did you even know about her and your grubby, adulterous affair? I make it my business to know who's fucking whom. It comes in handy on occasions just such as this. Dr. Driscoll, I've got you by the balls, you see. You killed your wife in order to take up with your mistress and bastard child. Gabe flinched and gulped back a sob. I came to you that night for help. You came to me panicked, beyond any hope of getting yourself out of a nasty fix without my assistance. You were out of your mind with desperation and fear, and I responded immediately. We made a vow. Yes, we did. We made a vow to help each other, quid pro quo. I held up my end of our bargain in a matter of hours. You, by contrast, he sniffed with disdain. Look at you. You're a wreck, a disgrace. Gabe wiped his dripping nose with the back of his hand. You swore to me that no one would ever know. But did you think that a man in my position would volunteer to get rid of your problem without holding some collateral? Did you think that, Gabe? Did you really? Are you that naive, that dim? The man's shoulders sagged. His head dropped forward as though the pin of a hinge holding it onto his neck had been pulled. Bernie let him suffer in humiliation and silence for several moments, then said, I assume Miss Blanchard is using this information for leverage of her own? She's come to the house twice, Gabe mumbled. Once in the middle of the night, I lectured her on how foolhardy that was, but she came back in daytime, no less. She even brought the baby. She wants us to be together. Bernie made a sound of regret and sighed. Typical female behavior. She's wanting to nest. It's too soon. People would become suspicious, rightfully, Bernie said. You must drill that home to Miss Blanchard, or would you rather I speak with her on your behalf? Gabe raised his head and looked at Bernie with bleary eyes. No, I'll do it. Bernie gave Gabe's arm a fatherly squeeze of support. I suggest that before you go calling on your lady love, you get sober, take a bath and shave, get a haircut, buy Miss Blanchard something nice. Take the baby a play. Pretty, Gabe nodded assent, but Bernie could tell that his heart wasn't in it. With vexation, he said, I gave you 2 weeks to sort yourself out, Gabe. Instead, you've lost ground, and your time is up. You start tomorrow. What? Hang out your shingle. Resume making house calls, dispense pills, set broken bones, administer enemas, and as agreed, begin your work for me. Smuggling bootlegged liquor on my rounds. Bernie tugged on his lower lip. Actually, since our last conversation, I've determined that any able-bodied person with half a brain can do that. I have plenty of them already on my payroll. You would be a wasted asset doing manual labor. No. What I have in mind for you now, Gabe, is something more complex, more suited to an austere and respected man who has a knowledge of science and the healing arts. Befuddled, Gabe said, What are you talking about, Bernie? Poison. 40 Thatcher was working late. The sun had already set, making it dark enough in the stable to require a lantern. He moved it from stall to stall as he replenished water and feed for each of his charges. The mare who had caused him to work overtime snuffled and tossed her head when he entered her stall. She had a bad reputation for kicking, so he waited for her to settle before closing himself in with her. I saved you for last because we need to have a talk. He moved to stand where she could see him. He stroked her forehead. You kick another board out of Mr. Barker's fence. He may kick both of us off his property. I'd lose money. Your owner, who's already put out with you, would send you to the glue factory. Her ears twitched. She was listening. What he would rather do is breed you with that handsome stallion he's got. If you keep acting unladylike, you'll miss out. He's hung like a racehorse, he whispered. He is a racehorse. The other mares would give their eye teeth. Think it over. He lifted a coiled lasso from a hook and began rubbing it over her with one hand while smoothing her coat with the other. Dryly, he said, Of course, I'm nobody to be giving advice in that department. He'd spent 3 restless nights since he'd gone to Laurel's house and had seen her with the O'Connor brothers. She thought they were charming. They had the gift of gab. They made her laugh. This was Thatcher's first experience with jealousy, but it had sunk its claws in deep. He understood now how it could cloud a man's judgment and cause him to behave irrationally. But jealousy aside, he didn't see anything good coming from Laurel Plummer mixing with hell-raisers the likes of them. Thatcher knew, damn his knack for reading people, that she didn't always tell him the whole truth. Some of that wiggling around certain topics and giving less than direct answers could be passed off as part of her prideful nature. She was fiercely determined to stand on her own. But he suspected that her sidestepping pertained to something besides protecting her privacy. And that bothered him, because he didn't think she had taken his warning about Chester Landry seriously to get her to listen, to try and impress upon her how important it was that she heed his warning. He had held her and made out like he was going to kiss her again. The instant he'd put his hands on her, he'd gotten her attention, all right, but she'd for damn sure gotten his too. He'd counted on feeling a stiff corset or whatever it was women wore under their clothes to narrow this and plump that, but all he'd felt through Laurel's dress was Laurel. Her waist had been giving each dainty rib delineated. The heel of his hand had brushed the underside of her breast. Not to cup that soft crescent in his palm, he deserved some kind of medal. The mare's ears twitched, and she restlessly bobbed her head at the exact moment that Thatcher heard a noise coming from the front of the stable. He lowered the lariat, but continued to run his hand over the mare's withers to keep her calm. A rustle, the faint crunch of straw underfoot, maybe some kind of critter, mouse, rat, cat, possum, then a clangor that would raise the dead. An animal might knock over an empty feed bucket, but it wouldn't cuss a blue streak when it did. The mare began to stamp and neigh, as did the other horses in their stalls. Thatcher hooked the lariat over his shoulder, unlatched the stall door, and slipped through. But he had to take the time to latch it back so the mare wouldn't get out. Once it was secure, he ran to the wide stable door. As he cleared the opening, he caught sight of a fleeing male figure. Thatcher bolted after him. It was full-on dusk, but Thatcher spotted the intruder skirting around the corral and running for the creek. Thatcher went after him, uncoiling the lariat as he ran. As the man began to slide down the steep embankment, Thatcher tossed the rope and lassoed him with ease, neatly dropping the loop over his head and trunk, pinning his arms against his torso. The man gave a sharp cry as he was jerked backward and off his feet. When he landed butt first on the rocky ground, he let fly another round of colorful profanities. Thatcher walked toward him, taking up the slack in the rope as he went. The face that glared up at him was that of a young man still in his teens, about Roger's age. "Fuck you, cowboy," Thatcher planted the sole of his boot against the youngster's chest and pushed him onto his back, holding him down with his foot. "You know what happens to horse thieves?" Still glaring, the boy remained stubbornly silent. "They're hanged from the nearest tree." The young man's rebellious, hostile expression wavered. "What?" I said. "I didn't mean nothing by it." "Sounded to me like you did." The kid peered up through the gathering darkness into Thatcher's face. "Heard about some cowboy who shot the head off a rattlesnake here in town. You him?" Huh? "Oh, shit. Roger tell you?" "Don't know no Roger. Just picked up word of it somewhere." Thatcher tipped his head back toward the stable. "Horse thieves are a sorry lot. I was just looking around, as all bald-faced liars are just as bad." Thatcher removed his foot and hauled the kid up. "Before you kicked over that bucket and gave yourself away, you figured on helping yourself to a horse, didn't you?" "I kicked over that goddamn bucket on my way out. I'd changed my mind about borrowing a horse. You saw my lantern?" "Saw the horses. I thought they'd be saddled." In spite of himself, Thatcher chuckled. "A sorry, thieving numbskull. What's your name?" Thatcher's insults had put the chip back on his shoulder. "What's it to you, Billy the Kid?" Thatcher looked around, his gaze landing on a large live oak. "That lowest branch ought to do." He started toward it, yanking on the rope, pulling the kid along behind. He dug his heels in. Wait, hold it. It's Elray." "My name is Elray Johnson." Recognizing the name immediately, Thatcher stopped and turned back. The sheriff had told Thatcher about Elray Johnson's fearfulness following the murder of his cousin, Wally. Elray looked ready to jump out of his skin now. "Why were you trying to steal a horse, Elray?" With no cockiness left in him, the kid choked up and gave a hard shake of his head. "You can hang me, mister, but I ain't tellin'. Bill was summoned from home by Scotty." The deputy didn't share much information over the telephone except to say that the matter had to do with Elray Johnson. That didn't bode well when Bill walked into the department 10 minutes later. He wasn't met with the chaos he'd expected. The wall clock's pendulum ticked loudly in the otherwise quiet room. Scotty was filing paperwork. He said, "Sorry to bring you from home. What's the trouble? Where's Elray?" "He's got him back there in a cell." "Who does?" "Your boy Wonder." Bill rebuked that remark with a stern look. "I assume you're referring to Thatcher. Are the rest of us supposed to consider him official?" "Good question," Bill muttered as he hung up his hat. He entered the cell block where all the barred doors stood open. In the first cell, Thatcher was leaning with his back to the wall, one foot flat against it, his knee raised. He had a bead on Elray, who was sitting on the cot gnawing at his fingernails and jiggling his knees. When he saw Bill, he shot to his feet and aimed an accusing finger at Thatcher. He roped me like a damn calf. He was gonna hang me. Bill looked at Thatcher, who said he sneaked into Barker's stable to steal a horse. He bungled it, and I caught him. But that's not why I put him in here. Okay, Bill said. I'm listening. He said he would rather me hang him than tell me why he needed a horse. Bill hadn't seen Thatcher since the morning he'd come to the house. During their conversation on the porch, he'd told Thatcher more than was comfortable about his and Daisy's personal life, but he knew instinctually that his secrets were safe with this man of few words. He also knew that Thatcher wouldn't have hanged the Johnson kid, but had scared him into thinking he would. Apparently, Thatcher also had perceived that Elray's desperation might signify a need to flee. Bill thought Thatcher was probably right. Elray had dropped back down onto the cot. His knees were bobbing again at a frantic rate. Bill asked, "What's going on?" "Nothing. Did you intend to steal a horse?" "Naw." Thatcher said he admitted he was until he realized they didn't come already saddled. Wanting to laugh, Bill managed a strict tone. "That true, Elray?" Glowering at Thatcher, he said sullenly, "He didn't have to rope me and jerk me to the ground. It's a miracle my butt bone ain't broke. I'd have stopped running if he'd have asked me nice." Bill said, "Where were you planning to go on horseback?" "Just riding. I hadn't thought that far ahead." Bill went over to the cot, motioned for Elray to scoot to the other end of it, and sat down where the boy had been. "My supper's getting cold on your account, and you dare to bullshit me? Now? Where were you off to that was so important you'd steal a horse to get there?" Elray's face muscles began working like a child's on the brink of tears. "Somewhere, anywhere, to lay low for a while." "Why do you need to lay low?" He choked on a sob. "If they find out I was here talking to y'all, they'll no telling what they'll do to me." "Who? Can't say. Your family?" Elray wiped his dripping nose on his sleeve. "Goddamn Wally. What about him?" "He was always stirring up trouble, then skipping out, leaving it to everybody else to clean up his mess." "Is that what's happening now? A cleanup?" Elray didn't answer. Bill said, "Has something come to light about who killed Wally?" Elray's eyes darted between Bill and Thatcher. Then he lowered his head and shook it. "No." "Then why were you hoping to get away?" "Just tired of everybody being all worked up over it, is all." He sat up straighter, gave a belligerent roll of his shoulders, and looked across at Thatcher before coming back to Bill. "He don't know what I wasn't at the stable, only to take a gander at the guy who shot that rattler. I weren't in there more'n a few seconds and didn't steal shit. Anyhow, I got nothing more to say." Bill looked over at Thatcher, who raised a shoulder and said, "He's not worth the trouble it would take to hang him. I doubt Mr. Barker would want to bother with pressing charges of trespassing." "Then what do you suggest?" He gave another laconic shrug. "Notify his kin to come take him off your hands." Bill recognized it as a bluff, but Elray didn't. He surged to his feet again. "No." Bill grabbed him by the waistband of his breeches and jerked him back down onto the cot. "What's got you scared, son? You tell me, or I'll hand deliver you to your great-granddaddy. What's Hiram up to? Vengeance for Wally?" Elray hiccuped several times, then said, "He's been on a rampage. He ordered all us to comb the hills, every square inch we could cover, any stills we found. Tear 'em up, he said. Wreak havoc on anybody making moonshine who ain't a Johnson, is how he put it." He made another swipe at his nose. "The other night, one of my cousins, we call him Tup. Don't ask why. Me and him were exploring and picked up the scent of wood smoke. We followed it to a still, two actually, but only one man was camped out there. What had drawn us was the smoke from his cook fire. He weren't doing a run, just tinkering around. We watched him hide a crate of shine in a hole in the ground. After he went into his tent, we waited to make sure he was down for the night, then snuck up to the Heaton place and took his whiskey." "How much?" Bill asked. 10 crates. 10 crates. It was a deep hole like a grave, only covered up good with brush. Had to make several trips to get it all back to our truck. Did you know the man? Don't think so, but it was dark, so I couldn't see him good. Do you think he saw you? I know he didn't. He had firepower within reach. If he'd have seen us, he would have used it. We got away clean, stroking his mustache. Bill mulled that over. Sounds to me like Hiram ought to be happy with you and your cousin. When Elray didn't respond, Bill asked, or isn't that the end of the story? Thatcher hadn't moved or taken his eyes off the boy. He said, I don't think it is, Sheriff. He's spooked. Is he right, Elray? Bill asked. Things is getting crazy, he said, his voice cracking. This path of vengeance Hiram is on. Elray nodded several times. Old Hiram, he ain't my great-granddaddy. He's my great-uncle. He told Tup and me that those 2 stills we happened on sounded like easy pickings. The shine we stole was quality, too. He wouldn't like that, Bill said. Competition. Yes, sir. He told us to go back, steal all the liquor that was bottled, dump out the barrels of fermented mash, bust up the stills, and he lowered his voice and hurt whoever was there. Make 'em sorry they'd ever heard the name O. Johnson, he said. Wreak havoc. Yes, sir. You jumped to carry out his orders to hurt people? I weren't given no choice, Sheriff. And Tup, who has a mean streak a mile wide, was looking forward to it. So we went back last night. Who'd you hurt, and how bad? Did you kill the moonshiner? No. Tup and me waited till late and snuck up, same as before. Nobody was around. The cookers weren't thumping, and the cook fire had burned down to coals. We crept over to where the hole's at. Tup reached into the brush covering it, and he stopped and swallowed several times. I ain't ever heard a scream like that, not from nobody, not even from a woman. What happened to him? Bear trap. Damn near chomped his arm in 2. Then the shooting started. How many shooters? I didn't stick around to count. I ran like hell. His voice cracked again. I got to our truck and took off, but after a few miles I left it and struck off on foot. Afraid you'd be followed by the man at the still? Thatcher asked. He shook his head. He already had Tup. He might have shown me mercy if I did have given his whiskey back. But I knew that Uncle Hiram all them was going to be wondering why me and Tup hadn't come back. I ran out on him, and that's something a Johnson won't forgive, running out on kin. If they find me, they'll kill me, slow and in misery. Bill feared the boy was right. He and Thatcher exchanged a glance, and Bill could tell that he was of the same mind. Elray's head was down. He was staring at the loose cuticle that he'd picked at until it had bled. I'd been hiding all day, working my way into town, waiting for it to get dark. I counted on hopping a freight, but missed the last one out till tomorrow morning. He raised his head and looked at Thatcher. I was going to steal a horse so I could get the hell away from here. Bill asked, Do you think your cousin is dead? Don't know. The shooting stopped, but his screaming didn't. I could hear him all the way back to the truck. He might have died or been killed after I left. He thought on it for a moment, then added, Like I said, he's got a cruel temper, especially when he's drunk, which is usually, but I'm a damn coward for leaving him. That's what Hiram will say, and what that old bastard says is law. Not in this office, it isn't. Bill stood up. You sit tight while I call in some deputies, then we'll be on our way. Elray sniffed back dripping snot and looked at him dumbly. On our way where? You have to guide us to those stills, Elray? His eyes went wide and wild. Please don't make me anyhow. I'd lose my way. I don't remember where they're at. Ignoring that, Bill tipped his head toward the door into the main room and started moving in that direction. Thatcher pushed himself upright. Hold on a sec. As he walked toward Elray, the boy shrunk back against the wall behind the cot. Frantic, he looked over at Bill. Don't leave me by myself with him. Thatcher stood over him. Relax, Elray. If I'd have wanted to hurt you, I would have strung you up. Then what you want? I want to know what you're lying about. I ain't. I owned up to stealing that whiskey, leaving Tup, and not all that. Then what? What's come to light about who killed Wally? 41, Laurel turned off the highway and started up the familiar rutted drive to the shack, where she was dropping off supplies for Corinne before driving the remainder of the way to the stills to pick up product. It didn't surprise her that the dwelling was barely detectable in the darkness. Corinne spent most of the nighttime hours working with Ernie at the still, rarely returning until daylight, but on the nights she was in the shack, it still looked unoccupied from the road, not wishing anyone to know that it was inhabited. Laurel had purchased a bolt of thick, black cloth from the general store in another town. Corinne and she had draped the shack's few windows with it and tacked it over the interior walls to keep light from leaking through the cracks. Corinne used the cook stove as infrequently as possible to keep smoke at a minimum. When the season changed and the pot-bellied stove was needed for heat, they would have to make adjustments, but Laurel had a few months to figure it out. She pulled her car around to the rear of the building, out of sight of the road, and retrieved her parcels from the floorboard. It was a moonless night, but she knew where there were obstacles to avoid as she made her way. One of them was the chicken coop, which reminded her of that malicious rooster. Before moving into town, she had made good on her threat to throw him into a stew pot. Ernie's. She'd given the laying hens to an old folks' home, the staff of which had been most grateful for the contribution. Thinking of the rooster reminded her of the altercation she'd had with him the day she'd met Thatcher. And the reminder of Thatcher made her truculent. That was the word Irv had used to describe her mood since their last encounter. She'd neither seen nor heard anything further about Chester Landry, either to substantiate or dispel Thatcher's warning. When she'd asked the twins if his name was familiar to them, they'd told her they'd heard of the shoe salesman through their friend Randy, but Randy hadn't been around lately, and they'd never met his pal Chester. The twins had begun delivering to lefties so far without incident. Although they'd told Laurel since the raid, the sheriff's department had begun patrolling the roads around the roadhouse with regularity. Lefty had complained about the increased vigilance keeping customers away. Since that night in the yard, Thatcher hadn't sought her out. She considered the matter closed out of politeness. She tapped on the door to the shack and softly called Corinne's name. Getting no response, she pushed open the door and went inside. As expected, Corinne wasn't there. Laurel set the parcels she'd brought on the table, leaving it to Corinne to put away the items where she wanted them. On her way out, Laurel noticed two things about Irv's old bureau. To support the legless corner, Corinne had replaced the stacked catalogs with blocks of wood, and on top, along with her hairbrush and other personal articles, was the primer Laurel had given her. She thumbed open the cover and was pleased to see that Corinne had been practicing. She'd copied several lines of the alphabet on the first page. The letters were imperfect, but by page 3 she was showing improvement. On page 4 she'd doodled a drawing. Beneath it she'd printed Ernie. Laurel laughed softly. Maybe Corinne's drawing was an indecipherable death threat. Their relationship was still prickly. She returned the primer to its place on the bureau, then stepped out and pulled the door closed. As she was retracing her way to the back, she heard the sound of an approaching automobile on the road. A set of headlights topped a hill. Another set of lights followed close behind the first, then a third vehicle. All were traveling fast, maintaining their distance from each other, looking very much like a convoy with a mission. Laurel's heart lurched and didn't stop pounding until they had passed the turnoff to the shack. She could easily have talked her way around being here. It was still Irv's property. She could say she had come to retrieve something he had left behind when they'd moved. But then a worse thought occurred to her. If the shack hadn't been their destination, where were they going in such an obvious hurry beyond? Here was no man's land, nothing out there except not thinking twice about it. She began running toward the hill behind the shack. She forgot all the safety precautions she had hammered into Corinne. Pistol was in her pocket, but she didn't have a lantern, and she wouldn't have lit it if she did. She didn't tread carefully. She didn't think about turning her ankle or slipping on loose rocks and plunging down a steep incline into a crevice where she could dive thirst before being found. She heard the yap of a coyote, but it was far away, and the only predator that concerned her was man. Lawmen, or angry competitors. She didn't know which posed the greatest threat, and was loath to speculate on the consequences of the stills being discovered by either element. If indeed that's where the convoy was headed, she had to get there first. The stills might have to be abandoned, but Corrine and Ernie could escape. Over the months that she'd been making this trek, she'd found routes that weren't so steep, that curved up the incline gradually. But they meandered and took more time, and she was aware of time running out. She went straight up. She stumbled once and fell to her knee. Her skirt and petticoat helped to pad her kneecap, but she'd struck it hard enough to jar her teeth. She would bear a bruise. Losing her footing a second time, she reached for a bush to break her fall. The brittle foliage scraped her arm. A night bird swooped low directly in front of her, its screech causing her to cry out in fright, despite the need for stealth. Her lungs began to burn, her heart felt near to bursting, but she pushed on, upward. If she was wrong, they would all have a good laugh over her frantic climb later. Much later, but for now she must assume that her friends were in danger of being caught, captured, punished to the extreme. If she arrived too late, they might even pay with their lives. Even in the darkness, she knew she was approaching the crest that overlooked Ernie's camp. She was panting hard as she scrambled up the last several yards. Sweat dripped into her eyes, causing them to sting. As she topped the hill, she closed her eyes to blink away the sweat, but also to postpone even for a millisecond what she would see below. Praying for the best, expecting the worst, she opened her eyes. What she saw caused her to stagger backward. She gasped for breath through her mouth, which hung open in disbelief because there was nothing to see below. The clearing was empty. 42, the sheriff, stood at the edge of the clearing with his hands on his hips in a pose of disgust. He watched while deputies used flashlights to search the area, which obviously had been recently vacated. God damn it! Thatcher came alongside him in time to overhear his muttered blasphemy. They just left with Tup. His given name is Thomas. "How's he doing, hanging on?" Doc Perkins gave him a shot of morphine. But up to that point, he was vocal, very, cursed the sons of bitches who had laid the trap, cussed his sorry-ass cousin who'd abandoned him. Thatcher paused, then added, "Honestly, when we arrived and there was nothing here, I thought Elray had been lying about all of it, even the stills." Elray's memory of the stills' location had been miraculously restored when Bill again threatened to turn him over to his great-uncle Hiram. Shortly thereafter, 3 sheriff's department vehicles, one with Dr. Perkins as a ride-along, had set out from town with Elray giving directions. Because the night was so dark, he'd mistaken landmarks several times and they'd had to double back in order to find turnoffs previously missed. The various roads they traveled became progressively narrow and rutted, winding through hills that all looked the same to Thatcher. He had begun to suspect Elray of leading them on a wild goose chase, when the kid had suddenly sat forward and pointed through the windshield. Over there behind them cedars, Tup Johnson had been found in the grave-like hole that Elray had described. He was still alive, but if he didn't die of gangrene or sepsis, he would surely lose the limb, which was half severed already, grotesquely dark and swollen, and had jagged, broken bones protruding from it. As Bill and his deputies had fanned out to investigate the scene, he asked Thatcher to remain with Tup and try to get from him as much information as he could. Apparently, it had slipped the sheriff's mind that Thatcher had declined to become a deputy. But none of this would be taking place if he had let Elray go. So, having only himself to blame for his involvement, he'd done as Bill requested. No, Elray wasn't lying, Thatcher, Bill said now. There were stills here, all right, 2, just like the kid claimed. You ever seen one before? Only pictures. Those stacks of rocks are the fireboxes. Some of the charred wood is still smoldering. Cookers sat on top? Right. Scotty figured the flues were backed up to the cliff face there. An old trick to disperse the smoke, keep it from being easily spotted. What about the man Elray and Tup saw working here? Not a trace. All we know for sure was that he wasn't a Johnson. He had a partner, Thatcher said, bringing Bill around to him. Yeah, Tup says there were 2 of them, but he never got a glimpse of either. While he was writhing on the ground, they came up behind him and put a burlap sack over his head. He thought for sure they would put a bullet through it. But one held his good arm while the other released the trap. No sign of it, Bill said. Retrieved to use another day. No doubt. They lowered Tup into the pit. None too gently, he said. But they left him with a canteen of water and a full jar of moonshine. He admits that he yelled and screamed and cried for his mama. They ignored him and went about breaking camp. He managed to uncap the jar with one hand, drank all the whiskey, and eventually passed out. This morning when he came to, he knew they were gone. Dead silence, he said, except for the gurgling of the spring. Moonshiners capable of assembling a still are just as capable of rapidly taking it apart and relocating. Thatcher smiled, not to a spot as good as this one, according to Tup. This is an ideal place, he would know. Together they watched deputies pick through a clump of dead brush to see what it might yield, but nobody cried Eureka. Bill said Tup didn't see them, but what about their voices? Never spoke a word, neither of them, all night. That's what he said. Moonshiners clever enough to keep their mouths shut, I guess. Anything else he remembers? Thatcher rubbed the back of his neck. They were light-footed. He got another questioning look from the sheriff. I don't know what to make of that either, but Tup said they both had a light tread. So our suspects are clever, mute, light-foots. Bill sighed. At least we know El Rey was telling the truth about this. You still think he's lying? About something? How sure are you? Royal flush sure, Bill gave a grunt. Thatcher watched the flickering flashlight beam sweeping across the ground. The clearing has been pretty much covered. Has anybody checked for tracks leading away from it? A couple of the men tried, but got nowhere. Are you any good at tracking? Stray cows, wolves, coyotes, bobcats. Bill handed him a flashlight. You're not looking for scat or paw prints. Don't venture too far in the dark. I don't want to have to search for you, too. I need to get home. How's Mrs. Amos? Bill turned away. Meet me back at the car in 10. Thatcher rejoined him in under 10 minutes and returned his flashlight. Too dark to see much. I'll send a team out after daylight, but I have a feeling our bear trappers are too savvy to leave an easily followed trail. El Rey had been so fearful of Tup's wrath. He'd pleaded with them to let him stay in the car to avoid being seen. He'd been hunched down in the back seat under a deputy's guard. Bill dismissed the deputy, then got into the driver's seat. Y'all find anything? El Rey asked. Except for Tup. Bill didn't answer. Neither did Thatcher as he climbed into the back with El Rey. I'm not ignorant enough to jump out of a moving car, Mr. Hutton. You don't have to ride back here with me. At some point over the course of the night, the kid had begun addressing Thatcher respectfully, which amused Thatcher. He didn't think El Rey was a genuinely bad sort, or ignorant, but more hapless than anything, like he'd had the rotten luck to be born into a family where he didn't truly fit, which was probably why he was coming to like the kid. But now, he followed Sheriff Amos's lead and gave El Rey the silent treatment as he settled in beside him. He didn't feel like talking just now. Anyway, their silence must have been unnerving because El Rey began to chatter. Only law I broke was to steal another moonshiner's whiskey, and how can that be a crime? I won't see a nickel from that. Plus, I was acting under orders to cause pain, but I didn't raise a hand to nobody. When neither Thatcher nor the sheriff responded, he continued, Them stills was hid so good weren't for me, y'all never would have found 'em. Y'all should be thanking me, not, he swallowed, not whatever y'all are planning. What I think is what y'all ought to do is keep me locked up in jail, maybe a jail in a faraway town, just till the dust settles around here. Better yet, put me on that freight train tomorrow morning, and you'll never have any trouble out of El Rey Johnson again. I have a hankering to see Arkansas. Bill drove in stony silence. Thatcher gazed out the window. El Rey gave up on engaging them and lapsed into a brooding silence. Although by now they were on the main highway, there was little to see. When they passed the plumber's place, Thatcher looked up toward the shack, but it was barely discernible against the black sky. The day he'd come upon Laurel wrestling with the wet sheet, the sky had been purely blue behind her. She'd made quite a sight, one engraved on his memory. He figured he would think back on it for the rest of his life. Under his breath, he cursed her. Damn it, Laurel. Your pacing is making me dizzy. The whiskey is making you dizzy. Irv lifted the jar toward her. You should have a snort. Maybe it would calm you down. I can't afford to be calmed down. Since returning home and waking him up to report what she'd seen and hadn't seen, she'd been beside herself, unable even to sit. You don't know what it was like looking down and seeing nothing there. Everything just gone. While she had been trying to grasp that her friends, the stills, the tent, everything had vanished. Out of the corner of her eye, she'd caught headlight beams sweeping across the smooth face of a nearby hill. Not having had time even to fully regain her breath, she'd turned away from the abandoned site and had begun the return trip to the shack in a flat-out run. Most likely, whoever was in those approaching vehicles would spend more time than she trying to figure out what had happened there and what the implications were. But that was a supposition, not something she could count on, and it was imperative that she not be caught in the vicinity, not by anyone. She'd also been frantic to share this news with Irv, who might possibly have some information unknown to her. Her most earnest hope was that he could provide an explanation for the site having been abandoned. But to her dismay, after she'd shaken him awake, he had listened to her breathless recitation of facts with astonishing and infuriating calmness. For the past hour, while she'd been whipping herself into a froth, he had grown increasingly mellow by sipping from a jar of moonshine. I'm sure Ernie's got it under control. She spun around to him. If you say that one more time, I'm going to hit you with something. You can't be sure of anything. They might have gotten away. They might even have gotten away with most of the equipment. But how far could they have gone carting all that? Ernie's old truck. Yes, Ernie's old truck. She stopped in her tracks and turned to face him, hands fisted at her sides. Why wasn't I ever told that Ernie had an old truck? Because we had no call to tell you until tonight, she shouted. If his truck is so well hidden in the hills, maybe they couldn't get to it. Carrying all that paraphernalia? How could they possibly? If the people in the 3 vehicles I saw launch a search, God. She resumed pacing and wringing her hands. Ernie and Corinne could be in custody, or worse, dead, and any minute now so could we be. I'm sure Ernie's got it. Her glare silenced him. He used the jar of moonshine to point at the article lying at the foot of his bed. I still think that could be a message of some sort. She picked up Corinne's workbook and slapped it against her palm. Of what sort? It's squiggles and lines. Then why'd you bother going in after it and bringing it back? You must have thought those hen scratches the girl made meant something. The return jaunt to the shack had seemed more hazardous because it was mostly downhill, and she'd run like the devil was chasing her, which she feared he was. By the time she'd reached the shack, her entire body had been about to give out on her. Muscles, lungs, heart had been taxed to their limit. She'd collapsed against her Model T, her arms outstretched across its hood, hugging it like a pilgrim at a shrine. She'd allowed herself one precious minute to slow her heartbeat and breathing. Partially restored, she'd willed herself to move and get into the Model T. I was backing into a turn so I could drive out when I remembered seeing this primer on the dresser. I honestly don't know what urged me to stop and get it. She opened the workbook to the page where Corinne had drawn what looked like absent-minded scribbles. She realized now that the printing of Ernie's name seemed beyond Corinne's present capabilities. Is Ernie literate? Yes, he's no scholar, but he can read good enough to get by. Then maybe this is his doing, and Corinne left the primer where she knew I would see it. Let me take another look. She rounded the bed where Irv was semi-reclined and handed him the primer. He studied the crudely drawn etching, tilting both his head and the workbook to various angles. Then a laugh began deep inside his chest before burbling out, "What? What is it?" He closed the primer and passed it back to her. "Go to bed, Laurel. Not on your life. Turn out the light. Everything's fine. I know where they're at." He refused to talk about it further, saying that morning would come soon enough. Frustrated but exhausted, Laurel turned out his bedroom light and pulled the door shut on her way out. Bone-weary as she was, she took a bath before retreating upstairs to her room, where she pulled on a fresh nightgown, took the pins from her hair and gave it a good brushing. She plaited it loosely into her customary bedtime braid. She was about to extinguish the flame in the lamp when she saw his reflection in her dresser mirror. Gasping, she spun around, her hand at her throat. 43, don't raise a ruckus. What do you think you're doing? Get out of here. Thatcher came into the room and quietly closed the door. If you don't leave in 2 seconds, I'll shoot you. With what? You keep your pistol in the pocket of your skirt? How do you know that? I've noticed you're always patting at it. Intending to mend and wash her tattered and soiled skirt in the morning, she'd left it on a hook on the back of the bathroom door, her pistol forgotten in the pocket. She didn't believe Thatcher meant to harm her, but she wished she had the derringer to reinforce her point about his audacious intrusion. As you're well aware, Irv has a shotgun, she said. He's right downstairs, sawing logs. I could hear his snores as I passed through the kitchen. If you don't leave now, I'll yell for him. No, you won't. You don't want me confronting him with this. This, what? He didn't answer. Instead, he took off his well-worn black felt cowboy hat and set it on a table. Then he took off his jacket and folded it over the back of a chair. Pick those right back up, she said. I did not invite you to stay. In point of fact, I'm sick of you sneaking around me in my house. What gives you the right to do that, to show up at all hours of the night, when you always seem to be awake? Awake and wound up like a top. I wonder why that is. If I'm wound up, it could be because you appear out of nowhere and catch me unfit to receive a visitor. Yes, this was twice, wasn't it, that he'd caught her wearing only. She didn't finish that thought because, somewhat recovered from the shock of his being in her house, her bedroom, she realized that his demeanor was particularly solemn. His gray eyes shone in the lamplight beautifully, but reflecting bleakness. His face was drawn, his expression taut, emphasizing the sharp ridges of his cheekbones. He looked as though he were about to undertake a dreaded task, like someone designated to deliver tragic news. She felt twinges of alarm. Why was he here? It was then she noticed that his boots had been ghosted over with a fine, chalky dust, and she realized where he had been tonight before coming to her. Though her breathing turned quick and uneven, she struggled to keep her features schooled. She even managed to ask aloud the troubling question in her mind. Why are you here? He reached down to his coat and took something from the breast pocket, then walked over and set it on the dresser. Instantly recognizing a silver barrette, her heart seized up. She swallowed. I must have lost it in the yard. Speaking quietly, he said, I didn't find it in your yard, Laurel. She didn't need to ask where he had found it. She knew, but she brazened it out and made an offhanded gesture. Then it probably isn't mine. I've seen you wear it in your hair. Lots of women have that same clip. Hancock sells them, 6 to a card. You didn't need to bother to return it. Actually, I did. Why? Because I've got something to tell you about a hair barrette. Have you seen Chester Landry around? The question was out of context. She replied with exasperation. No, I told you it was doubtful I would. Thatcher didn't look convinced, she added. I don't know the man. How many times do I have to tell you, was the O'Connor's trip up to Ranger successful? He was intentionally trying to rattle her. She couldn't allow being caught off guard. They didn't encounter any problems. In fact, they did. They sold out of pies in a matter of minutes and left some of the roughnecks disgruntled. I need to bump up production. If her flippant answer annoyed him, he didn't show it. How's Corrine working out? Involuntarily, she glanced at the barrette and could have kicked herself for doing so. She'll be able to do more when her arm gets stronger. She could tell by the way Thatcher was looking at her that he knew she was hedging every answer to these questions. On the surface, they might seem casual and random, but she knew they weren't. Do you know Elray Johnson? That query genuinely threw her. His name is vaguely familiar. Is he one of the Notorious clan? Yeah. His cousin Wally was murdered recently. Elray discovered his body. That's it. I remember reading his name in the newspaper. What about him? He told her about the teen's aborted attempt to steal a horse from Barker's stable. I took him to the jail and summoned the sheriff. That doesn't seem fair. You caught him before he stole anything. But I sensed that he had something else on his conscience. Turned out I was right. He confessed to stealing crates of corn liquor from a competing moonshiner. Those twinges of alarm became outright pangs. She was trembling on the inside but managed to keep her voice steady. From what I understand, that happens routinely. This theft might have been routine if it had stopped at that, but it didn't. What happened? Last night, Elray and his cousin Tup went back to the same still. A decision they came to regret. There was an incident. Heart in her throat, she asked, what kind of incident? One that warranted investigation. Tonight, when Sheriff Amos organized a team of deputies to return to the scene with Elray, I was more or less recruited to go along. That was the convoy she'd seen. Thatcher had been among those who discovered the location of their stills, and there he'd found the barrette she'd given Corinne, feeling that her silence might be a giveaway to her mounting anxiety. She said, like at Lefty's, "You were roped into taking part in the raid." He gave a mirthless smile. Literally this time, he told her about lassoing Elray. But that's neither here nor there. He was pressured into leading us to the site. Seemed like we covered miles of wilderness on roundabout roads. I thought the kid had been lying. But no, we found Cousin Tup at the still, in a hole in the ground with his arm mangled, so bad you couldn't identify it as a human part. His eyes holding steady on hers, he said. It had been snared in a bear trap. By now, her heart was pumping so hard she thought she might faint. By a sheer act of will, she contained a sob pressing at the back of her throat. "That's horrible," she said hoarsely. "Was he dead?" Last I heard, he was still alive, but short one arm. The strength to stand up deserted her. She sank down onto the end of her bed and hugged her elbows close to her body. How awful. Thatcher sat down in the rocking chair in which she had planned to spend hours rocking Pearl in her lap, reading to her from storybooks, loving her. She had attached a cushion to the chair's back so she'd have something to lean her head against during nighttime feedings that had never taken place. Thatcher placed his head on that cushion now and closed his eyes. Whoever was operating the stills, there were at least two of them, had cleared out, taking everything with them. Setting that trap to catch a man stealing moonshine seemed extreme, a cruel thing to do. But, he continued on a sigh, Tup had stolen from them and had gone back with every intention of stealing again and then destroying their property. He and Elray had been ordered by the family head, Hiram, to rain down hell on them. If they hadn't caught Tup in that trap, if they hadn't cleared out, chances are good they would be dead. He rocked 2 or 3 arcs. I used to think the difference between right and wrong was clear-cut. Law and justice meant the same thing, but I'm not sure of that anymore. She studied him for a time. He looked like an everyday cowboy who lived from one day to the next, accepting and dealing with the vagaries of life without giving them much thought. Not so Thatcher Hutton. Perhaps he thought too much, saw too much. "Who are you?" she asked, in a hushed tone that conveyed her mystification. "Who are you, really? Where did you come from?" He stopped rocking and looked over at her. "What do you mean?" She didn't say anything, only continued to search his face. Finally, he said, "I'm nobody. Parents?" He went back to rocking, but rested his head on the cushion again and gazed into near space. "Well, I didn't hatch, but I don't remember either of them. I was told my father worked in a smithy, shoeing horses mostly. He was accused of laming a horse on purpose because he held a grudge against the owner. The horse had to be put down. My dad was tried and sentenced. He didn't survive prison. I never knew what exactly he died of. Is your mother still living? I don't know. She ran off with my daddy's accuser days after he was convicted. They were never seen or heard of again." He glanced over at her and asked dryly, "Do you reckon that story about the lame horse might have been made up?" Laurel was dismayed. "She just left you? Appears so. Who took care of you? I was placed with a family. Decent people. They took in orphans, kids like me. We were expected to do chores on their place, but they saw that we got schooling. When I was 11, thereabouts, I heard that a Mr. Henry Hobson, who had a large spread, was looking for hands to drive his sizable herd to the nearest railhead, which at that time was Fort Worth. Mr. Hobson's age requirement for trail hands was 13, but I passed for that. He signed me on. He smiled with one corner of his mouth. Years later, he told me he knew I'd fudged on my age, but he saw how bad I wanted the job. Anyhow, after the drive, he made it permanent. I lived and worked on his ranch for the next 15 years, till I was drafted into the Army. Why haven't you gone back? Nothing to go back to. He told her the circumstances, his gaze pensive and sad when he talked about his mentor's death and the change of fortune it had wrought for him. Mr. Hobson was the finest man I've ever met. I called his son up in Dallas and left word how to reach me. Haven't heard from him, though, and I don't expect to. Don't see that it makes much difference. Not now. Now? He broke his distant stare and turned to her. Things have changed, Laurel. What things? Since when? Since tonight. He left the rocker and made a circuit of the bedroom. Pausing at one of the windows, he drew the curtain aside and looked out before resuming his restless prowling. Ordinarily, she would have resented his prying and this invasion of her personal space and would have told him so. However, being unsure of his reason for coming here and made timid by his broodiness, she held her tongue. He said before they took Tup away, I had a chance to talk to him. He told me what he remembered about the two people working those stills. One trait he recalled was they were both light-footed. Now, standing in front of her dresser, he looked down at the barrette he'd set there. Where's Corinne? Believing it would benefit her to stick as close to the truth as possible, she said, She's staying at the shack. He turned and fixed his gaze on her. She was afraid if she didn't pull her weight, I'd kick her out, although I had assured her I wouldn't. But she was doing too much and not giving her broken arm time to heal properly. I took her out there to stay for a while. We drove past the old place tonight twice. The shack was pitch black dark both times. I guess she had turned in. He came toward where she sat on the end of her bed. If I went back out there right now, would she be there? Why are you asking me all these questions? He captured her head between his hands, tilted it back, and brought his face close to hers. Because I'm afraid we're going to wind up on opposite sides of a bitter and bloody fight. What fight? You know, damn good and well, what fight, Laurel? Why did I find your hair clip at the site of a still? She tried to look down, but he held her head, disallowing her to look away and making it impossible for her to lie to him anymore. With a catch in her voice, she implored him, Please don't ask. He stamped a hard kiss on her lips. Please don't answer. He placed his knee on the bed and took her down with him as he stretched out across it. He dug his fingers into her hair as his thumbs brushed across her cheeks, looking into her eyes. He said, You knew this was coming, didn't you? Understanding what he meant by this, she whispered roughly. Since that day we met on the street, I knew sooner than that, also knew it was a bad idea. You're the damnedest, most complicated woman I've ever met. But I can't stop wanting you. He kissed her again. This time it started out tender, but almost at once turned tempestuous. When she responded with the same degree of ardor, he placed one arm around her shoulders while the other encircled her waist. She folded her arm around his neck and clung. Moaning unintelligible words of arousal, he wedged his knee between hers and pushed it up to separate her thighs, then splayed his hand over her bottom and secured her against him. She felt his want hard and imperative, assertively male. Every feminine inclination in her being yearned to have that potency inside her. When he began undoing the buttons down the front of her nightgown, she said faintly, The lamp. Stays on. He opened her neckline, slid his hand inside, and lifted her breast clear of her nightgown. Jesus. His warm breath drifted over her, as did his fingertips. Feather light, he lowered his head and rubbed his lips against her nipple, then swept it with his tongue. She whispered his name and tunneled her fingers into his hair. He hadn't gotten it cut since she had met him. It was longer, thicker than then, and she loved the feel of it sliding between her fingers. When he drew her nipple into his mouth, she closed her fingers, clutching at his hair. He tilted his hips and began moving against her. She arched up to meet the evocative thrusts. Air stirred against her skin as he raised her nightgown up over her hip. He cradled the back of her knee in his palm, squeezed it with strong fingers, then began stroking her inner thigh. His touch was gentle but bold, dictating adjustments in position as he worked his hand up to where she lay open. His exploring caresses brought her into stunning awareness of her own feverish, full achiness of how wet she was. When he pressed a finger into her, she flinched. but reflexively she clenched, signaling a desire for more. He withdrew his finger, but where he touched her next caused her body to jerk in response. He began drawing fluid circles upon that spot. When at the same time his mouth tugged on her nipple, her body began to tingle throughout. It was wonderful. It terrified her. She gasped, "What are you?" And then all control spun away from her. Her throat arched, her hips came up off the bed, seeking the cursive design of his strokes. If he stopped, she would die. If he continued, she would die. She ground against his hand in her desire to be engulfed by this tidal wave of sensation, even as she feared being drowned by it. She panicked and cried out, "Stop!" He did so instantly. He pulled his hand from beneath her nightgown and braced himself above her on one arm. "Laurel, don't!" Using hands and heels, she madly pushed herself from beneath him, moving all the way up to the brass headboard. She crammed the hem of her nightgown into the V of her thighs, grabbed a pillow and held it against her bared breasts. Her nipples were pinpoints of sensation. Thatcher was looking at her with bewilderment and concern. "What?" She couldn't speak for the currents that continued to ripple through her. Even as they ebbed, her breathing remained choppy. "Did I hurt you?" She shook her head and managed a gruff, "No." She pulled down her nightgown to cover her legs. "I'm not like the French girls, that's all." He frowned. "What?" "I know about them," Derby told me. He admitted that he had been with a few women while he was over there, only because of the horrible things he saw. I couldn't hold it against him, could I? He opened his mouth to speak, but she cut him off before he could. He told me the girls over there do things that are unheard of in America. Against the law, even. Not only prostitutes, regular girls. I'm sure you had your share of them. He looked down at the floor and ran his hand around the back of his neck. "Laurel, of course you did. That's none of my business. Just don't expect me to be like them and do things." She raised her chin toward the bedroom door. "Please be enough of a gentleman to leave now." He looked like he wanted to argue, to say more, but he exhaled heavily and turned away from the bed. He picked up his hat and put it on, then pulled on his jacket. He went to the door but didn't open it. Looking back at her, he said, "I didn't finish my story. I don't want to hear it." "Well, you need to. It doesn't concern me. I hope to God not. I really hope to God not, Laurel." He paused. "See, when we got back to the jail, the sheriff left straight for home. I volunteered to escort Elray inside and lock him up. Deputies were piling out of the other car. Some lit up smokes and jawed about the expedition. Others went inside. I hung back with Elray and seized the opportunity to ask him in private what he'd been lying about. He told you the truth, but not all of it. I knew he was holding something back about Wally's murder, something that had recently come to light. He hem-hawed around but finally told me that a tip had come from none other than Gert. According to her, a competing moonshiner had done Wally in. That's not at all surprising. I didn't think so either, but I sensed that Elray was still withholding something. I kept pressing him about the identity of this bloodthirsty competitor, and he finally gave up what he knew, which was, it's a woman. Laurel's breathing was suspended for a full 15 seconds before Thatcher continued. I doubted him. I told him that either Gert was lying or she'd been misunderstood. Elray swore he was there when Gert named the culprit to his great-uncle Hiram. Naturally, I encouraged him to give me her name, and I believe he eventually would have, except that somebody shot him through the head from the roof of the bank building. Laurel exhaled in a burst. "Oh my God, Thatcher!" He stared at her for several beats. He was standing no more than a foot away from me. I saw his eyes go dead before he dropped. She covered her mouth with a shaking hand. "I'm sorry." "Yeah, so am I." He wouldn't have been there if it weren't for me. He put his hand on the doorknob and addressed it rather than her. Sheriff Amos predicted that there was going to be a bloody moonshine war. He said he could use an extra deputy and offered me the job. I turned him down, told him it didn't have anything to do with me, that it wasn't my fight and I wouldn't be taking sides. That's the thing that changed tonight. He reached into his pocket, took out the now familiar badge, and looking back at her, pinned it to his lapel. Irv was standing in the kitchen, holding the shotgun aimed at the door through which Thatcher had to pass on his way out. When he saw Irv, he stopped. The two squared off, and when Irv spotted the badge, his scowl deepened. He said, "Badge or not, I could shoot you for trespassing." "You could, but just so you know, I'm unarmed." "To a jury that might look like murder. I could murder you for messing with my daughter-in-law. I'd be dead. Laurel would be left to suffer a scandal. It's Laurel now, is it?" "Yes." Thatcher walked forward until the barrel of the shotgun was inches from his belly. "It's Laurel, and hear me, plumber. If you and your moonshining get her killed, I'm going to kill you." He allowed time for the words to sink in. Then he stepped around the old man and left through the back door. 44 Norma was seated on a stool at her vanity table, plucking her eyebrows when Patsy sauntered into the bedroom. "You're not even dressed yet?" Norma yanked out the last wayward hair, dropped the tweezers onto the vanity, and swiveled around. "What's your rush?" "I'm not in a rush. The man at the bank is, and he keeps bankers' hours." "What is the problem?" "Something to do with a signatory card. He was expecting us at 1 o'clock. It's 30 minutes after. Can't you handle it alone?" "I don't want to get Arthur up just to traipse in and out of the bank." 5 minutes later, Patsy left the house more noisily than necessary, probably in a spiteful attempt to wake Arthur from his nap. But he slept peacefully in his bassinet. Earlier, Norma had placed it near the open living room window that provided a gentle southern breeze. She was returning to her bedroom when she heard an auto braking out front. Thinking that Patsy must have forgotten something, she muttered, "Not a moment's peace around here." But when she looked out the window, her irritation evolved into apprehension. Bernie Croft was climbing out of an unfamiliar automobile. It wasn't his long touring car, but a much smaller roadster. For once, his chauffeur, whom she secretly feared, wasn't with him. She overlapped the sides of her silky floral-patterned robe and tied the belt tightly around her waist. It was almost back to what it had been before the baby. Her curvy figure was coveted by women and lusted after by men. Arthur had been worth the temporary bloating, but she was glad to have her notable figure restored. As Bernie neared the door, she opened it and, with more bravado than she felt, said, "This is a surprise. A good one, I hope. A delightful one." She stood aside. He came in. This being his first time ever to come here, he took a look around. Like the rest of the house, the main room was shabby overall. The wallpaper was faded. The window curtain sagged unevenly. There were stains on the rug. In these surroundings, Bernie looked all the more immaculate and imposing. "I'm a mess," she said. "Give me a sec, of course." Norma rushed into her bedroom and inspected herself from the different angles provided by the tri-panel mirror. Damn it, she didn't look her best. Although it was after lunchtime, she'd spent a lazy morning and hadn't even powdered her nose. There wasn't time to pin up her hair, so she fluffed it around her shoulders. Grabbing a tube of lipstick, she applied a coating, then turned toward the door as Bernie strode in and tossed his hat into a chair piled with discarded clothing, embarrassed over the bedroom's messiness. She made a self-conscious gesture of helplessness. "The baby keeps me so busy, I don't have time to do much else." Then, around a nervous laugh, she added, "Not that I've ever been much of a housekeeper. You weren't expecting company, especially not such important company." His affectionate smile relaxed her. Gabe wouldn't have been fool enough to tell Bernie that she was in on their secret about Pointer's Gap. "Would you like something? Maybe some iced tea?" "Nothing, thank you, except privacy." He shut the bedroom door with his elbow. She would have preferred that it be left open a crack, so she could hear Arthur if he stirred, but Bernie was having to bat away the articles of clothing hanging on the back of the door that had swung outward and swiped his face, so she let it go. "Did you see Arthur?" "I took a look," he said, "but you're who I came to see." Responding to the suggestiveness of his tone, she moved her shoulder enough to make the robe slip off it. "I hope you don't mind that I didn't consult you on the baby's name. Do you like it?" "It'll do. Well, I couldn't name him after you, could I?" He laughed. "God, no. He has your wide brow. I hope no one notices the resemblance. No one will be looking for one," he said. "If they look for resemblances to anyone, it will be Gabe. Yes, our marriage coming so soon after his wife's disappearance may raise a few brows, but I've come up with a tragic love story. She placed the back of her wrist to her forehead and struck a dramatic pose. Arthur's father was taken too soon, I'll say, and give a delicate sniff-sniff. He never got to see his son, but he would be pleased to know that his child's stepfather is a prominent physician, a loving man who treats Arthur as his own. He grinned. You've got it all planned. I'm a planner, but I do like surprises. She leaned back against her vanity table, letting her robe fall open, baring her legs. Appreciating the view, Bernie walked toward her. You're no pious-looking Madonna, Norma. She fluttered her eyelashes. Thank you for saying so. How is motherhood? Sleep-depriving. But I adore Arthur. He's a good baby. Bernie fingered the silk lapels of her robe, then impatiently pushed them apart. Are you a good mother? I think so. I want to be. I'm sure you are. He covered her breasts with his wide hands and squeezed with these titties. I'm sure you excel. Arthur's a lucky little bastard. She recoiled. Don't call him that. That's what he is. It's an ugly word. I agree. He looked up from her breasts into her eyes. So is whore, her lips parted in shock. And that's what you are, Norma. I'm not. The word fits you to a T. His squeezes had become painful pinches. She pushed his grasping hands away and pulled her robe together. You had better leave. Gabe wouldn't like knowing that I was fucking you on the night he called me in a panic over killing his wife. He never has to know about us. Maybe he should. No, anyway, that phase of my life is over. I got what I wanted. A well-to-do husband with a lovely home. Yes, respectability. Yes, Gabe hasn't married you yet. Soon, though, but the blushing bride-to-be welcomes me naked except for that cheap tacky robe and red lipstick. Before I knew you were going to be so horrid, you thought we would end our affair on a sweeter note. Yes, I hate to disappoint. He pulled back his fist and slammed it into her face. The pain was so excruciating she didn't even feel the center mirror of her vanity shattering against her back when she fell into it. He hit her in the face again, this time hard enough to knock her to the floor. She groped for the vanity stool to try and pull herself up and attempt some kind of defense, but he kicked the stool out of her reach. She crawled on all fours in an effort to escape his hammering fists and the vile things he was saying to her and about her worse. He didn't shout the insults in outrage. He spoke them in a soft but repugnant parody of sweet nothings. He kicked her in the ribs. Then he stopped and stood over her, breathing heavily. She thought that perhaps that was the end of it. He'd vented his rage. He was through, but then he stamped on her, and the pain was unimaginable. She screamed. He pulled her up by her hair and pushed her face first onto the bed. He held her head down with one hand and used the other to shove her robe up above her waist. He clamped the tops of her thighs and forced them apart. She tried to scream again, but the mattress beneath her battered face muffled the sound. She couldn't draw in sufficient air through either her nose or her split and bleeding lips. She feared suffocating, but in a black and distant part of her mind she wished she would. His thrusts were brutal. His hands held her with bruising strength. His language was obscene, vicious, abasing. It seemed to go on forever, then heaving and hot, he collapsed on top of her, leaden, compressing her lungs, making spears of the ribs he'd broken. But he lifted his hand from her head, allowing her to turn it aside and try to suck in air through her mouth, but nothing was functioning right. His sweat had combined with the cloying scent of his cologne, making her gag. She choked on blood. Finally, he pushed off of her. Standing beside the bed, he righted himself. She heard the rustle of his clothing, the jingle of his belt buckle, the clink of his watch fob. The floorboards creaked under his weight as he crossed the room toward the door. It whooshed open, the clothes hanging on the back of it, swishing. In a voice that was eerily detached, he said, "If you have the misfortune of surviving and if you breathe a word of this, I'll tie that brat of yours in a sack and throw him in the Brazos." He walked out of the bedroom. He left the house. Norma was too benumbed to move. 45 Laurel baked all day. Recollections of what had happened between Thatcher and her last night were persistent distractions, and her feelings about them ranged from delirium to despair. Work helped to keep those troubling thoughts from swamping her, but they lurked at the fringes of her mind, teasing and tormenting. While her last batch of pies was cooling, she delivered Clyde Martin's order to the cafe. By dusk, when the O'Connors showed up, she had pies boxed and ready for them. "Where's the whiskey?" Davy asked. "We're fresh out. There's been some trouble. Our distiller had to shut down and relocate in a hurry. I'm hopeful he'll do a run tonight, but at this point, I just don't know. In the meantime, we're in the pie business exclusively." The twins took the news with a surprising lack of despondency. "Don't worry yourself, lovely," Laurel Davy said. "In view of our recent shortfall, we've been courting another supplier to keep us in moonshine should another shortage occur, which it has. Once we're up and running again, wait. What other supplier? Who?" "Now, Laurel, you know better than to ask," Mike said. "We can't give you his name any more than we'd give him yours. It's all very discreet. Is he reliable?" "Yes," Davy said, "but reliability is expensive." "How expensive?" They told her the terms of the deal they'd negotiated, and they were reasonable. Nevertheless, she was leery. "I don't like having to buy moonshine in order to sell it." "A temporary necessity," Mike said, his brother added, "and a smaller profit is better than none." "Is his whiskey any good?" "We thought so," Mike said. His glazed eyes indicated that he had had more than a sampling, which reassured Laurel not at all. Dividing a stern look between them, she said, "You're sure of this?" Davy answered for both. "We wouldn't let you down, sweetheart." Reluctantly, she counted out the currency they would need to purchase the moonshine, just this once. Before they set off, she pleaded with them, "Please, please be careful. A young man was killed last night right in front of the sheriff's office." "Ah, we heard about that. Tragic for sure, but it's rumored that it was a family dispute, nothing to do with us." She could have argued that it wasn't any old family's dispute, it was a Johnson family dispute, and that if they discovered that it was her still where their kinsman Tup had been maimed, the clan would be gunning for her. The less the twins knew of that, better. She also didn't want them knowing that she was consorting with a lawman. Further discussion of Elray's slaying might lead to mention of Thatcher, a subject best avoided. But no sooner had she thought that than Mike said, "Did you hear about your good Samaritan, Mr. Hutton?" "What about him?" "Ah, he was talking to the young man when it happened." A second shot missed Hutton by a hair. Davy picked up, but he took off running to the building where the shots came from. "Couldn't be stopped," they said. Laurel's hands had gone clammy. "Who said?" she asked huskily. The sheriff's deputies trying to hold him back because he wasn't even armed, but that didn't stop him sprinting to the bank building. He was mad to catch the shooter. Those there said he never uttered a word, but that the look in his eyes was positively feral. "He didn't catch him?" she asked. "No," Mike said. "Lucky for the murdering Johnson." Laurel put up a disinterested front, but she couldn't wait for the twins to be on their way. After they left, she felt more forlorn than she had since Derby's suicide and Pearl's death. She'd had no control over either of those life-changing events, but rather than surrender to feelings of defeat, she had resolved never to be that defenseless against fate again. With sheer determination, she had persevered, had built a life and livelihood for herself. Now, she felt control of that also slipping away. Recent events had played out on their own without her knowledge or oversight. Irv had been wounded, a man had lost his arm, a boy had lost his life, Ernie and Corrine in the stills were unaccounted for. Where had her tight grip on control been when all that was happening and when she was with Thatcher? Last night he'd come to her after what surely had been one of the worst experiences of his life. But his concern had been for her, not for himself. She recalled the sorrow in his eyes when he'd told her about his mentor's death and Elray Johnson's murder. She also remembered the determination in his demeanor when he'd pinned on the badge. Some might mistake his reticence for indifference or a steeliness against emotion, but he felt things more deeply than anybody she'd ever met. She'd fought her attraction to him every step of the way, but last night she'd been helpless against it. She'd been overtaken by the look and feel of him. the desperation in his voice when he'd said, "Please don't answer." Unlike anything she'd ever experienced, the groundswell of sexual sensation brought on by his caresses had completely undone her. The control had belonged to him, not to her, and that loss of herself had been terrifying, but also thrilling. If the climb had been that incredible, what would the cresting have felt like? She couldn't help but wonder and regret. Laurel, nearly jumping out of her skin, she whipped around to find Irv standing behind her and dressed to go out. "You were a million miles away, girl. What were you thinking about?" "Nothing." "Huh, didn't look like it to me." He watched her for a moment. "I threatened to shoot him. If you want me to, I will." Ignoring that, she patted her pocket to make certain she had her pistol. "Are you ready?" Laurel insisted on driving even though they were taking Irv's truck. He gave in way too easily, leaving Laurel to believe that even though the bullet wound had closed and healed well enough for him to leave his bed, his arm remained infirm. He brought Ernie's map with him, although he claimed to know where his partner had likely relocated their stills. "He showed me the place once, bragged on it being nearly perfect like our other spot." "Is it on your property?" "Barely." When she shot him a doubtful glance, he added defensively, "Barely counts." They drove for half an hour. When they saw a flicker of firelight in the distance, Laurel slowed down. "They may start shooting before they realize it's us." "Honk the horn 3 times. That's the signal." The new location had the natural attributes of the original. Ernie and Corrine had both stills reassembled and both were cooking. Over cups of coffee, they told Laurel and Irv about the harrowing night they had spent moving everything. Ernie said, "Soon's we got the trap off that fella's arm and put him in the hole, I ran for my truck, brought it to the site, and started loading everything up. Even with a gimp arm, she did all right," he said, looking over at Corinne. "I like to wore myself out," she said, "but in a way it was good. We had to take everything apart and put it back together here. I learned a lot, but I don't want to do it again anytime soon." "We wasn't sure you'd get the map," Ernie said. "It was her idea to leave it." Laurel told them about her seeing the convoy from the shack and racing over the hill to beat it. Although at the time I didn't know it was lawmen, it could just as well have been rival moonshiners. Imagine my shock to see the place deserted and not knowing what had happened to you. She finished telling the rest of it. I can't explain what inspired me to get the primer. Irv figured out what the drawing meant. Ernie tossed the dregs of his coffee into the dirt and watched as it was absorbed. "Was the thief I trapped a Johnson?" Laurel nodded. "He and a younger cousin." "He die in the hidey hole?" "Miraculously, no, but his arm was amputated." He nodded solemnly. "Then he probably won't be stealing no more." "Probably. But that was a big price to pay for a few crates of moonshine." "Yep, it was Miss Laurel, but given the chance, he'd have killed us without blinking." Thatcher had reasoned the same. She said it's believed that was his intention. "What about the cousin who ran out on him?" "Shot and killed last night," Laurel said. "They feel for sure by his own kin." She related the circumstances, but didn't refer to Thatcher by name, only as a deputy who was seeking information about Wally's murder. As though reading her mind, Corrine asked, "You seen any more of Mr. Hutton?" Irv harrumphed and kept his head down, poking at the logs in the cook fire with a stick. Laurel said, "He came by one evening to check on Irv's progress." Quickly changing the subject, she asked Ernie about their renewed production. "Can you step it up?" "We brought 6 barrels of mash with us that were close to ready. The rest we had to pour out. Luckily, we had enough supplies to mix up more yesterday and today. We've got 2 crates you can take with you," Corinne said with pride. "I got 'em ready myself while Ernie was mixing the mash." 2 crates wouldn't have excited Laurel a few days ago, but now she was glad to know she had them. She didn't tell the others about the O'Connors buying from another moonshiner, knowing that they, particularly Irv, who mistrusted the twins, would disapprove. She disapproved. They discussed more about the operation than Laurel expressed her misgivings. "Tupp and Elroy Johnson found our stills. How well hidden are you here, Ernie?" "Pretty good, I reckon, or I wouldn't have moved us here." He glanced around at the others, but about them, Johnson's finding us. "What?" Irv said. "Just seems unlikely is all," Ernie said. Without looking directly at anyone, he added, "Unless they were keeping an eye on the shack." "Why would they be doing that?" Laurel asked. He shrugged his bony shoulders. If somebody was to have tipped him off, Laurel's ears began to roar as Thatcher's words came back to her in a surge. Elray swore he was there when Gert told his great-uncle Hiram who the culprit was, the culprit meaning the female moonshiner. Gert knew Laurel was dealing in whiskey. She had been there when Laurel and Lefty had sealed their deal. She'd been livid to learn that Laurel had sheltered Corinne, narrowed down that would be in one of two dwellings, their house in town or the shack. If it had been discovered that Corinne was living in the shack, if she'd been seen going on foot over the hills, if she'd been followed to the still, Gert would have had the perfect setup for revenge against both Corinne and Laurel. Good God. Everything that had happened in the last 48 hours was a consequence of Laurel's going to the roadhouse that day. Thatcher had said he was afraid they would wind up on opposite sides of a fight. He wasn't afraid of it at all. He already knew that she was moonshining, and last night he'd warned her that, thanks to the vengeful Gert. The Johnsons did, too. "Corinne, things have become dangerous. You have to come back to town with Irv and me," she said. "You're too far from the shack to be going back and forth on foot." "Ernie and me done talked about it," the girl said. "I'll stay here and help him do runs till we catch up." "Ernie?" Irv asked. "What do you think of that plan?" He shifted self-consciously. When she ain't blabbing, she's handy. Laurel came to her feet. "It doesn't matter what Ernie thinks. It matters what I think." The three of them looked up at her like she'd lost her mind, and very possibly she had. She walked away from them, pressing her fingers against her temples where her pulse was beating fast and hard. There had to be a way out of this, not to save her own skin, but to protect these three and the twins. The logical solution to all their problems would be to shut down completely, but then what? She couldn't stop Ernie and Irv from carrying on as they had before her interference. Corinne, having shown an enthusiasm for making corn liquor, would likely join them. The twins were young, daring, and resourceful. They obviously had other contacts in the illegal liquor trade. With their winning personalities, they would prosper. She would bake and sell pies. The dreariest part of that prospect would be that Gert would continue to thrive, turning victims of mistreatment and misfortune into prostitutes for her gain. Laurel slowly came back around to three pairs of eyes looking at her expectantly. Corinne would actually be safer out here than she would be in town, where she was much more likely to be seen by someone who would return her to Gert. But this was hardly a Garden of Eden. "Corinne, are you sure you want to stay here?" "Oh, I don't mind at all. I'm enjoying being out in the open." Irv and Laurel looked to Ernie for his opinion. "She's proved herself to be right smart," he said. "Nimble and quick, too." "All right," Laurel said, but not without reluctance. "For the present, she stays. Please get the crates loaded into the truck." Although Irv couldn't be of much help, he accompanied Ernie. Laurel stayed behind with Corinne. "I'll be back the day after tomorrow." She glanced over at the tent. "By then, if you've changed your mind about your situation here, you can come back to town with me. You'll have a home with Irv and me. I know what you're asking without coming right out with it." "Ernie treats me regular, not like a whore." "You were never a whore, Corinne. You were a victim of circumstance. Well, anyway, Ernie has his cranky moments, usually over my jabbering, but he's nice. Even without me asking, he dug a latrine for my private use." Laurel tried to contain her smile. "That was thoughtful of him." The men came back for the other crate. As soon as they were out of earshot again, Laurel said, "Corinne, the morning after Irv got shot and you and I were having breakfast, you talked to me about Gert and how upset she'd been with Wally Johnson for the beating he gave you upset. I'll say she carried on something fierce." Laurel remembered what Corinne had told her that day, but she wanted to hear it from her again. What made Gert so angry? "'Cause I look like roadkill and she wouldn't be making any money off me, and money is all she cares about. She was so mad at Wally. Her face turned purple. She hollered cuss words, threatened him with a meat cleaver, and ordered him to get his ugly self out of her place." Laurel patted the girl's shoulder. "Ernie needs help, and you seem content to be here. But I'm worried about your safety. You got no call to be." "Yes, I do, Corinne. Believe me. Ernie's protective, I'm sure. But he may not always be around. You need to protect yourself." "I will, Miss Laurel. I promise." "Well, I want to make sure of that." 46. The landlady called Thatcher away from the supper buffet to the telephone in the hall. "Keep it short," she said as she handed him the earpiece. "There's others who use it too, you know." Thinking it might be Trey Hobson at long last, he leaned into the mouthpiece mounted on the wall. "This is Thatcher." Bill Amos said, "Can you get over to Doc Perkins's office?" "Right now?" "Right now." "Who's sick?" "Just come. Don't say anything to anybody." The sheriff disconnected. Thatcher hung up, stared at the telephone in puzzlement for several seconds. Then, responding to Bill's urgency, ducked back into the dining room to take his hat from the rack. The crabby Mrs. May said, "Are you eatin' or not?" Not. He was aware of Chester Landry's interest in his abrupt departure, but he didn't acknowledge the man as he rushed out. He feared the emergency pertained to Daisy Amos having to walk several blocks. He was winded by the time he reached the professional building on Main Street, where he'd been told the elderly doctor had a clinic that took up half the third floor. It was past quitting time for anyone else who had office space there, but the main entrance was unlocked. Thatcher went in and climbed the stairs 2 at a time. A door with the doc's name printed on it opened into a waiting room where a woman was seated near a small table, smoking a cigarette. She was unkempt. There were blood smears on her dress. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her expression harsh. "Who are you?" He took off his hat. "Thatcher Hutton? What are you doing here?" Before he could reply, Bill Amos opened a door with examination room stenciled on it. "I called him," he said to the woman, then hitched his head, indicating for Thatcher to join him in a small room with glass-fronted supply cabinets on 2 walls. The center was dominated by the examination table. "Through here," Bill said as he led Thatcher through yet another room into an operating room. He drew up short when he saw the table on which a female person lay. A white sheet covered her from toes to chin. All that showed was a mass of thick, dark hair in her face, which looked like it had had a head-on collision with a locomotive. Wearing a white lab coat, Doc Perkins was washing his hands at an industrial-sized porcelain sink. Thatcher recognized the strong smell of antiseptic from his days in the Army hospital. Bill said, "That's Norma Blanchard." Stunned, Thatcher remembered the pretty, shapely woman with the saucy walk whom he'd seen going into Gabe Driscoll's house late one night. "She dead?" "As of when I called you, I wanted you to see her to get an idea of what we're dealing with here." Thatcher wanted to object to the plural pronoun. In his mind, he'd taken a stand against the likes of the violent Johnsons, but he hadn't been sworn in as a deputy yet, and he wasn't wearing the badge. However, now wasn't the time to go into all that. Thatcher said, "Who's the woman outside?" "Miss Blanchard's sister, Patsy Kemp." She was no doubt the woman who'd chauffeured Norma to Gabe Driscoll's house, but Thatcher hadn't gotten a good look at her face that night and wouldn't have recognized her. Bill said, "I asked her to stay so we could talk to her about the assault." Assault? This wasn't an accident, no. Mrs. Kemp brought Norma to Dr. Perkins around 4 o'clock. She was barely alive. He evaluated her condition and called me right away. She never regained consciousness. To the doctor, he said, "Give him a rundown. No medical jargon, please, plain talk." The doctor unhooked the wire stems of his eyeglasses from behind his ears, removed them, and began polishing them with the towel he'd used to dry his hands. "Her nose is broken, pulverized actually. Fractured cheekbone, broken jawbone, 3 loose teeth. A flap of scalp about 1 inch in diameter had been ripped away. I sewed it back, but that's the least of it." He replaced his glasses and looked down at the draped figure. "The back of her torso appears to have been pummeled repeatedly, I suspect with fists. I also tweezed out several shards of mirror glass that had sliced through her garment." He pointed to a silky dressing gown wadded up in a chair. "I detected 3 broken ribs. Others may have been cracked. She might have survived in time and under the care of physicians better trained and skilled at treating the more serious of her injuries." "What were they?" "She has a sizable bruise and swelling above her left kidney. It's so precisely placed. It appears the organ was targeted, perhaps by the heel of a shoe. I suspect the blunt force caused internal hemorrhaging. She bled to death. The doctor's eyes looked apologetic behind the round lenses of his glasses. I did what I could, but I'm a country doctor, unqualified to deal with something like this. Perhaps Gabe Driscoll would have been a better choice. Bill glanced at Thatcher, then turned to the doctor. Tell him the rest. The doctor bowed his head and addressed the floor. She was raped barbarically. Considerable damage was done to tissue. The men stood silent, looking neither at each other nor at Norma Blanchard's still form. After a moment, the doctor covered her face. In a quiet voice, Bill said, "Her injuries are of such a sensitive nature. I'd like to keep the details between us, Doc. Of course. Do you mind if we use your waiting room to talk to Mrs. Kemp?" "Not at all. I'll stay with Miss Blanchard until the ambulance arrives." "Ambulance?" Thatcher asked. "I want the autopsy done in Dallas," Bill said. "They have a lab, forensic specialists." Thatcher took a last look at the sheet-draped figure, then followed Bill from the surgery and back out into the waiting room. Patsy Kemp hadn't changed her position since Thatcher had come in. Bill pulled a chair over closer to her and motioned for Thatcher to do the same. When they were seated, Bill said, "I'm awful sorry this terrible thing has happened, Mrs. Kemp." She gave him a curt nod. "This is Thatcher Hutton." So he said, "He's new to my department. We'd like to ask you some questions, gain as much information as we can in an effort to catch the person who assaulted your sister." She sat stony-faced. Bill asked softly, "Where's her baby?" "I dropped him off with a lady I buy fresh eggs from. She has a baby close to Arthur's age. She'll wet nurse him and look after him until I can pick him up." "Good." Bill paused, then said, "You know the extent of what was done to your sister? I found her, remember? Do you know who attacked her?" "No." "At any point was she conscious?" "Conscious, but out of her head." Did you see her mouth?" "She couldn't talk." Bill eased away from her as though sensing, as Thatcher did, that pressuring her wasn't the tack to take. "Tell us what happened today." "Do we have to do this now? Do you want us to catch the man responsible?" Bill won the stare off. She took a deep breath. "Today started out like any other. I did chores while Norma tended to Arthur. You told me earlier that the assault took place while you were away from the house." She told them about receiving a telephone call from First State Bank. "I don't remember the man's name. He asked me to come in and take care of a matter, something I needed to sign. Arthur was down for a nap. Norma was primping. It was easier to go without her than to wait for her to get ready. She was very particular about her appearance." She glanced toward the examination room, her eyes turned watery. Norma wouldn't have wanted to live looking like that. Jesus God. She shook a cigarette from her pack. When she had difficulty striking the match, Thatcher struck it for her and held it to the tip of the cigarette. She gave him a nod of thanks. The men allowed her time to compose herself and take a few puffs before Bill asked, "What time did you leave the house?" 1:30. "I was trying to beat it to the bank before it closed, but when I got there, nobody knew anything about a phone call. There wasn't a problem with my account. I didn't know what to make of the mix-up, but rather than waste a trip to town, I stopped in Logan's for some groceries." Her voice trembled. "I'll never forgive myself for not going straight home." Thatcher noticed that her hand was shaking when she flicked an ash into the ashtray she was holding on her knee. "I could hear Arthur screaming the minute I pulled up to the house. Norma wouldn't let him whimper without picking him up, so I knew something was wrong. I ran into the house. Arthur was still in his bassinet where he'd been when I'd left. He was wet and hungry, but otherwise okay. Norma, she choked up and had to force the words out. She was face down on her bed. She wasn't moving. There was blood. I would have thought she was dead, except that she was making sounds like I don't know, a wounded animal. She took another drag off her cigarette. I'm not sure she knew it was me who was handling her. She flailed her arms trying to fight me off. I like to have never gotten her into the car. No sign of who had been there. Don't you think I would have told you by now? Was anything missing that you noticed? I didn't take the time to look, Sheriff. I ask only because if the house had been ransacked, it could have been a vagrant. The house hadn't been ransacked. You sister's bedroom? It was a mess, but it always is. The vanity stool was overturned. The mirror had been shattered. Glass was everywhere. When you left for your errand, had you locked the front door? Yes. Was it locked when you returned? She had to think for a second, then said no. Was the lock damaged? I think I would have noticed if it had been broken. Then it's possible that Miss Blanchard knew her attacker and let him into the house. She bent her head down and massaged her forehead. Bill cleared his throat. Where's Mr. Kemp? His name is Dennis. He's in Colorado. What's he do there? Sets dynamite. He blasts through mountains for railroad and highway construction. She raised her head and gave Bill a baleful look. Is this important? When did you last hear from him? Barking up that tree will be a waste of your time. Every 2 months I go to see him. He hasn't come home since Norma moved in with us. They didn't get along? Couldn't stand each other. She called him a bore. He called her silly and conceited. In a mumble, she added, among other things. If there's so much animosity between them, why did she come to live with you? She hesitated, looking resentful of the question. Finally, she said, because the man she had been living with in Austin kicked her out for cheating on him. She had no money, no job, nowhere else to go. Bill asked her to write down the name of the company her husband worked for. She did. The sheriff tucked it into his breast pocket. What about the father of her son? She smoked, saying nothing, Bill prompted. Had Norma been asking him for money, demanding that he marry her, something like that? Having smoked her cigarette down, she ground it out. I wouldn't know, Sheriff Amos, because I don't know who Arthur's father is. She caught the skeptical look Thatcher and Bill exchanged. You don't believe that? It's true. Swear to God, I don't know. She turned to Thatcher. You're young and good-looking. Were you acquainted with my sister? No, ma'am, but I saw her once. Did your eyes pop out of your head? He gave a shy smile and she snuffled. Norma had that effect on men. Turning back to the sheriff, her momentary mirth disappeared. She used her looks to her advantage. She had a lot of men, but to be dragging her name through the dirt while her body is still warm just doesn't sit right with me. Before Bill could respond, Thatcher said, It isn't right, but neither is a brutal, fatal assault. What Sheriff Amos is trying to do is find out who did it. The more information you give him, the better chance he has of catching the man and seeing him punished. Patsy's chest caved in a little. Her hostility cooled as she thought over what Thatcher had said. She picked at the loose stitching on the handbag in her lap. Norma had been carrying on an affair with Dr. Gabe Driscoll. She looked at Bill and Thatcher in turn. He wondered if she noted that neither was surprised to hear this. Bill asked, for how long? Close to a year? Where did they rendezvous? He always came to the house. Or did. He hasn't been there since the night his wife disappeared. Norma wasn't happy about not seeing him. Up until Mrs. Driscoll's disappearance, how often did they meet? 2 or 3 times a week. He would come by while he was out making rural calls, but he isn't Arthur's father. Norma was already pregnant when she met him. She only passed the baby off as his to reel him in. She set her sights and went after him. Watching her closely, Bill tugged at the corner of his mustache. Did they conspire to get rid of Mrs. Driscoll? I don't think Norma had anything to do with it, Mrs. Kemp. I'll tell you why, she said, cutting Bill off. Norma didn't consider Gabe's Mrs. Competition. She had convinced herself that Gabe would ultimately choose her and Arthur over that fat German cow, as she called her. She had big plans for Gabe to move her and Arthur into that large, pretty house. As his wife, she would become a society maven. I told her she was delusional. But I also saw how besotted Gabe was with her. She shrugged. Maybe he gave in to her impatience. Gabe claims to have been at your house twice on the day his wife went missing, once in the afternoon, once late that night. He was, but not to help with Arthur's breech birth because Arthur was already a month old. Gabe came that afternoon. He held the baby for half an hour and spent another 30 minutes in the bedroom with Norma. They were lovey-dovey. She begged him to stay longer and was pouty when he left. When he came back that night, it was a different story. He was frantic. I mean, berserk, batshit crazy. I had to deal with him myself because Norma was out. Out where? Thatcher could tell she was reluctant to answer, but finally she did. There was someone else before Gabe, and the whole time she was with him. The baby's father? That would be my guess, but I don't know. It was a very secretive affair. She always went to him. She was with him that evening of Mrs. Driscoll's disappearance. When she got back home, Gabe was there, but he was too distraught even to ask where she'd been. What time did she get home? Midnight or better. Honestly, I believe Gabe is rather thick. She smelled of sex. He's a doctor, right? She snorted with derision. Arthur was a hefty newborn. Any fool could see he was too big to be 6 weeks early, as Norma claimed. But Gabe never raised a question about his size or seemed to doubt that he was the father. In my opinion, he's a loser. Bill said, but you covered his lie about the breech birth. I did, yes. Norma insisted that we back him up, for Arthur's sake, she said. Did Gabe kill his wife, Mrs. Kemp? I swear to you I don't know. Did you ever question Norma about the convenient timing of Mrs. Driscoll's disappearance? No, she replied in her wheezy smoker's voice. I didn't want to know the answer. Bill sighed. When two people share a secret like that, it tends to erode the relationship, whether it's between siblings, husband and wife, illicit lovers. If it turns out that Gabe Driscoll assaulted your sister today, then all bets are off. I'll dance naked at his hanging. But she shook another cigarette from the pack. Thatcher lit it for her. Bill said, You were about to say Mrs. Kemp? I'm not sure Gabe has it in him to do that. I told you she was pouty when he left that afternoon. It was because he wouldn't make love to her. Our walls are thin. I could hear her trying to seduce him. He refused, saying it was too soon after the baby for them to have sex. So the way she was violated today just doesn't seem like him. Murder, maybe, but not that. Not even if he'd found out the baby isn't his, Bill asked. Maybe he realized that he'd been duped, suckered into killing his wife and his own unborn child for another man's. That could have motivated him to fly into a blind rage. She said then they ought to hang the bastard twice. 15 minutes later, the ambulance from Dallas arrived. Bill directed it to the back of the building where Norma Blanchard's body was loaded. Patsy was going to follow in her car. She told Bill that her husband had family in Dallas and that she had arranged to stay with them until her sister's body could be released for burial. Please remember that you're a material witness in 2 crimes, Bill said. I'll need to reach you. I understand. She gave him her relative's telephone number and address. As they watched her departure, Bill said to Thatcher she could also face charges of obstruction if Mila Driscoll suffered the fate I suspect. But I didn't want to tell her that. They returned to the doctor's office so Dr. Perkins could sign off on departmental paperwork. Thatcher remained in the waiting room. He noticed that Patsy had left her last cigarette smoking in the ashtray. He went over and stubbed it out. Then he and Bill left the office together and started downstairs. Bill slipped a small stoppered bottle into the pocket of his jacket, and when he saw that Thatcher noticed, he said, "For Daisy? Is she all right?" "For the past few days, she's had a stomach ache. Doc said this would settle it, thinking of the picture gallery in the Amos's foyer." Thatcher said, "I wonder if Mrs. Kemp has a picture of Norma." "Lots. I saw them in the house when I went to interview them. That's good. When the boy gets older, he'll want to know what his mother looked like." Bill gave him an inquiring look, but he pretended not to see it and returned to the topic of the attack on Norma Blanchard. "I've been thinking about something. Don't hold back. A man in a blind rage would have killed her outright. Whoever attacked that woman wanted to punish her to death. There's a difference." Bill took that in, then gave him a wry smile. "Don't talk yourself out of that badge, Thatcher. You were born for this." He continued on his way down the stairs. Thatcher followed. As they exited the building, Bill cursed under his breath. Bernie Croft was between them and the sheriff's car waiting for his dog to finish peeing against a utility pole. 47. "Hello, Bill Hutton." "Bernie?" Bill said. Thatcher didn't believe that the mayor's being here at this precise time was coincidental with his dog's bladder. He was right. When the dog lowered his leg and wandered off to sniff at a patch of weeds growing against the side of the building, Croft strolled along the boardwalk to join them. He looked Thatcher over. I heard you actively participated in the raid on Lefty's. Who'd you hear that from? A mutual acquaintance of ours. Thatcher figured he referred to Chester Landry but didn't remark on it. Croft turned to Bill. This young man is practically your shadow these days. Thatcher is no one's shadow, Bernie, but if I can twist his arm, I'm going to sign him on as a deputy. That will raise eyebrows. It's certainly raised yours. Now, if you'll excuse us. I saw the arrival of an ambulance from my office window. He looked across the street toward the second-story windows on the facade of City Hall. Bill had told Thatcher that those office windows overlooking Maine were to Bernie what the Pope's balcony was to His Eminence. He was saying, if I read the insignia correctly, the ambulance came from Dallas. Who was it for? Doctor-patient privilege, Bernie, Bill said. You know, I can't divulge the... Was it someone I know? Why was he shuttled off in secrecy behind the building? Was it the Johnson boy? What was his name again? Elray, Thatcher said. Croft turned to him. Elray, yes. I heard you tried to chase down his assassin. In fact, you seem to be Johnny on the spot since you came to Foley. One can find you anywhere there's disorder, Thatcher said. That seems to make you nervous. I wonder how come, Croft puffed up like an adder, but he faced Bill again. You had just as well tell me who was in that ambulance. I'll wring it out of Dr. Perkins anyway. Save me the climb upstairs. Bill relented. A local woman was assaulted. Without going into detail, he told Croft what had happened. Jesus Christ, he said. Who was she? I'm keeping it quiet, Bernie, out of respect for the lady and her family's privacy. Very sensitive of you, Bill. But other ladies should be made aware that there's a rapist in our midst, don't you think? He gave Thatcher a significant look. Thatcher adjusted his stance to a more confrontational one. Why don't you just come out and say it, Croft? Say what? Accuse me of preying on women. I already did, and it didn't stick. Gentlemen, Bill said quietly, let's not draw an audience, please. The only audience they'd drawn that Thatcher could see was Hennessy, Croft's so-called chauffeur. Cap pulled low. He was leaning against the side of the mayor's car parked across the street, his posture a little too indolent to be genuine, his entire aspect one of menace. Thatcher hadn't made out like he'd noticed him lurking there, but he was well aware. Croft was adding to his list of complaints against the sheriff. I just don't understand you. It's obvious to everyone except you, even to men in your department, that your judgment has become clouded of late. Mine hasn't. I'm responsible for the welfare of this town's citizenry, particularly those who can't defend themselves, our children, our female population. Oh, for God's sake, Bernie, Bill snapped, save the speech. The victim's name was Norma Blanchard. The mayor reacted with a start. Obviously you knew her, Bill said. Not personally, but I knew of her. The pretty sister, correct? She was pretty before today. Where was she attacked? In her home. Again, he gave Thatcher a pointed glance. Someone looking for a room to let. Thatcher moved in closer, wanting badly to knock this pompous hypocrite on his ass. But Bill motioned for him to stay as he was, and for the sheriff's sake, Thatcher let the insult pass. Bill said, a vagrant is a possibility, of course, but initial indications are that she knew her assailant and let him inside the house. Her infant was asleep in the front room, so it was someone she trusted. The mayor drew a frown and absently toyed with his watch chain. What is it, Bernie? He stopped fiddling with the chain, but his frown remained. Something I wish I didn't know. About Miss Blanchard? Yes, but I was told in the strictest confidence. If it's pertinent to the crime, then I'm not saying that, Croft said in a rush. Not at all. It probably has no relevance whatsoever. Tell me and let me decide. He sighed with seeming reluctance. On the day following Mila Driscoll's disappearance, I spoke to Gabe by telephone. Mrs. Driscoll's relatives hadn't arrived yet, so while your deputy was using the bathroom, Gabe called me on the sly and confessed that he'd had a liaison with that Blanchard girl. Why would he have confessed that to you? Because I had been his staunch proponent there in your office. I had promised to continue standing by him until his wife was found or her fate determined. Therefore, he felt I deserved to know that he harbored what he called a shameful secret. I was thinking in terms of unsettled gambling debts or blackmail or fleecing hypochondriacs. Something like that. I never would have dreamed that Gabe Driscoll's dirty secret was a sexual fling. He's such a cold fish. I can't imagine him humping anybody, can you? Thatcher could tell that Bill was offended by Croft's terminology, but he pounced on the primary matter. After that rousing sermon you just delivered about your civic responsibility, you tell me this? Why didn't you come to me with it before now? You didn't think an affair with another woman was pertinent to the sudden disappearance of the man's wife. Calm down. It wasn't an affair. It was one afternoon of sexual congress that occurred the day after he and the Blanchard woman met. Only that one time? That's what he told me, tearfully. With contrition, soon after this breach of his marriage vows Mrs. Driscoll conceived, Gabe regarded her pregnancy as a sign of forgiveness from on high. Even though Mrs. Driscoll was blissfully unaware of his transgression, he atoned by lavishing attention on her, pampered her with foot rubs, picnics in her favorite spot near Pointer's Gap, flowers and other romantic folderol. He never strayed again. I made him swear it on the Bible. Mrs. Kemp had told Thatcher and Bill a completely different story, but it wasn't his place to cite that, Bill said. Although it's late in coming, thank you for this information, Bernie. I doubt it's relevant to what happened to the girl. If the rumor mill is credible, encounters such as the one she had with Gabe were not a rarity, but commonplace. Nevertheless, she suffered a brutal attack. I ask again for your discretion. Of course, Bill. Of course, good night. Croft tapped his thigh. The dog trotted up and rejoined his master, tongue lolling, tail wagging, ready to be off. As Croft came even with Thatcher, he said, Deputy Hutton, don't think for a moment that badge on your chest makes me in any way nervous. I don't, but I don't wear it all the time. That's when you should be nervous. Thatcher watched Hennessy hold open the back seat door of the town car for Croft and the bird dog. Your mayor is the one who's got a shadow? Bill looked over at the town car, then motioned Thatcher toward his own vehicle. I don't mind walking. I've got to go to the office anyway and finish the paperwork I started with Doc Perkins. But do you mind if I make a quick stop at home so I can give Daisy the stomach medication? Not at all. Once they were on their way, Bill said, as bodyguards go, Bernie couldn't have hired a better one. Jimmy Hennessy, I doubt that's his real name, was in the IRA. Fought in the uprising in 17, got a price put on his head for killing 2 British Army officers, outran his pursuers and made it to New York. Due to the large Irish population there, word got around, traitors talked, the city got too hot for him. He fled to Chicago. Same story there. Eventually he wound up here. All this is hearsay. You understand, probably embellished, but I believe the basics. Bill made a corner, then said, only one afternoon of illicit romance. Do you believe that version? No. Why would Mrs. Kemp exaggerate her sister's promiscuity in the wrong direction? Exactly. And why did Driscoll do the opposite and swear on the Bible that he was with Norma Blanchard only once? We'll ask him that tomorrow. Why not now? I want to see what evidence the Kemp house yields. When we confront Gabe with this, I want to be as well armed as possible. When they arrived at the Amosas house, Thatcher said he would wait in the car. Take your time. I've got a lot to mull over, such as Laurel being a moonshiner out of her league with big-time players like Landry and Croft, the Johnsons, and the unscrupulous couple at Lefty's. Jesus! Bill found Daisy in bed, listless and complaining of stomach cramps. He asked if she'd eaten anything, but she hadn't because she couldn't keep anything down. Have you been drinking? No, Bill. She reached for his hand and held it against her cheek. She was lying. He could smell whiskey on her breath, but he didn't want to start a row. She wasn't drunk, but she was obviously unwell. He gave her half a dropper of the medicine. Maybe it'll ease the cramping so you can sleep. I won't be long. I love you. I love you too. He kissed her forehead. Her eyes drifted closed. It scared him how fragile she looked, almost lifeless. Shaking off that thought, he left the bedroom and had almost reached the front door when the telephone rang. He went back to answer it and could tell by the background noise coming through the earpiece that his long and strenuous day wasn't over yet. 60 seconds later, he strode to the car and climbed into the driver's seat. Thatcher, Do you have a gun belt? At the boarding house. Then we'll stop there first. What's happened? That moonshine war I knew was coming? Well, it's here. 48 Thatcher was putting the frisky mare through her paces in the corral when he saw Laurel come around the corner of the stable. She stopped there. The sight of her made his heart jump and everything below his waist go tight, which didn't improve his dark mood this morning. He wanted to strangle her for being the damnedest woman he'd ever met. He wanted to make love to her for the same reason. The mare was being her uncooperative self, but he stuck with the training for 5 more minutes, then, with a subtle motion of his right knee, directed her to the paddock gate where he dismounted. He led her out and over to the water trough near the stable. He said to Laurel, "You're out early. I need to talk to you and figured I would find you here." Her hair was hanging down her back in a long braid beneath the straw hat he recognized, the one with the wide brim that cast a crisscrossing pattern of shadows over her cheeks, her pert nose, her plump lower lip. To distract himself from thoughts of biting that lip, he ran his hand along the horse's neck as she drank from the trough. Laurel said, "What's her name?" "Serena. Pretty. Yeah, but it doesn't fit her personality. She's high-stepping and willful, doesn't pay attention to anybody." He could tell by Laurel's peeved expression that she knew he wasn't referring strictly to the mare. In a crisp voice, she said, "I wouldn't have bothered you, except that I need to tell you something the sheriff ought to know." "Then why don't you go see him? Are you going to be civil and talk to me or not?" "I'll be civil and talk to you, but I can tell you right now that you won't want to hear what I have to say. And what is that? Stay and find out." He made a nicking sound with his mouth and gave the reins a gentle tug. The mare fell into step behind him as he led her into the stable. Laurel trailed behind. The shade was welcome, but the air inside the building was stuffy and hot and added to his overall grouchiness. Only after the mare was unsaddled, unbridled, and munching oats in her stall did he turn his attention to Laurel, who'd been standing in the center aisle, tapping her hat against her leg with annoyance for having been kept waiting. "You don't like horses?" he asked. "I don't mind them. Do you ride?" "Not with any skill. On the family farm we had plow horses and 1 mule. I could sit astride and hold on. What is it you wanted to say that I don't want to hear?" "Have a seat." He motioned to a bale of hay. She backed up to it and sat down. He took off his hat and hung it on a nail as he wiped his forehead with his sleeve. "I've got a bucket of well water. Are you thirsty?" "No, thanks." He went over to the bucket, ladled himself a tin cup full, and drank it down. She set her hat on her lap. When he came back to her, he propped himself against a post between stalls. "Ladies first. There's something worth Sheriff Amos's knowing, especially after what happened to Elray Johnson. Why don't you tell him directly?" "Because you're privy to certain things that he isn't." "Like what?" "My visit to Lefty's. Have you mentioned that to him?" "No." "Or that I've taken Corinne under my wing?" "No." She wet her lips, pulled that enticing lower one through her teeth, making it difficult for him to concentrate on what she was saying. "So last night I tested my memory of what Corinne had told me before. She described again how furious Gert was with Wally over the beating. Not because she had any sympathy or concern for Corinne, but because she was going to lose money while Corinne was out of commission. She paused to take a breath. It occurred to me that Gert might have killed Wally over it. "Huh. You sound skeptical. Don't you think she's capable of murder?" He thought back on his single experience with the woman and the fury she'd unleashed during the raid. "I don't doubt it for a minute. But what? A lot of people are capable of murder. Gert has her own suspect in mind. She thinks Wally was killed by the woman who has put a cog in the local moonshining machine. Remember, that's what Elray told me seconds before he got shot? Of course I remember. But does this mystery woman even exist? Gert probably made that up to deflect. Laurel, stop. Just stop." He walked over, grabbed her hand, and pulled her to her feet, sending her hat into the dirt and shocking her into silence. "Do you think I'm just a cowboy too dumb to know what you're into?" "What do you mean?" "Fucking hell." He ground out, not caring if she was scandalized by his language. "Finding that hair clip where the still had been clinched it. But I already knew that you and Irv weren't living off pies in his handyman business. I know the O'Connor twins wouldn't be delivering baked goods, For Chris' sake, to the oil fields if there wasn't more at stake. They don't say anything. I don't want to hear anymore. I can't hear anymore. I'm official now. Just because you made that grand gesture of pinning on the badge? Because Sheriff Amos swore me in as a reserve deputy last night. Oh, I see. She pulled her hand free of his grip, but he wrapped his hands around her upper arms and held her in place. Know why he needed another deputy to try to keep moonshiners from killing each other. Killing each other? The war Bill Amos saw coming was declared. What happened? 3 stills belonging to members of the Johnson family were destroyed by rivals. Who? Don't know yet. But the outbreak of violence went on for most of the night. Stills were busted up. The hills ran with rivers of whiskey that had been poured out, sometimes by the sheriff's men, sometimes by competing sides, and it was hard to tell who was who. There were several shootouts, them against each other, them against us. You were in on these shootouts because men were shooting at me, at Bill, at all of us. One of the other reserve deputies got winged. Best I know, nobody died, but it wasn't for lack of trying. Sheriff's Department arrested over 20 men. Bill had them scattered to different jails. In this county and neighboring ones, he did that for their own safety. Those who name names don't live long. If Elray was here, he'd vouch for that. She had stopped trying to get free. In fact, she was gazing up at him with apprehension. Do you know the names of those who were put in jail? Her face had gone pale. He knew what she was desperate to know, but couldn't come right out and ask. There were no familiar names on the lists I saw. Only when he said that did she begin to breathe again. I've warned you before, Laurel, and it hasn't done a damn bit of good, maybe because I beat around the bush, but I'm going to tell you straight out this time. He drew her closer. If you don't stop what you're dealing in and making enemies with folks like Chester Landry, Gert, the Johnsons, you could wind up hurt or even dead. I listen to me, damn it. Retaliation seems to be the only way these people know how to settle a disagreement or even a grudge. Thinking back on Norma Blanchard, he added, being a woman won't protect you from violence or cruelty. Believe that. He rubbed her arms up and down once, then released her. You've made it plain enough that I have no say in how you choose to live your life, and you don't want me to have a say. But the fear of something bad happening to you keeps me churned up and makes me mad as hell at you. That's why I acted like a jackass when you got here. She looked down. I thought you were mad because I made you stop the other night. I wasn't happy about it. I know. I'm sorry. I don't apologize. It was my fault. I read you wrong. She tilted her head up, looked at him directly, and said softly, I'm only sorry that I didn't see it through. I'd like to know what I missed. He waited to make sure he hadn't imagined that she'd said that. But her green eyes reflected sincerity, regret, and yearning. He slid his hand beneath her braid and curved it around the back of her neck. I damn near died. I'm damn near dying now. He lowered his head. Their lips barely touched. Thatcher, you in there? He and Laurel sprang apart. Standing in the wide stable opening was Sheriff Amos, silhouetted by blinding sunlight. Yeah, here. The sheriff came forward a few steps, spotted Laurel, and took in the situation immediately. Oh, excuse me. Just as well you're here. Thatcher bent down and picked up Laurel's hat and handed it to her. Mrs. Plummer actually came to ask me to give you a message. Now she can deliver it herself. Laurel looked up at him with consternation, but she went along without protest when he motioned her forward. They met Bill halfway. How's your father-in-law, Mrs. Plummer? He asked. Much better, thank you. Glad to hear it, Thatcher said. Bill, you remember the young woman Wally Johnson beat up? Of course, Corinne something. Well, Thatcher took a breath and told the sheriff about taking Corinne from Lefty's following the raid. The Plumbers sort of inherited her that night. They've given her a home in exchange for her helping out. Really? Bill looked at Laurel. That was a very kind gesture, Mrs. Plummer. Corinne was in an awful situation. Not one of her choosing. Tell Bill what she told you about Gert. She went on a tirade over the Wally Johnson incident. Laurel talked without interruption for the next several minutes. She finished by saying, Isn't it possible Gert was angry enough to kill him over it? Bill didn't dismiss the conjecture out of hand, but he did make a valid point. Could this be Corinne's way of getting revenge on Gert for mistreating her? Corinne's not conniving. She's candid. She isn't lying about this. I'm sure of it. I don't believe she is either, Bill, Thatcher said. No, me neither, really, Bill said. I questioned her myself. He chuckled. She was very outspoken about her feelings over Wally's demise, and I wouldn't put anything past Gert, including cold-blooded murder. Her greediness is legendary. He stroked his mustache. Only thing I can't reconcile is why Corinne didn't tell me about Gert's tirade when I questioned her. Probably because she feared reprisal. She didn't feel free to tell about it until she had gotten away from there. Her intention wasn't to implicate Gert. That's my notion, but if Gert were to find out that Corinne had talked about it at all, she could still retaliate. I'll definitely follow up, but I'll leave the girl out of it, I promise. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. You're welcome. Laurel put on her hat. If you gentlemen will excuse me, I need to get to work. The three of them left the stable together. Bill said, Thatcher, we need to get to work too. I'll meet you at the car. He struck out in the direction of the auto garage. Thatcher asked Laurel where she'd parked. I walked over. I didn't want it to look like you were coming to see me. She shrugged guilty. People talk. People can go to hell. He ducked his head under her hat brim and gave her a lingering kiss. When he pulled away, he said, I'm making you a promise, Laurel. She looked at him quizzically. If I ever get you in bed again, you can count on finding out what you missed. Excited by Thatcher's final words to her, but also shaken by what he had told her about last night's unrest. The arrests, the shootouts, Laurel swiftly walked home. She planned to hastily gather supplies and then to drive out to the stills. She feared what she might find when she got there and was equally afraid of finding nothing. By the time she reached her house, she was winded, but when she saw Irv's truck there, she ran inside. He was standing at the cook stove cracking eggs into a skillet. She rushed over and hugged him from behind. Ouch! Mind my arm. Irv, I'm so relieved. My God, last night. Don't have to tell me about it. I lived through it. He flipped the frying eggs. You want an over-easy? No, thank you. Are Corinne and Ernie all right? They're fine. Pissed off because we couldn't do runs last night, just when we were rebuilding our inventory. By the way, I brought back crates packed with jars. I'll help you carry them down to the cellar once I've had a bite and a rest. Fine, good. But what about last night? We were all set to get both cookers going, but then we started hearing gunfire popping from every direction. Some of it might have been echoes, but there was enough of it, and close enough, to scare the bejesus out of us. We knew better than to light the fireboxes and become targets, so we scurried a distance away and took cover between rocks, huddled in the dark all night. Shooting would break out every now and then. Didn't let up till almost dawn. We were glad to be alive to see the sunrise. Went back to the camp. Looked just like when we left it. They didn't find us. He slid the eggs onto a plate, sprinkled both liberally with salt and pepper, and added a leftover biscuit. As he hobbled over to the table, he remarked, Your color is hectic. What's the matter? What's the matter? She sat down across from him. When you weren't here this morning, I thought you'd probably stayed at the stills all night because you were tired of being cooped up for so long. But when I heard about last night's ruckus, who'd you hear it from? He mopped up egg yolk with half the biscuit and popped it into his mouth. Thatcher Hutton. He gave a harumph. Figures. Why do you say that? Did he come around to boast about all the men he killed? He didn't kill anybody. Not what I heard, the boys at the filling station said. The filling station? Stopped there on my way into town. It's where you go to get a soda pop and the latest news. Word is that Hutton's the sheriff's new sharpshooter said he dropped at least a dozen men last night. They say he's taken the sheriff's boy Tim's place in his daddy's affection, said. Nobody was killed. Then why'd he come over here if not to brag? One of his eyebrows went up, the other down. Or don't I know? She ignored the implication. Actually, today I went looking for him to ask if he would pass along some information to the sheriff. She explained why she thought the blowout that Corinne had witnessed between Gert and Wally Johnson was important. Things were peaceful around here before that jug-eared runt was murdered. Irv said, Now look where we're at. Folks shooting at each other. He crumbled the second half of the dry biscuit into the remaining egg yolk. What about the O'Connors? Do you know how they fared last night? They weren't around. They were making a delivery to Ranger. That was mighty convenient. Why are you still mistrustful of them? He waved his hand in dismissal. They ain't at the top of my worry roster. Deputy Hutton holds that spot, Laurel. If you keep seeing him on a regular basis. It's not on a regular basis. He's gonna find us out, he already has. Irv wiped a napkin over his mouth, then held it there as she told him about Thatcher finding the barrette at the abandoned still site. It was Corrine's, but it matched ones he'd seen me wear. A hair clip isn't conclusive evidence, of course, but even before he found it, he suspected. Has he come right out and accused you? Not exactly. Not exactly. We talk around it. For instance, he let me know that you and Corrine hadn't been arrested last night by saying he didn't recognize any names on the lists of arrests. He warns me to be careful. Of the likes of the O'Connors and that Chester Landry. But maybe he's the one you should be more careful of. He wears a badge now, but I truly believe he's looking out for us, Irv. He doesn't want us to get caught for his sake as well as ours. How so? He thought over his answer. Men like Hutton have this fortitude, honor, whatever you want to call it. Unlike the most of us, it's hard to bend and damn near impossible to break. If he was put in a position of letting you off the hook or enforcing the law he's now sworn to uphold, which do you figure he'd do? I don't know, and neither do you. No, but I think he knows. That's why he doesn't want you to get caught. 49, as Thatcher and Bill left Barker's garage, Bill told him they were headed for Gabe Driscoll's house. You're going to question him about the attack on Norma Blanchard. I am, but I should inform you that you're still Bernie's first choice suspect. He put in a call to me early this morning. He asked if I'd ascertained his word your whereabouts at the time Norma Blanchard was assaulted. Should I take that personally? Bill chuckled. He's never going to like you, Thatcher. That doesn't hurt my feelings. I don't like him either. We rubbed each other the wrong way from the start. Because you see through him. Also, he senses that you can't be corrupted or controlled. Bill gave him a sad look that said, unlike me, gotta ask Bill, was he behind all that shit that happened last night? I accused him, and what do you think? He was walking his dog when it started. Thatcher swore. We're his damn alibi. Hennessy's too. Although Bernie wouldn't have wasted Hennessy on raiding other people's stills, but you can bet orders came from Bernie. What's he after? The Johnsons' almost monopoly on the boom towns. Thatcher said nothing for a time, thinking about the tightening web of danger being spun around Laurel. Then he asked Bill if Dr. Perkins's medicine had helped Mrs. Amos's stomach ailment. Last night, while Thatcher was retrieving his gun belt from his room, Bill had commandeered the boarding house telephone to call a woman in Daisy's Bridge Club, who had readily agreed to go sit with Mrs. Amos until Bill returned home, whenever that might be. The tincture seems to have helped. She hasn't thrown up again, but she was very weak this morning. I hope she can be persuaded to eat something. Her friend Alice Cantor said she would stay with her for however long she's needed. That's a huge relief. It is. My county was on fire last night and probably will be again tonight. I've called in all my reserve deputies to help the regulars, but hell, at least half of them make moonshine themselves or take graft from those who do. That mess, along with the Blanchard assault, it's like the damn sky is falling, hated to pull you away from whatever you were doing at the stable, Thatcher gave a half laugh. He didn't hate it near like Thatcher did. He'd have liked to have more time alone with Laurel. Now, however, he needed to concentrate on the upcoming interview with Dr. Driscoll. Weeks ago, he'd realized that he would never be entirely cleared of suspicion in Mrs. Driscoll's disappearance until someone else was proved to be the culprit. Even though he'd joined the ranks on the side of the law last night, he still wasn't wholeheartedly accepted by the other men. The more Bill relied on him, consulted him on tactics and so forth, the more resentment Thatcher felt aimed his way. This interrogation of Driscoll could turn that tide. I went out early to the Kemp house, Bill was saying. Took a look around. It's as Mrs. Kemp described it. Norma's room looked like a tornado had hit it. There was blood on the bed. I left Scotty out there to try and lift fingerprints, but if they do turn out to match Gabe Driscoll's, all that proves is that he's been there. Which we already know doesn't signify that he assaulted her. Where does that leave you? Us. That's why I called you away from your work at the stable. You factor large in our approach. How? Bill took a sheet of folded paper from the breast pocket of his jacket and passed it to Thatcher, who unfolded the sheet and read the lines written in a spidery script. When he finished, he refolded the sheet and handed it back to Bill. Thatcher said, "You're going to show this to Gabe Driscoll and gauge his reaction." "I'm going to show it to him," Bill said as he slowed his car in front of the Driscoll house. "You're going to gauge his reaction." As they went up the walk, Thatcher noticed that without the kind-hearted lady of the house there to oversee its upkeep, the place was beginning to look neglected. Weeds were sprouting in the flower beds. The grass needed mowing. The sign at the gate had indicated that the doctor was in, but there were no other autos there, and when Bill rang the doorbell, it echoed through empty rooms. Thatcher hadn't seen Gabe Driscoll since the morning in the sheriff's office when the doctor had viciously accused him of abducting his wife. In the intervening weeks, his hairline had receded, he'd lost a considerable amount of weight, and his eyes were sunken into their sockets. He looked like a man who just crawled out of a hole or was about to crawl into one. Upon seeing them, he clutched the door jamb. "Mila?" "No, Gabe, sorry," Bill said, "but we'd like to speak with you. Are you with a patient?" He shook his head and, after a second's hesitation, stood aside and motioned them in. Bill removed his hat and used it to gesture toward Thatcher. "You remember Mr. Hutton?" "I couldn't very well forget him." The doctor regarded him with hostility. "I thought you were on your way to the Panhandle." "Change of plans," Bill said. "I've made him a reserve deputy." The doctor tilted his head as though the sheriff might be joking and would add a punchline. Realizing Bill was serious, he said, "If this isn't about Mila, why are you here?" "We need your professional opinion on a matter." Still looking puzzled and a bit uneasy, he said, "Let's talk in my office." "The other rooms aren't. I haven't had anyone in to clean." He led the way and pointed them into chairs facing his desk. The doctor went around and sat down behind it. They didn't make small talk. Bill leaned forward and passed Gabe the folded sheet of paper he'd shown Thatcher in the car. He said, "Yesterday, a woman was brought to Dr. Perkins. She was unconscious, her condition life-threatening. She soon died. Since it was obvious that she had been the victim of a violent crime at my request, Dr. Perkins compiled a comprehensive list of her more serious injuries." As the doctor's eyes scanned down the sheet, his brow became increasingly furrowed. When he reached the final two notations, he murmured, "Good God." Bill said, "I had her transported to Dallas for the autopsy. Why did you bring this to me?" "Doc Perkins is earnest and hardworking, but he's the first to admit that he's not as knowledgeable in modern medicine as you are. I'd like to know if you agree with his hypothetical notes on how the victim's injuries were inflicted. I could wait on the autopsy report, but that may take days if not weeks. I want to move on this. The perpetrator must be found, without examining the woman myself. I realize I'm placing you at a disadvantage. I'm asking for a general assessment only. Generally speaking, do you agree with Dr. Perkins's hypotheses?" Looking dubious, Driscoll ran his finger down the page. "Well, yes. Based on his descriptions, I would say someone hit her in the face repeatedly and hard enough to break bones, probably with his fist, but it could have been an instrument, and if the infliction is violent enough, blunt force to an organ can cause it to bleed, even if it doesn't rupture. Dr. Perkins's description of the bruise on her back above her kidney indicates to me that she was stomped on rather than kicked. In regards to the rape, I concur with him. It wasn't about sexual gratification. It was defilement and had to be sheer torture for the poor woman." Bill said quietly, "It was Norma Blanchard, Gabe." The doctor's face went as white as the sheet of paper that drifted out of his fingers as they went slack. He began breathing hard and fast through his mouth. He blinked rapidly. Thatcher thought he might be on the verge of passing out. He tried to stand, but his knees buckled and he dropped back into the seat of his chair. He planted his elbows on the surface of his desk and held his head between his hands. "Gabe?" Bill said. For the longest time, he didn't respond. Then who did it? We don't know yet, but we intend to find out. We thought you might shed some light on that since you were well acquainted with Miss Blanchard. Driscoll lowered his hands from his head and looked from Bill to Thatcher and then back to Bill. Their expressions must have been telling. His shoulders slumped. You know? About your affair with her? Yes. Patsy told you. We spoke with her before she left to accompany Miss Blanchard's body to Dallas. His prominent Adam's apple bobbed. What about the baby? Mrs. Kemp arranged for a woman to look after him until further notice. Looking dazed, the doctor listened as Bill gave him a summary of what Patsy Kemp had told them. This morning, one of my deputies checked with the bank. The telephone call appears to have been a ruse to get Mrs. Kemp out of the house. This wasn't a crime of opportunity. Mrs. Kemp arrived home to find the door unlocked, Norma on her bed. The baby, thank God, was unharmed. Bill leaned forward in his chair and asked softly, "Is the child yours, Gabe?" His voice was a croak, but his answer was swift, simple, and unequivocal. Yes. Bill let that settle, then asked, "Had you and Miss Blanchard planned to marry?" He was about to speak, thought better of it, and finally said, "I'm married to Mila." But did Miss Blanchard have expectations of taking her place? I told her that making our affair public would be regarded with scorn, especially in light of Mrs. Driscoll's disappearance, Bill said. You can understand why folks might jump to judgment. He looked at each of them in turn as though pleading for absolution. I'm not proud of committing adultery. I didn't go looking for it. I'm not like that. Like what? A skirt chaser, a tomcat. I'd been faithful to Mila. But the moment I saw Norma, she took my breath. How soon before you became lovers? The very next day. He gave an account that matched Patsy Kemp's. And you kept going back? He nodded morosely. I couldn't stay away from her. She was like a drug. I couldn't get enough. She was so exotically beautiful, and he looked down at the sheet of paper on his desk and made a choking sound. Who would do that to her? A rival for her affection? The doctor blinked several times. What? Meaning no disrespect to Miss Blanchard, Bill said. And I hate to ask so bluntly, Gabe, but even after the two of you became involved, did she see other men? No, he exclaimed. No, we're in love. She had a very passionate nature and expressed her affection for me without inhibition. There was no one else. Okay, Bill looked and sounded unconvinced. When did you last see her? About 10 days ago. She showed up here unexpectedly. She brought Arthur with her. At first I was annoyed. It was the middle of the day. You were afraid of what people would think, yes. She laughed off my concern, said it would look like she was bringing the baby for treatment. How long did she stay? About an hour, maybe a little longer. Is that the first time you'd seen her since Mrs. Driscoll disappeared? The doctor's eyes darted furtively between Thatcher and Bill, then he confessed to the late-night visit Thatcher had witnessed. She came uninvited then, too. I didn't want to let her in, but Norma could be persuasive. A little pushy, even? A little pushy. Bill assumed a thoughtful expression. Did her pushiness ever lead to arguments? Did you part on good terms the last time you saw her? There was a noticeable hesitation before he said yes. I enjoyed having that time with my son. When Bill didn't continue but only steadily watched him, he blurted, "But I told Norma that for appearance's sake I would come to her from then on. Did you go to her yesterday afternoon, Gabe?" Driscoll shot a look toward Thatcher, looking like a creature who'd just realized he'd been cornered. Going back to Bill, he said, "You think I did that to Norma? That's what this is about." He lurched to his feet and with contempt took a swipe at the sheet of paper on his desk and sent it flying. "I could never do that to her. I loved her. Sit down, Gabe." "How can she be dead?" he said, his voice cracking. "I did not harm her." "I'm glad to hear it. Sit down and tell me about yesterday. Where were you might afternoon, say between 1:30 and 3:30? The doctor assumed a posture of righteous indignation. Bill waited him out. After half a minute, Driscoll lowered himself into his chair. "I haven't called on my rural patients since Mila's been missing. I resumed my route yesterday." "Why yesterday? Any particular reason?" "I felt it was time that I stopped dwelling on my personal tragedy and got back to work." Can you provide us with the names of the people you saw and the route you took? Of course. He took a fountain pen and paper from his lap drawer and began listing names. When he finished, Thatcher sat forward, took the paper from him, and pocketed it. Thank you, Gabe, Bill said. I've talked myself dry and could do with a glass of water. Mr. Hutton? Sounds good. Thatcher could tell that Driscoll saw through the ploy and didn't like leaving them, but his other choice was to appear overly nervous. Of course. He got up and left the room. His footsteps echoed down the hallway toward the back of the house. Bill leaned toward Thatcher, his eyebrows raised in an unspoken question. He believes the baby is his, Thatcher said quietly. He's convinced that her love was true and that he was her only lover. He's lying about them parting on good terms, though. There was something there. I caught that, too. Maybe she was being pushy about marriage plans. He was afraid of public opinion. That would have given him a motive to shut her up, and yesterday's rout gave him opportunity. Thatcher stated flatly, I don't think he did it. Bill was taken aback. Why not? If he'd have inflicted those injuries, he'd have come apart while he was talking through them. He lied to Bernie about seeing Norma only one time. He gave a good performance of an hysterical husband the morning after Mila's disappearance, but he wasn't at the scene of the crime. Thatcher bent down and picked up Dr. Perkins's list from the floor. This amounts to the scene of the crime. I don't believe he did these things, but I think he got rid of Mrs. Driscoll to be with Norma. He admitted that he couldn't help himself, that she was a drug, and he couldn't get enough. Guys in the trenches would say he was pussy-whipped. What do you say? That's my thinking, too. Bill gave him a wry grin, but it was short-lived and turned into a frown. We don't have a body, Thatcher, not a solid clue as to what happened to Mila. As you know, the prosecutor won't indict on circumstantial evidence alone. A mistress, even an exotically beautiful, sexually uninhibited one, isn't evidence, Thatcher said. Well then, only one thing left to do. Let him get away with it? Get him to confess? Before Bill could comment, they heard Gabe returning. He walked into the room carrying a glass of water in each hand. He set one in front of Thatcher, the other in front of Bill, and returned to his chair behind the desk. Then the three sat with nobody saying anything. Bill drank from his water glass, then smoothed his mustache as he did when muddling through a dilemma. This time, however, Thatcher believed it was more for effect. Finally, he said, Gabe, the view from where I'm sitting doesn't look good. Within 2 months' time, your wife has gone missing, and your mistress died of injuries sustained during a brutal sexual assault. Gabe swallowed audibly but didn't say anything. Bill continued, Now either the stars just really aren't lining up favorably for you, or an enemy is setting you up to do you in, or you're doing yourself in. Help me out here. The doctor took several shallow breaths, like he was pumping up his courage. I've owned up to having a passionate affair with Norma. Like all lovers, we had our spats, but I would never have done to her what was done. You were with her on 2 separate occasions the day Mrs. Driscoll disappeared. Mention of that out of context momentarily flustered him. I told you that myself, I remember. Bill looked down and seemed to study the pattern of the rug between his boots. When he raised his head, he said, Do you want to change anything you've told me about your activities on that day and evening? No. Bill looked over at Thatcher, his expression pained. Going back to the doctor, he said, What you told me about that day was that a patient, as of then unnamed, was going through a difficult breech birth. According to Mrs. Kemp, that's not true. She said Arthur was already a month old. Which one of you is lying? Gabe placed his elbow on his desk again and rubbed his forehead. I thought it would make me look bad if you knew I'd been with my mistress that night. Well, you're right about that. Thatcher cleared his throat. Bill said, Mr. Hutton, something on your mind? I recall Mrs. Kemp's description of Dr. Driscoll when he went back to her house that second time late that night. She said he was frantic. Bill said, He's right, Gabe. She did say that. Why were you frantic? Because Norma wasn't there and I needed her. Needed her? For what? I'd just come from that ratty roadhouse where I'd tended to that girl. I think her name was Corrine. It had been a long day. I was exhausted. You went seeking the womanly kind of comfort Miss Blanchard could give you. You're putting words in my mouth. Then, in your words, why were you frantic? Because Norma wasn't there. That's close, but not exactly what we were told, Thatcher said, Mrs. Kemp's words were that when you got there, you were batshit crazy. You didn't get upset after learning that Miss Blanchard wasn't there. You were unhinged when you arrived, softly, Bill said. Why, Gabe? The crack-up was gradual. It seemed to Thatcher that it started at his thinning hairline and worked its way down his long face. His brows drew together above the bridge of his nose. His eyes filled with tears. The tip of his nose turned red and dripped a bead of snot. Then his lower lip began to quiver, and he blubbered. I did something terrible. 50. Somewhere between his blubbered, I did something terrible, and the sheriff's office. Gabriel Driscoll grew a pair. That was the only explanation Thatcher had for the doctor's change of heart. By the time he and Bill escorted him into the building, he had gone from a shattered man facing ruin to a haughty, self-righteous jerk. Scotty and Harold, who were sharing a desk piled high with paperwork, stopped sorting through it and looked on with interest as Driscoll proclaimed that an affair was the only thing he had confessed to, and that if the sheriff and his fledgling deputy thought otherwise, they had misunderstood. As though addressing a jury, he took the opportunity to profess his innocence. When I said I'd done a terrible thing, I was referring to my infidelity, nothing more. I sinned against my wife. And since you and your inept staff here haven't uncovered a single clue as to what happened to her, she'll never know how deeply I cared for her. Looking at Thatcher with malice, he said, you still haven't definitively accounted for yourself the night Mila disappeared. Then he turned to Bill. I'm not saying another word without a lawyer present. Do you have one? Not on retainer. I'll arrange for one then. In the meantime, you'll wait in a cell. He instructed Harold to lock him up. As the deputy escorted Driscoll into the cell block, Bill quietly said to Thatcher, I'm in no rush to call the public defender. Let's give him a while to ruminate on his sins against his wife. When asked, Scotty gave Bill an update on the investigations being conducted relating to last night's events. We ran down 2 more shiners trying to disassemble their still for relocation. I think they were relieved it was us who found them and not the Johnsons. Remember that the Johnsons were the targets and suffered the greatest losses, Bill said. Which is why they'll be primed for revenge, Scotty said. I think we can look forward to another active night. Meanwhile, he passed Bill a slip of paper. Somebody from the governor's office he's called twice asked you to call him back. He say what for? He said the governor wants to know what the fuck is going on out here and what in holy hell you're doing about it. Says moonshine wars make the state look bad. The governor didn't have the guts to call and tell me himself. He was giving the invocation at a prayer breakfast. They all had a chuckle. Harold returned. Bill asked him to put through the long-distance call to the governor's office. He asked Scotty to call the coroner's office in Dallas and ask about the timing of Norma Blanchard's autopsy, while Bill himself placed a call to his house and spoke with Mrs. Cantor about Daisy's condition. While they were occupied, Thatcher wandered over to the county map tacked to the wall and began to study it. He half listened as Bill conversed with his wife's friend and then spoke to the governor's toady. To an outlandish extent, Bill downplayed the seriousness of the previous night's crimes, even referring to it as mischief. When Bill hung up from that call, Thatcher said, "Mind if I get back to work? I've got horses to exercise." "Of course. I've got plenty to do here while Gabe wallows in remorse. If I need you, I'll come find you." Thatcher left, knowing that he might be hard to find for the next few hours. Neither the sheriff nor anyone else would know where to look. Laurel and Irv transferred the crates he'd brought from the stills to the cellar where they would be stored until the O'Connors came for them that evening. Irv apologized for being unable to do his share of the lifting, carrying, and moving. "I'd rather you let your arm heal," Laurel told him as she put the last crate in its place. She also loaded supplies for Corrine and Ernie into Irv's truck. As he climbed up into the driver's seat, he said, "We'll have to wait and see if hell breaks loose again before we decide whether or not to do runs tonight. Don't take any chances. If there's the least sign of trouble, lay low. Promise. I promise keep your pistol handy." She patted her skirt pocket and waved him off. The kitchen was hot, and only got hotter from the ovens as she baked, and the afternoon wore on. She had just taken the last pies out of the oven and set them to cool when there was a knock on her front door. It was too early for Davy and Mike, and they always came around to the back, pushing wisps of damp hair off her heated face. She went through the living room to the front door. The window pane in its upper half gave her clear sight of the callers. Her heart stuttered, but since she'd been seen, she had no choice except to open the door. In the background, a recent model car was parked in the street, a large man standing beside it. Out of reflex, she patted her skirt pocket, but she smiled. "Hello, Mrs. Plummer. You may not remember meeting me." It was a cursory introduction in the sheriff's office. Mayor Bernie Croft said, "Your baby daughter was very ill. I heard about her passing. My condolences are long overdue." "Thank you." Her gaze shifted to his companion, who removed his bowler hat. The mayor said, "Mr. Landry says you two have met?" Briefly, "How do you do, Mr. Landry?" "Mrs. Plummer." He gave her a courtly little bow and a smile that flashed gold. "What can I do for you, gentlemen? Sell you a pie?" The mayor laughed. "As delicious as that sounds, we'd rather you sell us your corn liquor." Laurel called upon every reserve of discipline she had not to react. "I beg your pardon." "May we come in?" Landry said. With the speed of comets, several options whizzed through her mind. None were good. But the worst of them would be to refuse them entry. That would only arouse suspicion. Of course, she stepped aside. Croft and Landry came in before shutting the door. She cast a furtive glance toward the car and chauffeur. Her guests looked around at the empty front room. She said, "As you see, I haven't furnished the parlor yet, so I can't offer you a seat. Personally, I think furnishings would detract from that handsome spandrel," Landry said, and moved to stand under it. "Craftsmanship like this is rare these days. Let's get to business, shall we?" Croft turned to her. "Mrs. Plummer, are you acquainted with a man by the name of Thomas Johnson?" "No. You might never have met him, but you know who he is. He goes by the nickname of Tup. We found Cousin Tup in a hole in the ground with his arm mangled." Thatcher's words echoed, but she tried to remain impassive. "I'm sorry, I don't know him." Croft smiled. "Well, he knows you. His arm was caught in a bear trap set by you. He lost the arm. How terrible for him. But I still have no idea what you're talking about. I visited him in the hospital yesterday. So he's a friend of yours?" "No, I paid him a courtesy call as a public servant. It must have cheered him to be so honored." "Not in the slightest. Mr. Johnson used gutter language to denounce me and my elected office. But then he wasn't in the best of moods. The nub is festering. They may have to do additional cutting." She looked over at Landry, who still had his head back, admiring the room divider. Not a hair out of place. Mr. Johnson was also elaborately cursing the individual responsible for his misfortune. He smiled. "You, Mrs. Plummer? Aye. You may think I've come to censure you." "Censure me for what, Mr. Croft?" "For setting a bear trap, which I would have no earthly idea how to do. It sounds difficult and dangerous." He pulled his watch out of his vest pocket and checked the time. "I have a schedule, so let's cut to the chase. You were brought to the attention of the disreputable Johnson clan by one Gertrude Atkins. She went to Hiram. I'm sure you've heard of him, as his name is widely known in moonshiner circles. Gert alleged that it was you who killed Hiram's kinsman, Wally. Obviously, this woman is deranged. She also informed Hiram that you're poaching on his family business in the boom towns, and even in many local establishments, including her own. Tup and a younger Johnson, Elray, were sent to your still to teach you a lesson." "How did they know where it was, you ask?" "Gert tracked a runaway whore to the shack once occupied by you and your father-in-law. From there, it was easy to find the location of your industry. Is the purpose of Mr. Landry's and my visit becoming clearer now?" "No, but this fanciful narrative is entertaining. However, I also have a schedule, Mayor. I'd like for you to leave." He said, Don't mistake my reason for being here. I assure you I didn't come on behalf of the wretched Johnsons. I wish them all in hell. You see, the Johnsons and I are arch rivals." He smiled again. "You've gotten yourself on their fighting side. I've come to offer you my protection. You have me at a complete loss. Protection from what? Capture, incarceration. If you're lucky, that is. If the Johnsons don't get to you before the law does. Don't you represent the law, Mr. Mayor? I represent the business interests of the community as well as your own. If I prosper, everyone does. Here's how it works. You give me your contacts in the boom towns together, Mr. Landry, and I can increase that trade double-fold, triple-fold. You'll supply us with all the whiskey you can produce, but we'll take over the distribution. This system greatly decreases the risk to you, your operation, and your associates. We provide this protection for a percentage of the net. I say again, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm talking about a 10% take, which is a token, really. You obviously have a very good distiller because your product sells so well. You're savvy, and you have backbone. Admirable qualities, to be sure, especially in a fair lady. But your foremost asset is your friend, Thatcher Hutton, who is now serving as a reserve deputy sheriff. A lot of information could be acquired by sharing a mattress with someone inside the sheriff's office. Heat rushed to her head. She looked over at Chester Landry, who was watching her with a smarmy smile as though waiting to see how she was going to worm out of this. She turned back to the mayor. "You insult me, sir. You also insult Mr. Hutton. I have pies delivered to the boom towns. Is that what you want a slice of? I didn't think so. Get out of my house." He grinned, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Mrs. Plummer, you're quite charming and glib, but pleading ignorance is a waste of time. Many of the moonshiners already under my protection buy from the same suppliers of goods as you. I know exactly how many fruit jars and pounds of sugar your father-in-law purchases for you on a routine basis. I know the gentleman in Weatherford who sold him copper recently. In turn, you've insulted me, my intelligence, by pretending that you aren't distilling illegal whiskey. I don't even drink." "I'm familiar with this house," he said, seemingly out of context. "It has a sizable cellar." Landry suddenly became animated. "I understand that it backs into the limestone hill," he said. "Is that right?" "Yes. What an engineering marvel, hardly, Mr. Landry," she said. "It's a rather crude construction, actually. Nevertheless, I would love to see it." Laurel's heart was in her throat, but she said, "Follow me." She led them through the dining room, the kitchen, and out the back door. As she began moving aside offshoots of the honeysuckle, Landry asked, "Is the cellar accessible only through this door?" "Yes. But the fragrance is so nice I can't bring myself to prune the vine." "Not only is it lovely to smell, it's useful. It partially conceals the door." She saw another flash of gold in Landry's jaw when he smiled. She pushed open the door. At the top of the stairs, she said, "Please be careful. These steps are steep and rickety. Why not turn on the light?" The mayor said, "It doesn't work." He reached up and yanked on the string. The recently installed electric light, which had been one of the projects on Irv's list, came on. "Voila," Landry said. Laurel tried to look surprised and pleased. "My father-in-law must have changed the bulb. I've been after him to do it." She preceded the men down the stairs. When she reached the bottom, she turned to face them. "Mr. Landry, note the inexpert connection of the rock wall to the interior. And Mayor Croft, you're quite right about the goods that Irv purchases for me. He's a fix-it man, you know. He's made me copper pots, which I use when stewing fruit for my pie fillings. The recipes call for pounds of sugar. I can barely keep up with my demand for pies. So, while fresh fruit is in season, I've made provision for the fall and winter months by canning." She raised her hands to her sides, inviting them to take a look. The surrounding walls were lined with shelves laden with fruit jars of pie fillings. 51, he would pick the hottest day of the year to do this, Thatcher thought as he guided his mount into a shallow creek where he reined in the pinto gelding so he could drink. Thatcher uncapped the canteen of water he'd brought with him and drank from it. After draping its strap back over the pommel, he dismounted, took off his bandana, dipped it into the creek water, then wrung it out before tying it back around his neck. The coolness was a welcome relief from the blistering heat and scorching sun. The Pinto was one of Fred Barker's horses for rent. Thatcher had asked if he could take him out for a couple of hours. He also asked to borrow a rifle from Barker, telling him he wanted to get in some target practice. Barker hadn't hesitated to grant both requests, but had remarked that it was one hell of a hot day to be either shooting or taking a pleasure ride. Thatcher wasn't going on this ride for the fun of it. He'd chosen this particular horse because of his stamina. He also needed a stolid horse, one not easily spooked. He didn't know anything about his destination, but he'd envisioned it being desolate. Rugged terrain, and he'd been right. He'd ridden cross-country out of town, but had kept the roads in sight, using them and landmarks he'd seen on the county map to guide him to a pass between two sizable hills. He'd found it right where it was supposed to be, Pointer's Gap. The Pinto finished drinking and raised his head. Thatcher patted him on his neck and swung up into the saddle. "Let's go take a look-see." He adjusted his hat to block the late afternoon sun from his eyes. As he came out the other side of the creek, he pushed the responsive horse into a gallop to cover the last quarter mile of level ground. Before daylight ran out, he wanted to explore as much of the gap as he could. When he reached the twin inclines and the narrow pass cleaving them, he slowed the horse to a walk. He flushed a covey of quail from a grove of mesquite trees. He saw a jackrabbit in a losing race against a bobcat, a nanny goat, and two kids that had likely discovered an opening in their owner's fence, and countless horned toads skittering across the crusty earth. A foot-long lizard dozing on a flat rock slid to the ground when he and the Pinto clomped past. The wildlife were at home in this inhospitable landscape. They belonged to it, and in it, Thatcher was searching for something that didn't belong. Just as the sun was setting, he spotted it. Corinne hummed as she stirred the pot of beans suspended above the cook fire, which she'd let burn down to embers. The sun had set, but even though it wasn't full dark yet, flames would signal their location to anyone, lawmen or outlaws, who might be scouting the area. Seated on side-by-side boulders several yards away from her, Irv and Ernie were watching Corinne, sharing a jar of moonshine and discussing whether or not to risk distilling tonight. "What do you think, Ernie?" "Her beans are right tasty." Irv growled with annoyance. "Not talking about her. What do you think about firing up the stills?" Ernie took off his newsboy cap and fanned his face with it. "What's Laurel say?" "She said to lay low at the first sign of trouble. Made me promise. But before that, she was expressing concern about our shortage caused by last night's shutdown. I hate to worry her about that. She'd hate to see us landed in jail or shot. So, tell me what you think." "I don't know. Irv might be imprudent." "Where'd you get a word like imprudent?" "My granddaddy used it whenever he got an itch on the back of his neck. Meant he sensed trouble. He'd say it might be imprudent to cook that night. Well, I wish he was here to tell us if his neck was itching. But since he ain't, what do you think?" Ernie turned his gaze to Corinne. "If it was just you and me, I'd say to hell with it. Let's take our chances. But it ain't just us two we've got to consider anymore." Irv looked back and forth between Ernie and the girl, and clarity dawned. Good God Almighty. It's like that, is it? Ernie grinned. Rather stupidly, Irv thought, she and me have took up. Hell, Ernie, you're old enough to be her. Uncle, we figured it out. Have you figured out how you're going to support her? She won't cost much. She don't take up hardly any room. She's little but carries her weight like an ant. He grabbed the jar of whiskey away from Irv, took a swig, and keeping his eyes forward, said, "I know it's got your dander up. You're thinking, how can I like her after she's been a whore? I don't judge the girl for that. You ought to know me better, Ernie. I just didn't see this coming. Took me by surprise is all." "You and me both," Ernie said, smiling in that stupid way again. "Me looking how I do, I never counted on having a woman. But Corinne said she's no raving beauty either. She looks fine to me, though. Appearances don't matter." Irv shook his head and chuckled. "No, I guess they don't, or my Dorothy would never have taken to me." "Beans are ready," Corinne called from across the clearing. "Are y'all going to come eat, or continue to talk about me like I ain't here?" After gathering around the fire and filling their tin plates, Corinne said, "I got an opinion on whether or not we do a run. snootily, she added. If anybody's interested, let's hear it, Irv said. How do you spell imprudent? She asked Ernie. As an aside to Irv, he said, I'm helping her with her letters, then to Corrine, Emproodunt, I think it means. I figured out what it means, she said. And I think if your granddaddy was here, he'd say his neck was itching something fierce and we should lay low. She tilted her head back and looked at the sky. It was so hot today. The sky was almost white, hardly any blue. When it's this hot, people turn cranky, tempers get short. Things that have been simmering tend to boil over. If we don't cook tonight, Laurel will be disappointed we didn't make product. But if we got killed, she'd keel over herself. She's had enough people die on her. I don't want that lady to have more grief on account of me. That's my say, Irv, Ernie said. You get the last word. He pondered it, then said, I 'spect you're right, Corrine. After supper, let's move to where we hid out last night. We'll be locked and loaded, prepared to defend ourselves, but let's hope we won't have to. He gazed off into the distance in the direction of town. But I'm scared that no matter what we do, Laurel is going to come to grief. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Mike O'Connor's blasphemy echoed off the limestone wall of the cellar. They came down here? They invited themselves, Laurel said. There was no graceful way to refuse. If we hadn't installed those false shelves, they would have caught me red-handed. All those evenings I spent stewing fruit and berries saved us. It also had helped to have a father-in-law to whom nailing scrap lumber together to form shelving had been the work of only a few hours. The exertion had pained his wounded arm for days after, but he would be glad to hear that his effort had prevented a catastrophe. The mayor likes to push his weight around, Davy said. He's a blowhard. Don't underestimate how sinister he is under all that bluster, Laurel said. He frightened me, and so did Landry. At least with Croft, you know where you stand. Landry lurked and listened, all the while smiling like a snake oil salesman. Mike said, yeah, he's a sneaky one. How do you know Chester Landry? We don't, Mike said, but we've seen him around, usually at Lefty's. I know the smile you're talking about, like he knows you're the one who farted, Laurel said. Thatcher warned me of him. When was this? Oh, it's Thatcher now? Davy spoke over his brother, but Laurel addressed Mike's question. That was Thatcher's purpose for coming here the night you saw him in the yard. He cautioned me about Landry. I didn't take him seriously. I should have. Croft made it clear that he and Landry are committed to squashing the Johnsons. Do they realize how many Johnsons there are? Davy asked. They're like cockroaches. Musing aloud, Laurel said, I wouldn't be surprised if Croft's and Landry's operation isn't just as large. They're more discreet, but ambitious, and every bit as ruthless as any Johnson. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that they initiated all the trouble last night. Exactly what did Mr. Croft propose? The upshot was that he and Landry have a pool of moonshiners producing for them, and they want me to become one of them. And or else was implied. You're not thinking of joining them? Absolutely not. I haven't worked this hard to pay middlemen 10%. I suppose we should be flattered that they considered us enough of a threat to bother. Croft even admitted how good our liquor is and how well it sells. What happened after your grandstanding? They complimented me on the pie business's expansion and left. Mike frowned. I don't like it. These men aren't fools, Laurel. They were too dignified to go tearing down shelving looking for your stockpile of shine. They backed off, but they're drawing up another plan of attack. Mark my words, next time I doubt they'll be so polite. Then we've got to move our whiskey to another hiding place away from the house, Davy said. Safer for the whiskey, safer for Laurel. That would require careful planning, she said. First, we have to find a place, and we can't do that tonight. Not with the county already a powder keg. And forget delivering to Ranger tonight. It would be too risky. Don't worry about us, Davy said. We know to be on the lookout. On the lookout for what? Mike smacked his twin on the side of his head. You never could keep your friggin' mouth shut. On the lookout for what? Mike shot his brother a drop-dead look, then said to Laurel, the other night a truck loaded to the gills with whiskey was hijacked between here and Ranger. The poor bastard was dragged from his truck, blindfolded, manhandled into the woods, pushed to his knees, and told not to move or speak. He had a gun held to his head while all his whiskey was taken from his truck and put into the other vehicle. He never saw how many of them there were, but they made short work of it. When they were done, he thought he was dead for sure. But he was threatened with the removal of body parts a man holds dear if he was seen on that road again. He was ordered to spread the warning to anyone whose ambition was to get rich selling shine in the boom towns. He was left there with a drained gas tank. But he lived to tell it, Laurel said. The Johnsons are hijacking now? Davy and Mike shared a look, then Davy said softly, "He was a Johnson. Lawmen don't terrorize," Mike said. They would have identified themselves, confiscated the liquor, and placed him under arrest. Had to be a competitor who plans on taking over. Laurel lowered herself into a chair at the kitchen table, hearing of this on top of Thatcher's warnings this morning and the visit from Croft and Landry this afternoon left her rattled. She needed time to assimilate all this and plan her next course of action, but in the meantime, people for whom she was responsible were more vulnerable than she. "Lord, I hope our stills aren't cooking tonight, and you absolutely cannot make the trip to Ranger," Mike said. "We're going." "I forbid it. Our contact up there is waiting and watching for us," Davy said. "He's not a patient man," Mike said. Davy added, "Neither are his thirsty customers." Laurel said, "Tonight they can get their whiskey from someone else. One of Croft's deliverymen would be waiting for just such an opportunity to wedge in. In which case, you'll be handing Croft exactly what he's after." Davy nodded in agreement with Mike. "That would be bad for our business." "So is being hijacked," she said. Mike placed a hand on her shoulder. "We're making the delivery as scheduled. Nothing to fret about. We've thought of a way to throw him off track." Davy winked. 52, darkness had fallen by the time Thatcher returned to Barker's from Pointer's Gap. The auto garage was closed for the night. He needed to return Barker's borrowed rifle, but he was relieved that he wouldn't be delayed any longer than necessary. He stabled the Pinto and saw to it that he was well rewarded for his patience and endurance that afternoon. He stored the saddle and tack, went down the row of stalls to make sure that all the horses were content. Not all were. He calmed the restless ones with soft talk and stroking, then secured the stable with his own sixth sense of uneasiness. Taking Barker's rifle with him, he walked across the bridge into town. Martin's Cafe was open, but there were few diners tonight. For the most part, downtown was closed and locked up, as though braced for a storm. With reason, one was brewing. Distant lightning brightened the sky just above the horizon. Every surface, whether natural or man-made, radiated the heat it had absorbed during the day. The air felt charged by something more ominous than low atmospheric pressure. Thatcher entered the boarding house and went upstairs unnoticed. By a stroke of luck, the third-floor bathroom was available. He made quick work of bathing and exchanging his dusty work clothes for his black suit. He buckled on his gun belt, pinned the deputy badge to the lapel of his coat, and took Barker's rifle with him. In and out of the boarding house in under 10 minutes, he set out on foot again. Only Bill's car was parked in front of the sheriff's department. Inside, he was alone, but on the telephone, Thatcher propped Barker's rifle against the wall beneath the gun rack, took off his fedora, and slumped tiredly in a chair. Bill completed his call with a "thank you very much" and hung the earpiece in its cradle. "Dennis Kemp checks out," he said to Thatcher. "Hasn't missed a day of work since he began the job. He was there yesterday. Mrs. Kemp told you you'd be barking up the wrong tree." Thatcher looked toward the door that led into the cell block. "How is he?" "Sullen when I took him his supper. The public defender hasn't made it in yet." "Have you called him?" "Considering all the arrests last night, I'm sure he had his hands full today with arraignment hearings. Driscoll can sulk till morning. How's Mrs. Amos doing?" The sheriff's forehead wrinkled with concern. "Still ailing. If she's not better by tomorrow, I may take her to a doctor in Stephenville. Mrs. Cantor agreed to stay with her overnight if I can't get home." "You're expecting more trouble?" He waved his hand to indicate the empty office. I've got every full-timer plus a dozen reserves like you patrolling in pairs. I want to keep a lid on things if we can. Vain hope, probably. Thatcher drew his long legs in, leaned forward, and placed his elbows on his knees. You've got plenty of trouble right in here, Bill. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a strip of cotton fabric, roughly 6 inches in length and 3 inches wide. One side was flat, the other gathered. The weave was unraveling at both ends. The cloth had been weather-beaten, but under its coating of dust, the scarlet color was vibrant. Thatcher set the piece of cloth on the edge of the sheriff's desk. He spoke softly, so not to be overheard by the man in the cell. I went exploring this afternoon and found this. I recognized it right off. When I talked to Mrs. Driscoll, she was wearing an apron made out of material printed with red and yellow apples. It had a red ruffled border. Through the window, Thatcher saw a lightning bolt, closer this time, but it took the thunder a count of 7 to reach them. The storm was headed this way, but wasn't right on top of them yet. Bill seemed not to notice the weather. He was fixated on the fabric scrap. Where'd you find it? Pointer's Gap. Caught between some rocks piled up, but not by God or Mother Nature. They'd been stacked. Pointer's Gap, where Gabe took his missus picnicking, Thatcher scoffed. The nearest I came to finding a picnic spot was a stream off the north fork of the Paluxy, no deeper than a foot at its deepest. It had a ripple, but not what I'd call a current. A few scraggly trees along its banks. If he was trying to romance his wife with a picnic, a prettier spot would have been in his own shady backyard. When Bernie told us that Gabe had taken her there, I remember thinking that same thing. That stream is about a quarter-mile from the gap, and between them is wasteland. If he took her out there, it definitely wasn't a picnic. Bill acknowledged that with a frown. How'd you get out there? Horseback. That's 6-8 miles each way. I'm used to it, or was, he said, wincing as he shifted in his chair. I may be a bit saddle-sore tomorrow. Both of them smiled, but they quickly became serious again. Bill asked, did you disturb the pile of rocks? No, just tugged that piece of cloth from between them. It ripped when I pulled, so there's more of it under there. Could you find the place again? With no problem. Bill smoothed his hand over his mustache a few times. Gabe doesn't have a horse that I know of. How would he have gotten her out there? There's a road, more like a trail, that comes in from the southwest on the other side of the hill. I figure he took care of Corinne at Lefty's with Mrs. Driscoll dead in his car. Thatcher shrugged. This is just my guess, Bill. Go on. When he finished up at Lefty's, he drove out, circled back to the gap on that lonely road, carried her body the rest of the way until he found a suitable spot. Maybe he stumbled upon a natural depression. Maybe he dug one. But he buried her and stacked those rocks on top. It was dark, so he missed that. He pointed to the remnant of ruffle. As hiding a body goes, he chose a good spot. If that cloth had been dull in color, I would have missed it. Good work, Thatcher. Knowing what you're likely to find under those rocks, it doesn't feel good. Not good at all. Bill waited a beat before continuing to theorize on his way back into town. Gabe's conscience grabbed hold, or terror of being caught. Either way, he realized the magnitude of what he'd done and headed to his mistress for solace. Then what? Thatcher? Did Miss Blanchard know he'd killed Mila? Or not? Did she calm him down and coach him on what to do next, what to say, and how to perform when questioned? Mrs. Kemp doesn't think so. She could be lying. She may know all too well that Norma was complicit, could be. But you don't think so? If Norma had lived, maybe her sister would have lied to cover for her. But why would she lie for her now? To protect baby nephew Arthur from disgrace. Hell, I don't know. Sighing. He covered his face with both hands and pressed his middle fingers into his eye sockets, his weariness evident. I don't know anything anymore. 2 things you know, Thatcher said. Bill lowered his hands and looked across at him. 1, Norma Blanchard can't be held accountable even if she masterminded the murder. Second thing, you finally got a piece of evidence. It's not a decomposed body, but that apron trim might be enough to bring Driscoll to his knees. He's proven to be mule-headed. Won't hurt to try. Bill took the strip of cloth with him as he entered the cell block. Thatcher followed him to the last cell where Driscoll was reclined on the cot, eyes closed, pale hands clasped over his stomach. "Unless you have a defense lawyer with you, go away. You'll want to see this, Gabe." Thatcher and Bill waited him out, and his curiosity got the better of him. He opened his eyes and levered himself up on his elbows. Bill dangled the strip of red cloth. "Recognize this?" "No." Thatcher did. Bill explained how Thatcher remembered seeing the ruffle on Mila's apron. Driscoll shrugged. She wore an apron every day of her life. In the kitchen, while baking shortbread, Bill said around the house as she was dusting the furniture. But why would she wear one to Pointer's Gap? Mention of the landmark sparked a stunned reaction. His gaze darted to Thatcher, then back to Bill. What was he doing out there? Bill ignored the question. He found this caught in a pile of rocks. "What do you know about it, Gabe?" "Nothing." "Explain to me how a ruffle off Mrs. Driscoll's apron got stuck between two rocks all the way out there in no man's land." "Why are you asking me? Why don't you ask him?" He came off the cot and charged the cell bars, shoving his hand through two of them and grabbing Thatcher by his necktie. "Do you really think he just wandered out there and accidentally found this? Where's your common sense, Sheriff?" He knew where to find it because he buried Mila's body out there. It was him all along. "Don't you see?" A crack of thunder startled them all. Driscoll actually let go of Thatcher's tie and fell back a step away from the bars, as though they'd suddenly been electrified. The first clap was followed by a second, then a third, and then a salvo. Simultaneously, Thatcher and Bill realized that it wasn't thunder, it was gunfire, 53. Chester Landry watched from the shadows as Laurel Plummer bade the O'Connor brothers goodbye. Even from this distance, he could tell she was anxious about sending them out tonight. She touched each of them on the arm and clung for a moment, like a mother reluctant to wave her children off to school for the first time. Final instructions were issued and goodbyes said, and the pair drove away in their truck. From the outside, it looked like a rattletrap held together with baling wire and crossed fingers. But as it drove past Landry, he was close enough to feel the vibration of the new engine the twins recently had installed. The swap-out had been done in a barn on a farm that had been foreclosed on years before. The mechanics who'd helped themselves to the empty space catered to moonshiners and bootleggers who were trying to outdo, or at least to equal, the horsepower had by lawmen, government agents, and each other. He wondered if Mrs. Plummer was aware of the new oomph under the battered hood of the O'Connors' truck. He would guess she wasn't. The O'Connors were too cocksure of themselves by far, brimming with piss and vinegar. They took needless chances, seemed to thrive on excitation, and routinely flirted with calamity, but he couldn't fault them. He reveled in risk-taking. Lights were on inside, affording him a view through the window into the kitchen. He watched Mrs. Plummer drink a glass of tap water at the sink. Then she moved about the room nervously, picking up this or that, setting it down, opening a cabinet door only to close it without putting anything in or taking anything out. He saw her actually wring her hands. At one point, she lifted her pocketbook off a peg adjacent to the back door as though she were about to leave, then changed her mind. She seemed troubled and restless, feeling compelled to do something but unsure of what she should do. His timing was perfect. He emerged from the shadows and crossed the yard. The honeysuckle vine brushed his shoulder as he neared the back door. He knocked but stood to one side, keeping himself concealed in the darkness until she appeared behind the screen. He stepped into the light and tipped his bowler hat to her. Mrs. Plummer, her lips tightened with dislike. "What are you doing here?" Her hand moved to her side where she no doubt secreted a firearm in the pocket of her skirt. Probably a Derringer. "A Hor's pistol, small but lethal if fired at close range. May I come in?" "No, you may not. You sound adamant I am. Why?" It would be improper, amused by her hypocritical stance on propriety. He said, "Improper because your father-in-law isn't at home? He's away this evening?" She realized that she'd trapped herself into admitting she was by herself, but rather than quail, she drew herself up taller. She looked above and beyond him at the lightning that streaked the sky. "It's about to storm," she said over the boom of thunder that rattled the windows of her house. You wouldn't want to get wet, so leave now and don't come back. You and Mr. Croft were fishing in the wrong pond today. In any case, I said everything I had to say. Now, if you'll, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, our visit today." He gave her a look of rehearsed chagrin. "You have every right to be miffed. Don't talk down to me." He held up his hand in a pacifying gesture. Mr. Croft often gets carried away. His strident manner is a character flaw which I've pointed out to him on numerous occasions, sadly to no avail. His overbearing approach to you was tactless and clumsy. He came on like a buffalo when a swan would have been more effective. It's little wonder to me that you turned him down. Did he send you to make amends? No, I came entirely on my own. I don't want your apology. I want you to leave. But I didn't come to apologize. To do what then? Ask me to reconsider your deal. No, he said smoothly, I came to offer you a better one. His statement startled her, but not as much as the gunshot that punctuated it. Numerous blasts followed, the rapid popping sounding like the finale of a fireworks display. Even before the barrage stopped, Laurel stunned him by shoving open the screen door. She shouldered him out of her way and began running in the direction from which the shots had come. Landry went after her, shouting her name. She didn't even slow down. Bill locked the door between the office and the cell block, while Thatcher retrieved Barker's rifle and took another from the rack for Bill. Moving swiftly and without a single word being spoken between them, they exited the building and got into Bill's car. While Thatcher loaded and checked the weapons, the sheriff drove at top speed through downtown. Main Street was already filling up with curiosity seekers streaming in the direction of the apparent shootout. Thatcher noticed that one man in the crowd still had his napkin from the cafe tucked into his collar. Bill shouted at the onlookers and angrily waved them out of his way. He used his horn to bleat out warnings for them to move aside or get bowled over. Bill gave the car more gas as it trundled across the bridge. On the far side of it, they rounded a bend to find the road blocked by a disabled truck. Both doors stood open. The radiator was spewing steam like a tea kettle. The truck had been riddled by bullets. The driver had made it out. He lay sprawled in the road. The passenger was still in his seat. Jesus. Bill used the handbrake to bring his car to a skidding stop. Thatcher, noticing movement in the underbrush to his right, was out of the car before inertia rocked it to rest. He leaped across the ditch in pursuit. The woods were as dark as midnight. Bursts of lightning only served to momentarily blind him. But the brilliant flashes followed by complete darkness were reminiscent of nighttime battles, and he'd had plenty of experience with those. Conditioned reflexes took over. Rifle up, he ran on, dodging trees, ducking low branches, doing his best to avoid pitfalls in the undergrowth. Ahead of him, men were shouting to each other. The words were indistinct, but their connotation was urgency. If they kept up the racket, they'd lead Thatcher straight to them. But then he heard the sound of an auto motor sputtering to life. Fuck! Fuck! He pushed himself harder, but by the time he reached the road, all he saw of the retreating car was the wink of its taillights as it disappeared around a curve. Any attempt to run it down on foot would be futile. He didn't even break stride as he reversed direction and ran back toward the site of an evident ambush. He cleared the woods and jumped the ditch again, then paused to catch his breath and take in the scene. The crowd of onlookers had increased in number. 2 more sheriff's department vehicles were parked on either side of Bill's car. Deputies had divided up. A few were grouped around the man lying face up on the pavement. Others had formed a semicircle in the open passenger door. Harold and another deputy, Thatcher, didn't know had the tailgate down and were shining flashlights into the back of the truck. Thatcher lowered the rifle and made his way over to Bill, who was kneeling at the side of the man lying in the road. It was one of the O'Connor twins, although Thatcher couldn't have said which. He was bleeding from several wounds, but his lips were moving, and Bill was listening intently. His brother's dead. Thatcher turned. Harold elaborated without being asked to. The twins came around the bend there, caught fire from the trees on both sides of the road. They didn't stand a chance. Somebody wanted to make a point. Whoever it was came through the woods from the road that parallels this one. Thatcher pointed. I chased them, but they had too good of a head start. Didn't see how many, but all of them fit into one vehicle. Harold nodded, then said, Hell of it is, if this had to do with the illegal liquor trade, they got the wrong guys. All they were hauling was a bunch of pies and jars of fruit fillings. Get away from me! The voice was shrill, but Thatcher recognized it instantly and spun around. Laurel was struggling to escape the grasping hands of Chester Landry. Thatcher was in motion before he even thought about it. He swung the rifle barrel to waist level and ran toward them, shouting, "Let her go!" Laurel managed to wrestle herself free, but Landry reached for her again, catching hold of the back of her skirt and bringing her up short. She whirled around and slugged him in the face with her fist. "Landry!" Thatcher yelled. "Let go of her." Seeing Thatcher bearing down on him and recognizing the hellfire he represented, Landry immediately released Laurel and ran for his life, disappearing into the woods on the other side of the road. Over his shoulder, Thatcher hollered to Harold, "Go after him." The deputy took off running. Thatcher ran to close the remaining distance between him and Laurel, but she was on an undeterred path toward the truck, and she was in a crazed state. Thatcher overcame her and grabbed hold of her arm with his free hand. She turned her head and looked up at him, wild-eyed and frantic. "That's the twins' truck. I heard the shooting." She jerked free of his hold and continued on. Thatcher called her name, and when he caught her again, they engaged in a tussle not unlike the one she'd been in with Landry. "Laurel, stop it. Laurel." He finally got her to stand still. "One is wounded but alive. The other is gone." It took several seconds for the message to sink in. Then she threw back her head and wailed, "No." He tried to draw her to him, but she took in the badge, the gun belt around his hips. The rifle he still carried. When it all registered, she threw off his hands to free herself. "Damn you," she yelled as she ran backward. "Stay away from me." Realizing the conclusion she'd drawn, he said, "No, Laurel, it wasn't me. It wasn't us. This was." But he was talking to the empty space where she'd been standing. She knocked on lookers aside as she plowed through them to get to where Bill still knelt beside the wounded man. She gave another wail when she saw him and dropped to her knees. Harold huffed up to Thatcher. He was too fast. I lost him in the dark. With cold determination, Thatcher said, "Don't worry, I'll find him." Hiram Johnson sat in a filthy upholstered armchair with his bare, bloated right foot propped on a stool. An open jar of moonshine was on the windowsill along with a fly's water, both within easy reach. A Bible lay open on his lap. Mayor Bernard Croft had never seen such a disgusting sight in his life and doubted he ever would. The old man's rotting foot stank to high heaven. It was as though the walls of this house seeped the rancid odor of generations of Johnsons. The unmoving air smelled of dirty hair, dirty feet, decayed teeth, tobacco-laced expectorant, and baby shit. The foulness of it all sickened Bernie. He could barely keep his dinner down. Of course he'd known more or less what he was letting himself in for when he'd requested this meeting. He'd sent Hennessy to parley with Hiram, requesting an assemblage of the clan so that Bernie could address them collectively. Hennessy had been instructed to stress that Bernie would be assuming all the risks, because the meeting would take place on Hiram's turf. Bernie would be walking into the lion's den, but the goal was to end the strife between his faction and the Johnsons. Give and take negotiation, compromise, a fair division of territories, the goal being to end this silly and counterproductive war. They had congregated. The house was overflowing with representatives of the myriad branches of the family. They had listened to Bernie's impassioned speech. It was time to make his final pitch and close the deal. He stood before Hiram. "This feud would eventually play itself out, Mr. Johnson. You've lived long enough, been a businessman long enough to know that ultimately things work themselves out and life returns to the way it was before. But in the meantime, this destructive bickering costs us both revenue. People get hurt, people die, it's a waste. If we stop fighting each other, we can devote ourselves to fighting our common enemy, which is this new goddamn federal law." He ended on a high note that elicited guffaws from many, not, however, from the old man, who spat into his coffee can. "You can have Ranger," Hiram said, "but I want Breckenridge and any other boom towns that spring up between here and the Red River. You can have anything south of here. There won't be any boom towns south of here because there's no oil south of here. Not for hundreds of miles, as you well know. West, then, Hiram said. Show him the map. A man in greasy overalls stepped forward and passed Bernie a faded map. He studied the lines that had been drawn on it to demarcate territories. This is attractive to me. They're already drilling out there west of Abilene around Odessa. So more than fair, I think. Take it or leave it. He spat again. If I take it, it amounts to a ceasefire. Agreed? Agreed? And it goes into effect immediately? Hiram nodded. Splendid. Bernie stepped forward, right hand extended. With an evil gleam in his eye, the rotting son of a bitch wiped tobacco spittle off his lip before clutching Bernie's hand. Despite his revulsion, Bernie gave him an enthusiastic handshake. I was so optimistic about the outcome of this meeting that I brought you a gift, Mr. Johnson. He signaled Hennessy, who'd been waiting out on the porch. I've brought you a case of Kentucky bourbon, direct from my most trusted bootlegger in Dallas and Fort Worth. Oohs and ahs of appreciation rippled through the compacted gathering of bodies as the case was carried in and set on the floor in front of that putrid foot in joy. Bernie's leave-taking was unceremonious. It was barely even noticed. Hiram was already swilling from a bottle of the whiskey. His relatives were greedily converging around the case. Together, Bernie and Hennessy walked toward the town car. Looking back over his shoulder at the party underway, Hennessy asked, "How long before the poison works?" "I've decided it takes too long. Did you bring along some of your toys?" "Always, boss." Bernie grinned as he climbed into the driver's seat. "Give me 10 minutes to get to the highway, then light her up." 54. Bernie entered his house through the front door and automatically locked it behind him. He had driven himself from Hiram's house to the intersection with the highway, where he'd gotten to enjoy the fireball. When Hennessy caught up with him, the Irishman had taken his traditional place in the driver's seat while Bernie got into the back and savored his success during the trip into town. The Johnsons not blown to smithereens in the blast would have been cooked to well done in the fire. Both he and Hennessy were confident that they hadn't been followed. Hennessy had waited to be certain that Bernie made it safely inside his front door, then struck out on foot. He lodged in a seedier part of town. He didn't fear that on his walk home anyone would be fool enough to accost him. Through the side window on the front door, Bernie checked the street one last time. It was empty, nothing moving save for Hennessy disappearing into the downpour. Tomorrow, when Mayor Croft was told the shocking news of the conflagration, he would publicly attribute it to a lightning strike. The old Johnson place would have been a tinderbox, he would say. The poor souls inside, a great number of the legendary clan, including the patriarch, had stood little chance of escaping the flames. For the town's bi-weekly gazette, he would wax poetic about the tragedy. He would milk it for all it was worth. But now, as he collapsed his umbrella and hung his hat on the coat tree, he wanted to cackle with delight over his triumph. He stepped into the parlor and reached for the light switch. "Leave it!" Bernie fell back against the door jamb and clapped his hand over his heart. "Jesus, Chester, why, Mr. Mayor?" You jumped like someone with a guilty conscience. The darkness was relieved only by light from a street lamp shining through the front window curtains. Bernie's eyes adjusted. Landry was sitting with his typical indolence in an easy chair, legs crossed. He said, "Where have you and Hennessy been off to tonight?" Bernie went over to a cabinet and took out a bottle of bourbon and 2 glasses. A better question would be, what are you doing inside my house at this hour, sitting in the dark? He poured an inch of bourbon into each glass and carried one over to Landry. "Thank you." He clinked his glass against Bernie's but didn't drink from it. Bernie settled himself on the divan facing Landry's chair. "Well?" Landry propped his drinking glass on his knee and stared into it for a moment. "My welcome in your little burg has worn thin. Bernie, you're leaving? Tonight?" Bernie's eyebrows shot up. "Tonight? How long do you plan to be away? Forever?" "I'm severing our partnership as of now." This was an unexpected turn, but not at all disappointing to Bernie. Landry's welcome had been wearing thin with him, too. Initially, he'd needed a man like Landry to grease the skids into the bootlegging trade. But Bernie's own contacts in the cities were well established by now. The value of Landry's usefulness had decreased. It certainly wasn't worth the percentage he demanded. If Landry wanted out, Bernie wasn't at all sorry to bid him farewell. Nevertheless, he attempted to look bemused. Why? Bad business practices. Whose? Yours, it was an effort for Bernie to conceal his outrage. I don't ask for or require the approval of a slick dandy like you, but I am curious. Can you give me an example of the business practices you oppose? Gladly. For example, with a little courting, a little finessing, Laurel Plummer might have been won over. Instead, you bullied her. That tactic didn't flatter you. It didn't cast a favorable light on me either, which I resent. It also failed, colossally. She'll come around. Oh, I seriously doubt that. Not after you had her errand boys ambushed and shot all to hell. Bernie snickered. How did the duo fare? Did they survive? I don't know. I was spotted near the scene. Although I'm not proud to admit it, I ran. He swirled the whiskey in his glass, the only sign of his simmering anger. You took that action upon yourself, Bernie. You executed that ambush without consulting me. Because you would have wavered when action was called for. I would have acted with more discretion as I did with Randy. The problem was solved, but it was neat. Nobody's curiosity was aroused. We needed to make a splash, Bernie said. We needed to do something that would get the lovely widow's attention. Well, you succeeded at that, but this bloody display will also draw the attention of people who aren't so lovely. Bad for business, Bernie, bad for business. Because now you're going to be in the bullseye of a crackdown, beginning with a thorough investigation by local law. I've made Bill Amos a eunuch, and his department is a joke. His newly appointed deputy isn't what I'd call a jolly sort, Hutton. I'm not scared of him. Another example of your foolishness. How dare, if Hutton doesn't give you pause, the Texas Rangers are even less jocular than he is. The governor is a colorful character, granted, but he's been known to send in troops to help curtail a lucrative bootleg trade. When they all come gunning for the ringleader in this area of the state, I want to be far removed from you. He set his glass on a small table at his elbow, then stood. I let myself in through the back door. I'll go out the same way. Bernie came to his feet. You smug prick, do you expect me to believe that you're just walking away, leaving money on the table, retiring? Landry stopped and turned back. Did I say that? He flashed the sly grin that Bernie had come to detest. I've never met a woman who didn't love shoes, and there are women everywhere who have men in their lives who enjoy a drink. The grin widened to reveal his gold tooth. I won't have any trouble drumming up business. Then he whispered, Watch your back, Bernie. Thatcher didn't see Chester Landry's car among those parked at the boarding house, but he didn't let that stop him from taking the front steps two at a time. The house was dark except for a few dim lights providing barely enough illumination for him to see his way up the staircase. He knew Landry occupied room number 4 on the second floor. He knocked. Silence. He knocked again and put his ear to the door. He heard nothing. Across the hall, a door opened and a head popped out. He recognized the boarder, but didn't recall his name. He said, He's not there. He left this afternoon. Did he say where he was going? Nope. Just cleared out his stuff. Cleared out? You mean he moved out? Lock, stock, and barrel took all his shoe samples. Seemed to be on short notice. Thatcher twisted the doorknob, but it was locked. He jerked on it harder. When it didn't give, he backed up a few steps. I don't believe Mrs. May would approve. Thatcher kicked in the door. The room was empty. The bed had already been stripped of sheets. Replacement bedding and a bath towel were folded and stacked, awaiting the next boarder. Thatcher searched every drawer in the bureau, opened the closet, checked under the bed. He flipped back the mattress, but there was nothing beneath it except rusty bed springs. What the hell do you think you're doing? The landlady was standing in the open doorway, hands on her hips. She looked like a hag during daytime. The nighttime variant was worse. Nevertheless, Thatcher moved in on her. Did Landry say where he was going? No, and I didn't ask, she said. Ain't my business, is it? He's moved out for good? He's not coming back? Not your business, neither. Thatcher tapped the badge on his lapel. Sheriff Amos will disagree. Should I send him over to talk to you? She folded her housecoat closer around her and jutted out her pointy chin. He said he was taking over a new sales territory and wouldn't be back. Paid me for a few extra days because he'd failed to give me notice. Packed up his automobile and headed out. That's all I know. What time did he leave? I can't. What time? 4:30, thereabouts. He interrupted me while I was busy setting up the sideboard, she sniffed, which I didn't appreciate one bit. Thatcher stepped back into the hallway and addressed all the boarders who now were watching curiously from their open doorways as they had the night he'd been taken into custody. Some shrank back. Anybody know where Chester Landry was going? Did he ever say where he was from? All I ever heard was Dallas, one said. That was followed with murmurs of agreement. He ever mentioned family? No one answered, but one asked what he'd do. Thatcher said, if anyone hears anything from him or about him, come get me. Sorry to have woken you up. He jogged down the stairs and out the front door. 5 minutes later, he stood dripping rainwater in the waiting room of Dr. Perkins's clinic, explaining to Bill what he'd learned. Landry had prepared to run even before the ambush, leading you to believe he may have been instrumental in that. He might have planned it, but he didn't participate, in unison Thatcher, and the sheriff turned toward Laurel, who'd spoken from the chair that Patsy Kemp had occupied days before. Laurel looked small and defenseless, with shoulders hunched, hugging her elbows. She said, he was at my back door when the shooting started. Bill walked over to her. What was Chester Landry doing at your back door? She was about to answer when Dr. Perkins came out of the interior room. His lab coat was bloodied. Laurel shot to her feet. He didn't keep them in suspense. My nurse and I successfully removed 2 bullets. The third went through his lower left abdomen. I've done what I can. He's still with us. Is he out of danger? Laurel asked. No, Mrs. Plummer. He survived the surgery, but he's not in the clear, seeing her distress. He said, but he's young and strong. His vitals are good. If he can stave off infection, he has a good chance of recovery. Men with far worse wounds have recovered. Laurel covered her mouth and took a deep breath. Does he know about Davy? He demanded that I tell him, Bill said to her. It was just before he lost consciousness, so it may not have sunk in. It did, Dr. Perkins said, looking bleak. He came to and was most fretful over it before we sedated him. Laurel gave a soft sob. Can I see him? Dr. Perkins looked her over. Her dress, shoes, and stockings were spattered with mud and streaked with Mike's blood. He's still out cold, Mrs. Plummer. He won't know you're there. And infection is a major concern. Tomorrow would be better. Only then did she seem to realize how bedraggled she looked and the reason for the doctor's hesitancy to let her near his patient. But she stood proud and composed. I'll be here first thing in the morning. I need to get back. Dr. Perkins retreated and shut the door. The 3 of them filed out of the waiting area, Laurel leading the way. Bill and Thatcher had conferred briefly at the scene of the ambush before Thatcher had gone in search of Landry. At the time, the sheriff had dispatched men to comb the woods on both sides of the road in search of clues. They recovered dozens of shell casings from numerous weapons, but nothing else. Bill had remarked then that he hoped the rain would hold off until daylight tomorrow, when a more thorough search could be made of the woods and the road on which the getaway car had sped away. Thatcher could tell how disheartened Bill was when they reached the exit of the office building to see that the lightning and thunder had moved east, but a hard rain was being driven sideways by a strong wind. So much for tire tracks and footprints, Bill said, as he motioned Laurel and Thatcher toward his car. They dashed through the rain and piled in. When they reached Laurel's house, it was in total darkness. Thank you for the ride. She opened the backseat door herself, got out, and ran toward the house. Thatcher watched her go inside, then turned his head and looked at Bill. Bill gave him a knowing smile. Busy day in store for tomorrow, Gabe Driscoll. Now this ambush with 1 man dead. You're only a reserve, Thatcher. I've got no claim on you, but I'd sure appreciate your help. I'll stop by the stable and see if Fred can spare Roger to tend to the horses tomorrow. Early then, Thatcher nodded, got out, and ran through the torrent to Laurel's door. 55, the electricity was out in Laurel's house. When Thatcher entered the kitchen through the back door, she was lighting a kerosene lamp. She blew out the match and situated the glass chimney. She said, "You know what's funny?" He propped Barker's rifle against the wall and hung his dripping hat on the wall peg. "I can't think of a thing." Davy would have been the first to laugh over being killed for a truckload of pies and fruit fillings. It was his and Mike's idea. They'd cooked it up even before I told them about Mayor Croft and Chester Landry visiting today. Hold on, the mayor and Landry came here? To try to coerce me into joining their, I don't know the word, syndicate? Did you know the mayor is a bootlegger? Anyway, they showed up at my front door this afternoon. In a thready voice, she pieced together broken sentences to relate what the pair had proposed. Thatcher wasn't surprised by any of it except for Bernie Croft's brashness. "Who did the talking?" he asked, the mayor. Up till now, Croft had used his political office as cover. If he was stepping out from behind it, he must be feeling damned confident that he couldn't be touched. That was a troubling prospect. When they left, Laurel was saying, "I had the shakes. I knew I hadn't seen the last of them. But I didn't think their reprisal would come this soon or be so deadly." Tears filled her eyes. When I told the twins about that visit and the reason behind it, they admitted that a truck had been hijacked just a few days ago. She described the incident to Thatcher. "I suppose the only reason they let that Johnson man live was so he could put his family and the rest of us on notice." Nevertheless, the twins were keen on going tonight, but without whiskey. She nodded. They weren't selling just my whiskey. They had been dealing with another moonshiner who's up closer to Ranger. They'd bought several crates from him and had hidden them someplace accessible so the product would be on hand when they needed it. In view of this recent hijacking, they had counted on selling what was in that stockpile but would continue to make the trip from here to there with pies only. In the event they were intercepted, the joke would be on whoever had stopped them. Their thinking was that after they were caught with only pies as cargo, they would be left alone. You see? Isn't that just like a prank the two of them would pull? She gave a dry, forced laugh, and she began to quiver like a shell-shocked trooper on the verge of cracking. He spoke her name quietly, and when she blinked him into focus, he asked about Landry. "Tell me what happened with him." He must have been watching the house because he came to the back door almost immediately after the twins left. He said Mayor Croft had been overbearing and tactless, and that he didn't blame me for turning them down. He said he had come not at Croft's behest, but on his own to make me a better offer. I don't know what he was going to propose, because that's when the shooting started. The instant I heard the gunfire, I had a premonition, a sick feeling. She touched her stomach. I took off running. Landry came after me and caught up from there, you know. You saw. The coward ran and got away. Mike was lying in the street and Davy was dead. They made such easy targets as they came out of the curve in the road. She appeared to want to say more, but her throat seized up. She had difficulty swallowing. Laurel. It wasn't Lawman who ambushed them. She looked down at the floor, but he didn't think it registered with her that the puddle around her muddy shoes had been formed by her dripping clothes. Sheriff Amos called it sabotage, she said. Moonshiners mistaking the twins for rivals, and they were for me. She pressed her fist to her chest. I let them go tonight, knowing the danger. She covered her face with her hands and began to sob. Irv kept telling me it wasn't a lark. You warned me. But no, I was conceited and stubborn and thought that I was above the fray, that I couldn't be touched, and because of that vanity, Davy died. Sensing that she was about to collapse where she stood, Thatcher crossed over to her and enfolded her in his arms. The O'Connors knew they were playing a dangerous game. They knew the risks, but it's my fault. No, Laurel. They loved the thrill. With or without you, they would have become part of this trade. I tried my best to talk them out of going tonight. Honestly, Thatcher, I did. But they were bent on it. If Mike lives, he will never get over losing his brother. Never. Her forehead dropped against his sternum, and she began to sob harder. I can't do this anymore, even if I wanted to continue. I can't risk another life. You've got to stop risking your own. He scooped her up into his arms and headed for the staircase. Feebly, she pushed against his chest. "Let me down." "You're sopping wet, your teeth are chattering, and you're about to drop." He carried her into her bedroom, set her on her feet, and propped her against the wall. He went around the room, pulling down the window shades and lit the lamp on her dresser, keeping the flame low. He folded back the bedcovers. She hadn't moved from where he'd left her. For the longest time, they stood facing, staring into each other's eyes. "You're fragile right now," he said. "I promised I would never take advantage of you, and I meant it. I'm putting you to bed if you don't want me in there with you. Say so now." She didn't move or speak, keeping his eyes locked with hers. He reached down and untied the thong, holding his holster against his thigh, then unbuckled the gun belt and set it in a chair. His coat was wet. It clung, but he worked himself out of it. He flipped his braces off his shoulders, opened several buttons of his shirt, then impatiently pulled it over his head. Shoes and socks went next. He unbuttoned his fly but stopped there. He knelt in front of her and slipped off her shoes, sliding his hands up her legs under her skirt. He found her garters, rolled down her stockings, and peeled them off her chilled feet. When he stood up, he reached behind her head, pulled out what few pins remained in her hair, and dropped them to the floor. As her hair tumbled down her back, he combed his fingers through it. "Thatcher, with abject misery," he moaned. "Please don't shy from me, Laurel." "I'm not. It's just in a purely feminine, self-conscious gesture." She touched the tear tracks on her cheeks, then moved her hand down to her collar, which she drew closed over her throat. "I'm not very tidy." His heart thumped with restored anticipation. Her voice was husky from weeping, and so seductive he wanted to trap it inside her mouth and taste it. "I don't need you tidy. I need you now." He placed his hands flat against the wall on either side of her head, lowered his and used his nose to nudge open the collar she'd closed. He pressed an open-mouthed kiss on the side of her neck, nibbled up the slender column of it to her ear where he breathed. "I won't hold back. Please don't." "Make me forget what?" "Everything." That sighed consent unleashed a primal urge in him to claim, possess, mate. He came up against her and covered her face with kisses, then slanted his mouth over hers. He ate from it, unable to draw as much from it as he was yearning for, greedy for. He went back and back and back for more. He slid his hands from the wall to her breasts. There was no corset to prevent him from massaging and reshaping them. She leaned into the caresses in unshy offering. Somehow he managed to keep their mouths fused as he pulled her blouse free of her waistband and unbuttoned it. The buttons were small and round and devils to work free of the wet material, but at last he got them undone and her blouse was off. He skimmed his hands over her front, feeling the warmth of her skin through her chemise. He compressed the tips of her breasts between his fingers and heard her breath flutter around his name as she sighed it. After 2 failed attempts, he found the fastening of her skirt and undid it. The skirt, weighted with rainwater, crumpled to the floor. Laurel stepped out of it, leaving her in only her chemise and underpants. He took her hands and tugged her forward as he backed up to the bed and sat down on the side of it, then wrapped her in his arms and pressed his face into the giving softness of her middle. Hands splayed over her back, he held her there and breathed her in. Then he drew her down onto the bed, turned her to lie on her back, and following her down, half covered her body as he kissed her. She clasped his head, digging her fingers into his hair. His hands moved over her, charting the dips and swells of her body until he reached the hem of her chemise. He bunched it to her waist, pushed it up over her breasts, and pulled it over her head. She lifted her hair free of it, tossed it over the side of the bed, and lay back, drawing him back down to her. He kissed her breasts, suckled them in turn as he stroked the plane of her stomach with the backs of his fingers, moving a little lower with each brush of skin over skin until he encountered the row of tiny buttons on her underpants. He toyed with them, plucked at them, then popped them free. He worked the garment over her hips, down her thighs, past her knees, and off the hair in the V of her thighs was soft against his palm as he cupped her. Sliding his fingers deeper, he dipped into her and caressed, then rolled onto his hip, opened his fly, and made the head of his cock slick with the moisture his fingertips had collected. He levered himself above her. Her thighs hugged his hips. His first probe found her tight but yielding. He pressed inside, barely breaching but snugly securing himself in silky heat. He forced himself to hold there. But Laurel was looking up at him with lambent eyes, puffing soft and rapid breaths through her lips. Her fingers linked behind his neck, so he rocked into her incrementally, inch by intoxicating inch, until he was gloved by her. His breath sobbed loudly in the otherwise silent room. He bracketed her upper body with his forearms, leaving his hands free to touch her eyebrows, cheeks, lips. He kissed her gently. At least it started out that way, but her tongue tangled with his, and he resumed the hungry kisses of before. She angled herself up against him, rubbing belly to belly, restlessly grazing her nipples against his chest. Her hands coasted down his spine to the small of his back, then into his loose trousers and onto his butt. For hands so small they squeezed him with surprising strength, insistent on pulling him closer, deeper. He heard the primal growl that came from his own throat as he began to move, slow, penetrating glides, near withdrawals before sinking deeper, shallow, rapid strokes that appealed to his carnal instinct to come. To come now, he didn't, but he tilted his hips just enough to change the point of friction to enable a prolonged grind against that elusive little bead that he had acquainted her with. Her first climax had alarmed her. She had resisted and rejected it. Now she was arching up in one of another. He'd had wet dreams about just this, about Laurel's desperate reaching for the abandon he could give her. His control slipping, he groaned her name in a plea, a prayer. Her breath turned choppy, then stopped altogether as her body bowed and went taut. She gave a soft, startled cry, then began milking him with such perfection. He almost waited too late to pull out. Really not since Derby had come home from Europe had Laurel felt completely at rest. This must be the way it felt when a beguiling narcotic channeled through one's veins, replacing distress, anger, grief, all things horrid with a honeyed peace. The languor was lovely. She had no wish to move, not until Thatcher did. And then she opened her eyes to watch as he walked over to the dresser and took off his pants. His tall frame was spared lankiness by wide shoulders, defined muscles and tendons, and a perfectly formed, firm backside. "You mind me getting naked?" She sought his eyes in the mirror above the dresser from which she'd obviously been watching her watch him. A worry line appeared between his eyebrows. "Are you embarrassed now by what we did?" "No, only embarrassed that you caught me admiring the view." The line faded and he grinned as he poured water onto a cloth and washed himself, then filled the bowl from the pitcher, got a fresh cloth off the towel rack, wet it, and brought it back to the bed. She couldn't keep herself from admiring the front view, too. He was generously apportioned. He sat down on the side of the bed and washed her stomach with the cloth, then passed it to her. Reaching beneath the sheet, she cleaned herself between her thighs. "I'll get some sheiks," he said, "but except for the flu, I didn't catch anything over there." Derby had explained to her why servicemen had been encouraged to use prophylactics. He'd assured her that he had. Thatcher got back in the bed and stretched out beside her on his side, his elbow on the mattress, his fist supporting his cheek. He pulled back the sheet that she had draped over her hips and surveyed her with frank interest. His absorbed gaze made her turn rosier than she already was. "You're embarrassed," he said, bashful. She lowered her eyes and addressed his chin. "I've only been with Derby. I don't know how to act with you. Don't act at all. Just be you. Can I tell you something?" "Something good, I hope." An admission. She reached out and placed her hand on the meaty part of his chest. Her fingers lightly stroked the dusting of hair. "I wanted to see you without your undershirt." "What? The night you brought Irv home, you'd used your shirt to stanch the wound and were wearing only a Henley. It fits so tight that I got some idea of what you must look like under it. I couldn't stop looking, imagining, and wishing I could see your bare chest." He gave her a lopsided grin. "I was wishing I could see yours too." He palmed her breast and ran his thumb across the nipple. More than just see. He bent his head and caressed her nipple with his tongue, then sucked each into his mouth before leaning away from her. I've daydreamed for hours about doing that. You have? Since I saw you wrestling with that sheet, even that saggy dress you had on couldn't keep me from wondering what was underneath. Every time the wind kicked up, I got a fairly good idea. You gave no sign. I thought you were married. Have you ever been? Married? Naw. There weren't any girls on the ranch except for One Hand's mother who cooked for Mr. Hobson. The girls in town were just, us cowboys made that house a stop on our alternating Saturday nights off. She folded one arm beneath her head. You never had a special girl, Thatcher? One who either got away or who you left behind? No. She just looked at him. No, he repeated. You've never been in love? No. He lifted a strand of her hair off the pillow and began winding it round and round his index finger. There was a woman in France. Not one of the French girls you referred to, he said wryly. She was a nurse in the hospital. She was from Scotland. When she talked, it sounded like bells jingling. Was she pretty, in her way? Every soldier in the ward liked her. They'd flirt with her. She'd flirt back, all in fun. Whenever one would die, she took it hard because she'd lost her fiancé during the first year of fighting. That's why she volunteered. He pulled his finger from the curl of hair he'd formed, laid it back on the pillow, then began to trace the shape of her eyebrow. She was crazy about horses. Found out that I was a cowboy, wanted to know all about my life on the ranch in the wild, wild West. Sometimes after her shift, she'd come sit with me and we'd talk. When he didn't continue, Laurel whispered, "There's more to this story, I think." He gave a small shrug. When I was discharged from the hospital, I was given a 3-day leave before I had to report for duty. She invited me to stay with her. She had a small place, only one room and a toilet, but she'd made it cozy. How often did you stay with her? Just that once. After that 3 days, we said our goodbyes. Did you write to each other? No. Did you see her after the war? No. Did you try? No, it wasn't like that, Laurel. She was a caring person. For all the cheer she gave her patients, she was sad, still in love with her fiancé. We were a comfort to each other, that's all. Two people trying to take some pleasure where there was damn little to be found. Those 3 days were just a time out from the hell going on around us. Like this is now? He quit concentrating on her eyebrow and met her gaze directly. Placing his arm around her waist, he spread his hand wide over her bottom and pulled her against him. Nothing like this. Nothing's ever been like this. His deep kiss became a long, continual one that caused renewed arousal to spiral inside her sex. Gradually, the kiss changed character, taking on heat that melted any lingering inhibitions. Up till now, the word erotic had hinted at dark and mysterious things of which she had no experience or knowledge. Now, she felt steeped in the essence of the word's definition. Thatcher ended the kiss, only to whisper against her lips, "I have to have you again." Her desire for him had also risen to the level of need. "Yes," he murmured indistinctly as he moved to lie between her legs. "I'm going to kiss you." But he didn't do as he was wont to and cradle her face in his hands. Instead, he clasped her hips between them and blazed a trail of wet kisses down the center of her body. His hands assumed mastery over her movements, but their guidance was gentle and unrushed. He repositioned her legs to accommodate his shoulders, cupped her behind the knees and raised them, stroked the backs of her thighs, then slid his hands under her bottom. It was a delicious shock to feel the prickliness of whiskers against her navel, in the valleys under her hip bones, and on the insides of her thighs. She couldn't hear everything he whispered directly against her, but she felt the words as they formed on his lips, felt the warm breath that wafted over her sensitive flesh as he spoke them. She never would have imagined that his mouth could be both softly persuasive and aggressive at the same time, but it was. His tongue was simply wicked. It shattered her, and she surrendered to it utterly. She was still in the throes of her orgasm when he braced himself above her. In a possessive push, he sheathed himself. He gave only a few more rapid thrusts before his body tensed, and she felt his pulsing deep inside her. She closed around him as tightly as she could, and they held that way until they both went listless. Long moments later, he placed his hands at each side of her head and sank his fingers into her hair, tangling the strands around them, as though he wanted to be ensnared. He remained heavy and full inside her, filling her. His face was feverish against her neck. His breath, which had been gusting, eventually slowed. He inhaled deeply once and exhaled slowly. Before he slept, he spoke a single word: Laurel. Only that. It was enough. 56 Thatcher's clothes were still damp, but he had no choice except to put them back on. He was moving quietly so not to waken Laurel, who was a damn tempting sight. Hair streaming over her pillow, face relaxed in sleep, her bare shoulder had escaped the covers. He thought of leaning down and kissing it, but was afraid she would wake up. She needed her sleep. Last night, after napping for a while, they'd gone downstairs to the bathroom and bathed together by the glow of a kerosene lamp. She had overcome some of her shyness and had asked delicate questions. His candid answers had made her blush, but not to be outdone by French tarts, she'd asked him to coach her on how to please him. It was he who'd wound up in thrall of her ardor and talent. They'd fallen asleep, spooning, but he'd awakened an hour later, hard with wanting her again. She purred in permissive response to his hopeful nudges, but when she tried to turn, he reached across her and spread his hand over her middle, holding her in place. Ever since that damn rooster attacked and your bottom bumped up against me, just thinking about that slow, drowsy sex made him want to be coupled with her again. But each of them was facing a challenging day. She would be grieving Davy O'Connor and consoling his brother. Sheriff Amos was expecting him. He gave her one last, longing look, then slipped out of the bedroom unheard. Fred Barker was already in his shop when Thatcher arrived to return his rifle. "Why don't you keep it?" Barker said. "After what happened last night, I reckon you might need it. You heard about the ambush?" "Heard the ambush as it happened. Wife and me thought firecrackers were going off. This morning learned different from the milkman. That O'Connor boy was a hellraiser. I'd have locked my daughter up. He'd have come anywhere near her but being gunned down like that." Barker shook his head in sorrow. "Something's got to give around here, Thatcher. Hang on to that Springfield. It's not like it's the only rifle I have." "Thanks, I'll take good care of it." He asked Fred if he could spare Roger to do the stable chores. "Sheriff wanted me to be on hand today." Fred spat into the dirt. "He's going to need all the men he can get." "Do you believe a lightning strike caused that fire?" "Fire? Jesus, Thatcher, you ain't heard about that?" The sheriff's office was more crowded than it had been since the morning the search for Mila Driscoll was organized. Then Thatcher had only heard the commotion from his jail cell. This morning as he entered the building, he had to wedge himself between the interior wall and the throng of men surrounding Bill, who was standing in the center of the large room, fielding dozens of questions even as he issued assignments. "We don't know how many confirmed dead yet," he was saying. "I'm afraid to calculate. Relatives we've talked to said that Hiram had called a claim conference. The only acceptable excuses for not attending were that you were being born or dying. There could have been dozens inside that house, including women and children. So far, we haven't come across any survivors, which leaves us knowing squat about what happened during that meeting." Thatcher listened, as did everyone else, as Bill shared what little he had learned. Hiram's nearest neighbor, with whom he wasn't on the best of terms, had heard a loud bang the night before. He took it for a lightning strike, rolled over, and went back to sleep. This morning, when he noticed several thin trails of smoke coming from the direction of Hiram's place, he thought he ought to go check. When not a single Johnson appeared on their private road to challenge him for trespassing, the neighbor had become even more apprehensive of what he would find at the dead end. He said the house had been incinerated. Bill told those gathered around him. Despite the rainstorm last night, parts of it were still smoldering. He drove to the nearest telephone and called me. Bill stared down at his boots for a moment. "All I can say is, it must have been a hell of a blaze. It's a scene out of hell." Bill had left a team of deputies there to keep curiosity seekers away, even those few Johnsons who hadn't attended the meeting but had immediate family members who weren't allowed beyond a certain point. I've requested a team of state investigators specially trained in arson to come up from Austin. May be tomorrow before they can gather all their gear and make the drive. In the meantime, the rest of you continue investigating the ambush on the O'Connors. You have your duties. Get to them. Many shuffled out. Others got on telephones. Bill came over to Thatcher, who said, "Sorry I wasn't here earlier. Be glad you missed it." The Johnson place? Thatcher, if that fire wasn't an act of God, it was the work of Satan himself. There were kids in that house. Babies. Thatcher had seen charred bodies of soldiers on the battlefield and of civilians in bombed-out villages. He had hoped never to see such a grotesque sight again. Neither he nor Bill said anything for a moment. Then Thatcher asked if Mike O'Connor was still alive. Last word I got, he was holding on. But they're keeping him sedated. Doc Perkins said he'd let me know as soon as he's stable enough to be questioned. Thatcher nodded absently, then asked about Gabe Driscoll's present frame of mind. Bill said, "I haven't been in to see him this morning. Someone else took him breakfast." Thatcher took a look around the room. It hadn't escaped others' notice that he and Bill were conferring privately, a privilege that Bill didn't afford everyone. Scotty and Harold tolerated Thatcher, but only to an extent. Most of the veterans of the department still regarded him with suspicion and hostility. He was sure that some held to the belief that he was guilty of doing something to Mila Driscoll. That continued to plague him. Whether or not they ever welcomed him into the fold, he had to lay that misconception to rest, which is why he wanted to speak to Bill alone. "Let's go take a look at that road where the getaway car was waiting for the shooters. I doubt we'll find any clues. I doubt we will too, but I'm afraid these walls have ears." Bill gave him a sharp look, then announced to the room at large that he would be back shortly. Laurel woke up later than usual with a fully risen sun lighting the bedroom through the shades Thatcher had lowered last night. Thatcher. At the mere thought of him, warm happiness suffused her. She was a bit disappointed that he hadn't stayed until she woke up, but she knew the hard day he had in store. At the same time, she was almost glad he wasn't facing her across the pillow just now. She blushed at the thought of ever looking him in the eye again. The things he'd taught her. Derby had regarded himself as quite a Casanova. His lovemaking had been vigorous, and he'd strutted that as a sign of his virility. He'd always taken for granted that she was satisfied when the gratification had been his alone. The sex had been for him, not her. To be fair, she didn't believe he'd been selfish. He simply hadn't known any better. If not for Thatcher, neither would she. He had awakened her to levels of sensuality she'd never known were available or would have dreamed possible. In response to her apprehension over what he expected, over what she could expect from him, he'd been patient and persuasive. His touch, knowing smile, and whispered words had been temptation made manifest. His tenderness, passion sanctified throughout the night, he'd given her rapturous pleasure and had taken his. But in addition to the fervent lovemaking, he had also attended to her racked emotions. Without words, he'd held her close against him. Just that. His quietude had assuaged her grief over Davy's murder, her anxiety over Mike's condition, her distress over the unknown future. That thought prickled something at the back of her mind, some revelatory thought, but it had been fleeting, as elusive as the glimmer of a single firefly in a dark wood. Once, when she was a young girl, she'd chased a lightning bug through the woods that bordered her daddy's cotton field. It had flickered only one time, but she'd been certain she'd seen it, not imagined it. She'd plunged after it in the hope of catching it to put in a jar near her bed. She darted through the trees and underbrush, had run in circles until she had exhausted herself and had given up the chase in defeat. She felt as frustrated and downcast now, not to have netted that flash of clarity. It had been meaningful enough to give her instant pause, to raise goosebumps on her arms. She closed her eyes, lay perfectly still, and strained to recapture it, but try as she might, she couldn't. It had retreated into the recesses of her subconscious. Maybe it would show itself at another time, probably in a moment when she wasn't searching for it. Having been lazy long enough, she forced herself to get up. She washed and dressed and was pinning up her hair when she heard the back door open and the scrape of footsteps in the kitchen. Her heart swelled. Maybe Thatcher had come back for a good morning kiss after all. More probably, though, it was Irv returning from the stills. She dreaded having to tell him, Corinne and Ernie, about the O'Connors, but she also hoped that they hadn't heard the dreadful news from someone else first. She pushed the last pin into her hair and then started downstairs calling as she went. Irv, once in Bill's car and on their way, Thatcher asked after Mrs. Amos. Not doing good, I hate to say. I'm worried, Thatcher. No ordinary bellyache lasts this long with all these crises going on. If I can't take time off to get her to a doctor, I'm going to ask her friend to take her. What about Dr. Perkins? He'd just give her more drops. She needs to be examined by somebody born after the Civil War. Have you heard of that sanitarium in Temple? Thatcher shook his head. Couple of doctors down there, names are Scott and White, are building quite a reputation. I may look into getting her in down there. They drove along the road where Thatcher had last seen the getaway car's taillights disappearing around a bend. Bill drove beyond that point, then pulled his car to the side of the road. This is pointless. What's on your mind? Thatcher said. Have you sent anybody out to Pointer's Gap yet? It was on my list of things to do today, but with the ambush, the fire, I haven't had the men to spare, and you'd have to go with them to show the way, so no. Have you arranged for a lawyer for Driscoll? It's not a priority. Bill's expectant expression prompted Thatcher to get on with it. This is going to sound like I'm beating around the bush, but bear with me. The sheriff checked his pocket watch. It's a busy day. 5 minutes, Thatcher. Last night when you dropped Laurel and me at her house, she was on the brink of a breakdown over Davy O'Connor. Sure. But also, yesterday afternoon, she had an upsetting visit from Bernie Croft and Chester Landry. Let me guess. They wanted her to merge her business with theirs. Thatcher said nothing. Bill waited a few seconds, then sighed with exasperation. They're bootleggers, Thatcher. They wouldn't have been interested in Mrs. Plummer's pie business. I'm not saying anything about her. You don't have to. I've known for years that old Irv dabbled. He didn't cause anybody trouble, so I looked the other way. Other moonshiners did too, because he didn't put too deep a dent in their market. But the lady has gotten everybody riled. Croft and Landry for sure. She turned them down? Again, Thatcher remained silent, but Bill nodded as though Thatcher had replied in return. They shot up her delivery boys. At the scene of the ambush, Harold said to me that somebody had wanted to make a point. I think he was right. I think it was Croft. What about Landry? He was with Laurel when the shooting started, remember? Now I do. I had asked her about it, but we got off on Mike O'Connor's conditions, so I never received an answer. Was he a decoy sent to keep her occupied while the O'Connors were being ambushed? That's possible, I guess. But what Landry told Laurel was that he'd return to make her a better offer, behind Bernie's back, a double cross. Landry is weaselly enough. Oh, I agree. But are you suggesting that while he was negotiating with Mrs. Plummer, Bernie acted alone? I don't think Landry is above removing somebody, but he wouldn't go about it like that. He wouldn't have made a spectacle, like the ambush, and like a hell of a blaze. Bill looked at him with raised brows. Hiram's place. Hennessy was in the IRA. They're famous for blowing things up. They make explosive devices out of tin cans. That fire at the Johnsons' place might not have been sparked by lightning. Christ, Thatcher, do you have any idea of the shit you're wading into here? Bernie Croft isn't a man you trifle with. No, Bill, you can't trifle. You gotta hit him with more than a slap on the hand. You gotta kick him in the balls and then cut them off. Bill lapsed into thought, tugging at the corner of his mustache. We'd have a hell of a time proving that Bernie ordered that ambush or the fire. He's got loyal toadies. They would never give him up. They'd hang first. I would. Thatcher looked at him stunned. You think I'm a coward? I guess I am, he said ruefully. But it's not my skin I'm concerned about. Daisy's life is the bargaining chip Bernie holds over me. That's why I don't buck him, Thatcher. He doesn't even have to carry out his veiled threats. It's the fear that he will that keeps me, everybody, from crossing him beyond a certain point. Thatcher turned his head forward and stared through the grimy windshield. Maybe he carries out more threats than you know of. I told you this would sound like beating around the bush and time's winding down. Who told us about Pointer's Gap? What's that got to do with? Who, Bill? The answer being obvious. Thatcher continued without pause. Why did Croft drop that out-of-the-way place into the conversation? Like he just happened to think of it while explaining Driscoll's lust for Norma Blanchard, which we already knew about. Yes, but Croft didn't know we knew. He made certain we did. Bernie has been Gabe's advocate. Why would he plant in our minds the notion that Gabe could have assaulted Norma? He did more than that, Thatcher said. He beat us over the head with it. Makes me wonder why. 57. When Thatcher and Bill returned to the sheriff's department, it was still a beehive of activity. As soon as Bill came through the door, a dozen written messages were handed to him. He scanned the notes, then delegated various tasks to his deputies and staff. Scotty approached and said under his breath, "The governor himself called this time. If he calls back, put him off. Tell him, and the Texas Rangers are here," Bill snorted. Well, that was to be expected. Actually, I'm glad to have them. How many? 2. Where are they? Having a meal over at the cafe. Said they'd be back in 30 minutes. How long ago was that? Scotty checked the wall clock. 27 minutes ago, Bill turned to Thatcher. Do you want to wait to confront Driscoll until we have more time? Do you? By way of an answer, Bill said to Scotty, when the Rangers come back, tell them we're trying to squeeze a confession out of a prisoner and ask them to cool their heels a while longer. The governor? Suggest he have a drink. Bill pushed open the door leading into the cell block. Thatcher followed him and closed the door behind them. Driscoll was fit to be tied. Where is my lawyer? What the hell is going on out there? It sounds like a carnival. I've been yelling for someone to get in here, but I've been ignored. Glaring at Thatcher, his voice went shrill. And why is he still wearing a badge when he should be in here instead of me? In contrasting calmness, Bill said, because he's not a murder suspect, Gabe. I did not attack Norma. I would never have done that. No, we don't think you did. The patients on your rural route vouched for your whereabouts during the time frame when she was assaulted. Then why am I still locked up? Because you killed Mila, didn't you? No. He gave an obstinate shake of his head. Did you plan it with Norma, or did you act alone? I did not kill my wife. Disregarding the denial, Bill said, I think Mrs. Driscoll's body was in the car with you when you went to Lefty's. Eleanor Wise just missed you loading it because you had parked around back. Up till then, Thatcher had let Bill do all the talking. Now, he said, I can't figure the murder weapon. Good point, Gabe said tightly. Sheriff, are you listening? What did you use, Hutton? Unfazed, Thatcher said. No obvious weapon was found inside the house. Either you used something commonplace that wouldn't be considered a weapon, or you took the weapon with you and tossed it somewhere along the way to Lefty's, or you buried it with Mrs. Driscoll's body at Pointer's Gap. I didn't. And why? Pointer's Gap? Thatcher continued. It's rugged country. You would know, wouldn't you? Driscoll sneered. You took Mila from our house that night and took her out there. In what, Gabe? His head swiveled back to Bill. What? Thatcher was on foot. How would he have gotten her out there? Before the doctor could respond, Thatcher picked back up. Why did you choose Pointer's Gap? I didn't. I've never even been there. What about the picnics with your wife? Driscoll looked at Bill. What is he talking about? The picnics, Thatcher said, bringing Driscoll's attention back to him. The ones you and Mrs. Driscoll went on at Pointer's Gap. That's absurd. First of all, I hate picnics. Where did you even get a crazy idea like that? Thatcher waited a beat, then said quietly, From Bernie Croft. The doctor looked like he'd been struck with a 2x4 right between the eyes. He gaped at Thatcher for a 10 count, then took several short, shallow breaths. Bernie told you that? Closely monitoring Driscoll's every reaction, Thatcher left it to Bill to explain how they'd come to hear about Pointer's Gap, when and where their seemingly casual conversation with the mayor had taken place. To aid us in our investigation into the assault on Miss Blanchard, Bernie felt compelled to mention your affair with her, and then your earnest attempt to atone for it by paying more attention to your wife. Gabe was swallowing convulsively. Bill went on. His offhanded mention of Pointer's Gap. It wasn't offhanded, Driscoll blurted. He slumped forward against the bars, clutching two of them to help himself remain upright. It was his idea. What was his idea? He remained silent and gave a mournful shake of his head. It was Bernie's idea to do what, Gabe? Say it. I can't. He'll kill me. Thatcher leaned in and whispered to him. If you betray Croft, he may very well kill you. But if you don't come clean, you have me to be scared of. Gabe looked at him with fright. Thatcher gazed back, unblinking. The doctor was quick to yield. He turned to Bill and stammered, B. Bernie took care of the body for me. He had men meet me at Lefty's. They took Mila. Was she dead, Gabe? He nodded. You killed her? Yes. He lowered his head and began to cry. Thatcher backed away from the bars separating them. He exchanged a glance with Bill. They'd gotten the confession they'd been after, but having Mila Driscoll's fate confirmed was a dismal triumph. How'd you kill her, Gabe? Bill asked softly. Just then Scotty came barging through the door at the end of the corridor. Sheriff? Not now, Bill said. It's not now. It's Mrs. Amos. Bill spun around to his deputy. Scotty spoke so hastily he tripped over his words. Her friend Mrs. Cantor called, says Mrs. Amos is in pain, something awful. Her stomach said it might have been whiskey, said she caught her with a bottle of bourbon half empty. Jesus. Bill looked at Thatcher. I have to go. And the Rangers are back, Scotty added. Screw them. Stay with Driscoll, Bill said to Thatcher. Get it all on paper. Have him sign. Wait, your wife has severe stomach pains after drinking bourbon? Gabe had stopped crying, but had turned whey-faced, and his lips were rubbery. He said it was for the Johnsons. In a matter of seconds, Bill had the cell door unlocked, had grabbed Driscoll by the throat, and had backed him against the wall. Who said Bernie? Driscoll gave a wobbly nod. Said what was for the Johnsons? Bill shook him, thumping him hard against the wall. What? Arsenic in the bourbon. With the regard one would give a rag doll, Bill dragged the doctor from the cell and pushed him down the hallway with the unstoppable propulsion of a cowcatcher. Scotty had come along. He was with Bill as he burst through the front door of his house, shouting his wife's name. By the time Thatcher had towed Driscoll from the car, up the walk and into the house, Bill was on the landing, barging past a middle-aged woman who was wringing her hands with anxiety and saying repeatedly, I don't know what to do for her. Scotty hung back to explain the circumstances. It'll be all right, Mrs. Cantor. We brought Dr. Driscoll. Thatcher, with a grip on the back of Driscoll's collar, pushed him up the stairs and into the bedroom. Bill was seated on the side of the bed, bending over his wife, who was writhing in apparent agony. She reached out and clutched Bill's hand. I think I'm dying. You're not going to die. He raised her hand and kissed the back of it hard. You're not going to die. I'm going to fix it. He left the bed, walked over to Driscoll, drew his pistol, and pressed the barrel of it against the doctor's forehead. If she doesn't survive this, I am killing you first, then Bernie Croft. Gastric lavage. Driscoll said. What? Pump her stomach. I need to pump her stomach with salt water. I'll need my equipment. Describe it. Thatcher was amazed by how suddenly Driscoll slipped into professional mode. In seemingly perfect control, he gave Scotty a description of the tubing device he required and told him in which cabinet it was stored in his office. But the house is locked. Kick the damn door in. Shoot out the lock, Bill said to his deputy. Scotty rushed out and thumped down the stairs. Daisy groaned pitiably and extended her hand toward Bill, who holstered his pistol, but shouted to Driscoll, Do something now. The doctor shrugged off his coat. We need to induce vomiting. She's been vomiting for days, but she hadn't ingested half a bottle all at once. This is acute. We need to induce vomiting. He rolled up his shirt sleeves. Where can I wash? Across the hall. Thatcher followed him as far as the door to the bathroom and watched as he lathered up and rinsed his hands. As he was drying them, his gaze met Thatcher's in the mirror above the sink. "Are you expecting an apology for my false accusations, Mr. Hutton?" "I don't give a fucking hell about an apology from you, but you owe your wife one. How'd you do it?" "I hit her on the back of the head with an iron skillet. The skillet in which she baked the shortbread you enjoyed so much." He folded the hand towel and hung it just so on the metal bar, then went past Thatcher and returned to the bedroom. Daisy was lying on her side, knees pulled to her chest, moaning and gripping her midsection. Bill was leaning over her, stroking her face and talking softly. Thatcher noticed a half-full bottle of name-brand bourbon sitting on the bureau. He went over and got it, knowing it would be valuable evidence against both Driscoll and Croft. As he left the bedroom unnoticed, Bill was holding back his beloved's hair as she retched into a basin held by the man who had poisoned her at the direction of Bernie Croft. Bernie said, "Hello, Gert. Ain't you heard? We're shut down. Good as anyway. I'd like to talk to you. We'll talk when you get the law off my back, in due time." "Due time," she said scornfully. "No more graft, you hear me? I'll get you back to normal soon. You've been saying that, but in the meanwhile, Bill Amos is having our road patrolled nightly. All that attention is keeping away customers too scared of being caught in another raid. Much longer, and we won't have any hooch to sell, 'cause Lefty's drinking it all up. Stays drunk, ain't no use to me. No pussy to sell, neither, 'cause all them twats upstairs has sneaked off one by one, took their inspiration from that Corrine, I guess. I'm losing money by the hour, and you're doing nothing but taking up space, Mr. Mayor." He smiled. "I'm here to make it up to you, Gert." She honked a laugh. "Ain't likely. Everybody knows you look after your own self. This benefits us both." She squinted at him through an exhalation of cigarette smoke. "What does? I brought you a present." He turned. Hennessy was standing at the side of the town car. At a signal from Bill, he opened the back door and pulled a bound and gagged woman from the car. Croft said to Gert, "I believe you're acquainted with Mrs. Plummer." Laurel had gone into the kitchen expecting to find her father-in-law rummaging for the makings of breakfast. Instead, Bernie Croft had been rifling through her recipe box, fanning one of the cards at her. He greeted her pleasantly, "Good morning, Mrs. Plummer. This lemon chess pie sounds delicious." And then from behind her, a heavy hand had been clamped over her mouth at the same time an arm as strong as an iron band had encircled her waist. She'd raked her nails across the hand over her mouth and knew by the profanities grunted near her ear that she'd drawn blood, or at least had caused pain. She'd struggled and kicked, but she'd been held fast while Croft had tied her hands behind her with a thin but sturdy cord that dug into her flesh. The hand over her mouth had been removed and replaced by a handkerchief which had caused her to gag. She'd been carried to the long black car she'd seen parked in front of her house the day before. She'd been thrust into the back seat, no doubt, by the burly chauffeur. Croft had climbed in beside her. They could have been out for a Sunday drive for all the attention she paid him until they'd made the turnoff to Lefty's. She'd looked at him then, and his chuckle had been villainous. Perhaps it had only sounded that way to her because she knew him to be a villain. When they'd reached the roadhouse, Croft and Hennessy had gotten out. Croft had gone to the door, which had been answered by Gert. After a brief conversation, Croft had signaled Hennessy to get her from the car and bring her forward. Now, upon seeing her, Gert stepped out onto the porch. She flicked her cigarette into the dirt and clapped her hands together. "Well, I be damned. You really did bring me a present, Bernie. It ain't even my birthday." Laurel dug her heels in, kicked against the chauffeur's shins, twisted and turned her body, did anything she could think of to make his job more difficult. She didn't delude herself into thinking she could escape someone of his size, but she refused to meekly cooperate. When they reached the porch steps, Croft instructed Hennessy to pat down her skirt pockets, already did there in her kitchen. He had, but with a sinking heart, Laurel had known he would come up empty, and he had Irv would never let her hear the last of it. If she lived through this. "Search again," Croft said now. "Right pocket yesterday, I saw her patting at it. Giveaway habit." Hennessy did as told, even shoving his hands into her pockets and digging deep. "Nothing, boss." Gert snickered. "Try her garters." Laurel looked defiantly at Croft as he motioned for his muscle man to do as suggested. Hennessy knelt in front of her and ran his hands up and down both legs, higher than her garters. Being groped by him was a desecration of Thatcher's caresses. She wanted to scream. As Hennessy came to his feet, he grinned at her, nothing but smooth skin. She forced herself not to react either to his molestation or disgusting leer. Croft then hitched his chin at Hennessy, who pushed her lower spine hard enough to knock her off balance. She fell forward onto the lowest porch step. Without her hands free to catch herself, she landed on her elbow. Pain sizzled up her arm and into her shoulder. She couldn't cry out for the handkerchief in her mouth. Even had she been able to, she wouldn't have given this trio of degenerates the satisfaction. "No call for rough stuff, Hennessy," Croft said. Yet, he reached down and helped Laurel to her feet and guided her up the steps. But once they reached the porch, she yanked her arm free of his deceptively solicitous grip. He took the white linen handkerchief from her mouth. It was monogrammed with his initials. Feeling her saliva on it, he frowned with distaste. She would have liked to spit in his eye, but reasoned that at this point her best defense was to show as little reaction as possible. But while her features remained composed and indifferent, she was quaking on the inside. No one knew where she was. Not Irv Thatcher, no one. Croft raised a hand to shade his eyes. "Gert, let's take her inside. Get her and her delicate skin out of this sun. We wouldn't want her to burn." Gert gave a phlegmy laugh as she pulled open the squeaky screen door. "Of course not. Wouldn't want that to happen." Hennessy stayed outside. The room was as Laurel remembered, cavernous, dim, and hazy with cigarette smoke. There was no sign of Lefty. Only an ominous silence came from upstairs. The shotgun lay on the bar. Gert walked over to it, sat down on a stool, and lit a fresh cigarette as though settling in for the floor show. Laurel realized she was it. Croft pushed her into a chair, then dragged one over, stationed it directly in front of her, and sat down. "Mrs. Plummer, can I call you Laurel? Where is Chester Landry?" Of all the things he could have said, that question was the least expected. Gert must have thought the same. She came off her stool with a thud. "Chester Landry, my ass. Ask her where my girl's at. Soon's I find that scheming little bitch, I'm gonna wring her neck and let Miss Highhorse here watch while I do it." Croft acted as though he hadn't heard her and remained focused on Laurel. Where was Landry headed when he slunk off last night? Laurel laughed. "You could have asked me that without going to all this elaborate trouble. Then tell me where he is. I have no earthly idea." He sighed. Then, with shocking alacrity and force, he backhanded her across the face. 58, following the stomach-pumping procedure, Daisy Amos was resting more comfortably. Thatcher knew Bill hated leaving her side and resuming his duties, but he was hard-pressed to do so on this of all days, when 3 major investigations demanded attention and action. He asked Thatcher to escort the doctor downstairs to the parlor where he would soon join them. "Put these on him." He produced a pair of handcuffs. Bill remained in the foyer with Scotty, who had been communicating with headquarters by telephone. He reported that the 2 Texas Rangers had divided up. One was getting information from the deputies who'd investigated the scene of the ambush. The other had gone to the Johnson homestead to assess the devastation there in advance of the arrival of the arson specialists. Thatcher overheard Bill ask Scotty to locate Bernie Croft. "Don't approach him. Don't indicate that you're looking for him, just let me know where he is. Me and me only." "Yes, sir," the deputy left. When Bill entered the parlor, Driscoll said, "I hope you can trust Mrs. Amos's friend to make her drink the water I prepared." He'd added honey to a large pitcher of water and had left it on the bedside table. "Even if she continues to throw up for a time, she needs the water. It will help flush the arsenic from her system naturally through urination. I've heard that the honey helps chemically somehow also eggs." "She should be fed eggs." "The sulfur in them," Bill interrupted him. "You told Alice all that. I'm confident she'll follow your instructions to the letter." Driscoll held up his cuffed hands. "Are these necessary?" "They were for Thatcher when he was suspected of the crime you've confessed to. They stay on. You poisoned my wife. Bernie brought 2 cases of liquor to my office and left them to be spiked with a slow-working poison so it wouldn't be immediately noticed. He told me those bottles were to be gifts for members of the Johnson family. I had no way of knowing that Mrs. Amos would be allotted some too. Bill had admitted to Thatcher during his tell-all on the porch that Croft was Daisy's supplier of bootleg whiskey. That he'd given her bottles spiked with arsenic was indicative of the malice he felt toward Bill, as well as Daisy, for choosing Bill over him. "Is she still in danger?" Bill was asking Driscoll. "And you had better not bullshit me. The arsenic will remain in her system, but for how long depends on a number of factors. That's why I emphasize flushing it out and neutralizing it as much as possible. Could she still die of it? It can cause complications, organ damage, and so forth. That can eventually prove fatal. It's a toxin, after all. Had I not acted so swiftly and given her the lab edge, more than likely she would have succumbed." To Thatcher, Driscoll was a complete mystery. He was like the doctor in that book. 2 men with opposing personalities living inside the same body. One minute Driscoll was bawling like a child caught misbehaving. The next he was calm, detached, even defiant. Within an hour the man had admitted to poisoning bottles of liquor he knew would be consumed by human beings and had confessed to murdering his wife and unborn baby. Thatcher rather agreed with Patsy Kemp, who'd said with bitterness, "They ought to hang the bastard twice." Bill was now asking Driscoll why he had agreed to poison the bourbon. Bernie had me over a barrel. He poured out the whole sordid story about Croft trying to recruit him to transport booze on his rural route. I was offended. "I'm a physician, not a bootlegger." He looked down at his linked fingers. But then, the night Mila. When I needed Bernie to see me through that crisis, he did so. He and that old bag at Lefty's quickly set up the incident with the prostitute, so I would have a cover story for leaving the house at that hour of the night. "Did Gert know about Mila?" Bill asked. "I don't believe so. Bernie said she was a whore at heart and wouldn't ask questions so long as she was paid." He sighed deeply. "Anyway, after that night, he owned me body and soul. I was subjected to a lot of humiliation from him. I tolerated it, believing I had no other choice, but when I found out that he'd told Norma about Pointer's Gap, What?" Bill held up his hand. "Run that past us again. Norma knew about Mila. She sprang it on me the afternoon she brought Arthur to the house. I was floored, flabbergasted. Bernie was the only person who could have told her, except for the men who actually buried the body, and they were all Mexicans who didn't even speak English. I had trusted Bernie to keep the secret. We'd made a pact when I learned that he'd told Norma. I accosted him on the street. He described a volatile encounter in an alleyway. I was livid. Thatcher sat forward and placed his forearms on his thighs. "You were livid? What about Croft?" "Smug. He said I was naive to think that he wouldn't have held some collateral for doing me such a huge favor. I told him that Norma was using it to pressure me into marriage. He agreed that people would become suspicious if she and I married too soon, and that Norma should be made to understand that. He offered to speak to her on my behalf, but I told him I would handle it. I hadn't gotten around to it." Thatcher looked over at Bill, who, like him, appeared to have realized the significance of Bernie Croft's offer to impress understanding upon Norma Blanchard. Bill stood and pulled Driscoll out of his chair. "Just so we understand one another, Gabe. If Daisy gets well, you'll stand trial and be judged by a jury of your peers. If she succumbs, you won't live to see trial." Driscoll jerked his arm free. "There's gratitude for you. I saved your wife's life, and you repay me by issuing threats." "First him," he said, looking at Thatcher with scorn. "Now you? Isn't it against the law to threaten a suspect in your custody? Doesn't that violate a lawman's code of ethics?" "I don't give a damn." Bill hauled off and slammed his fist into Gabe's face. He fell backward and landed on the floor out cold. There was one knock on the front door before Scotty pushed it open and walked in. He looked down at Driscoll. "What happened?" "He was trying to escape," Bill said. "When you get him back to the jail, put him in shackles too. What about our mayor? That's what I came to tell you. I know where he's at. What I think? We ought to go into town and check on her. We heard you the first dozen times you said that. Corrine gave Irv a malevolent squint. Well, apparently you ain't listening, old man. Miss Laurel said if she didn't come tomorrow, which was yesterday, she'd come the next day, which is today. Day ain't over, is it? Ernie looked up at the sun. Noon or better. But she has a point. Irv? Oh, you're just horny. You'd agree with anything, she said. Irv grumbled, shooting a glower toward Corrine. You said yourself you was scared Miss Laurel would come to grief, she said. Didn't he say that, Ernie? Ernie tugged on his long earlobe. Seems I do recollect. I remember saying it, Irv snapped, and I still hold to it. But you, he said to Corrine, agreed that we should lay low till we got the all clear. Laurel wouldn't want us to show ourselves till it was safe. We've got no idea what all went on last night. I doubt much did on account of that storm. But still, Corrine stood and dusted off her seat. Well, you can sit here till you become a fossil like in them rocks over yonder. I'm going. She marched off toward Irv's truck, which they'd camouflaged with cedar boughs. How are you going to get there? He called after her. You can't drive. She started pulling the cedar branches off the truck and slinging them aside. I can drive good enough. Ernie's been teaching me. Irv turned an accusatory look on his friend. Ernie guiltily raised his bony shoulders. In my spare time. Hell's bells. Irv started after Corrine. I'll drive us, over his shoulder, he said to Ernie. You stay and guard the place. Don't do no cooking till we get back and keep those firearms within your reach. Y'all be careful. Bill instructed Scotty to return Driscoll to the jail. Leave a man there to guard him, then to bring a carload of deputies to Lefty's. He also ordered Scotty not to leave town without obtaining an arrest warrant for Mayor Bernard Croft. Looking dubious, Scotty asked how the sheriff planned on arranging that. I'm calling the judge now. Scotty left with Driscoll, who had regained consciousness. His shouted protests over being treated inhumanely were ignored. Bill placed a call. Thatcher overheard him threatening a judge to expose both his bribe-taking and the mistress he kept in Stephenville if he didn't have the warrant ready by the time Scotty got to the courthouse to pick it up. After completing the call, Bill went upstairs to check on Mrs. Amos. He didn't stay long. She's better, slaping, he told Thatcher as they left the house. Less than 5 minutes after Scotty's announcement that Bernie Croft had been seen heading for Lefty's, the sheriff and Thatcher were speeding toward it, having no idea if their quarry was still there. Croft's notable town car with Hennessy behind the wheel had been spotted taking the turnoff to Lefty's by a deputy who'd come off guard duty at the Johnsons' property and was on his way back into town. Bill took the turnoff now but didn't go far off the highway before stopping. As he checked his pistol to make sure it was loaded, he said, I'm waiting for that warrant. I'll reconnoiter. Having checked his own Colt, Thatcher clicked the cylinder back into place and opened the passenger door. Just in case I don't come back, that poisoned bottle of bourbon is in your kitchen cabinet behind a box of oatmeal. Only you would think of that right now. Could make the difference in a verdict. He hooked Barker's rifle onto his shoulder by the strap. Take these too. Bill passed Thatcher a pair of binoculars. Thatcher recognized them as Army issue and looked at Bill, who said they were among Tim's effects. Thatcher left the car door ajar and jogged over to the trees that bordered the road. They were sparse, providing only marginal cover as he moved among them. The sun was high and hot. Last night's rain steamed up from the spongy ground. Thatcher was breathing heavily by the time the roof of the roadhouse came into view. He proceeded in a crouch, still about 100 yards away from the building. He spotted Croft's auto parked in front. A boulder provided him an advantageous spot from which to take a closer look. Situating himself behind the outcropping, he propped his elbows on it and looked through the binoculars. He wasn't surprised to see Hennessy leaning against the front fender of Croft's car, smoking a cigarette. He whisked a fly off his face. He took a handkerchief from his pants pocket and wiped the back of his neck with it. He turned once and looked behind him down the road. Seeing nothing, he faced the building again. Thatcher focused the binoculars on the screened entrance, and then on each of the front windows, but could see nothing through any of them. He watched for a couple more minutes. Nothing happened. He was about to turn away and return to report to Bill. When the screen door was pushed open and Gert appeared, she called out something to Hennessy. Thatcher didn't catch her words, but the former IRA fighter responded immediately by tossing away his cigarette and climbing the steps to go inside. Laurel had lost track of time under the barrage of Croft's questions, few of which she knew the answers to. He didn't believe that, so he continued relentlessly. He hadn't hit her again. But the threat of his doing so filled her with dread. Her ears were still ringing. The side of her face throbbed. She could feel it swelling. The blow had also fueled her contempt. She took pride in knowing that the only way the Honorable Mayor Croft had managed to subdue her was to strike her while her hands were bound. Some big man he was, he never raised his voice. He ignored Gert's snorts of derision over his going too easy on her. At her suggestion that she take a whack at Laurel, Croft had said, "I don't want her dead. I ain't gonna kill her till she tells me where she's hid that girl. She ain't reappeared at the shack." You see, Laurel Croft spoke with the dulcet tone and phony smile of a public official making a campaign promise. "If you'll just tell us what we want to know, we can end this unpleasantness. What you'll end is me." She feared she wouldn't live out this day, but she didn't know the answers to Croft's questions about Chester Landry. Why would he think she would, and she would never give Corinne over to Gert? Croft asked her the same questions repeatedly. Her answers never varied, but she began replying with mounting hostility. With her hands bound behind her and Gert's evident affection for her shotgun, Laurel didn't have any means of fighting back except to show her loathing and defiance of both of them. "Let's try one more time, Laurel," Croft said. "Landry went behind my back and offered to form a partnership with you, didn't he?" "No. You've admitted that he returned to your house last night." "Yes, but our conversation was interrupted by gunshots. We ran to the scene of the ambush. From there he disappeared. I've told you this a dozen times," brazenly, she asked. "Did you have Davy O'Connor killed?" Ignoring that, he said, "You never saw Landry again?" "No. He just ran away." "Yes? He didn't say where he was off to?" "No. If you ordered my friend's execution, may God damn you," she yelled. "Landry didn't lure you into a business arrangement that excluded me. He couldn't have lured me into anything. He was slimy. I wanted nothing to do with either of you. If you want to know his whereabouts, go in search of him and stop wasting your time with me. I can't tell you something that I don't know." Croft sighed theatrically and looked over at Gert. "Get Hennessy." Those two words caused Laurel's stomach to lurch, but she kept her expression impassive as the man came inside and took up a position to the left of and slightly behind Croft. Laurel didn't acknowledge that he was there, didn't dare to look at him, not wanting to see on his ugly face either a fearsome threat or a taunting smile that would remind her of his groping hands. Croft gave Hennessy a sidelong glance, then when he came back around, slapped Laurel hard enough to knock her chair backward. Her head hit the floor with a crack. Hennessy stepped around, jerked her to her feet, righted the chair, firmly planted it in front of Croft, and pushed her down into it. Croft's arrogant face swam into her vision through tears of pain and fury. "One last time," he said softly. "Where's Chester Landry?" "Go to hell." He heaved another sigh and gave her the look of a disappointed parent. "Since you're resistant to my rough handling, perhaps you'll be more receptive to Mr. Hennessy's sweet talk." He waited a beat before smiling and adding, "Upstairs." Thatcher made his way back to where Bill was waiting. He got there just as a car bearing the sheriff's office insignia pulled off the highway and rolled to a stop behind Bill's car. Scotty, Harold, and 3 others got out. All were heavily armed with shotguns, rifles, and handguns. Bill motioned for them to gather around Thatcher so he could brief them on what he'd observed. "I only saw Gert and Hennessy, but Croft is bound to be in there. No indication of what was going on inside?" Bill asked. "No. I couldn't get close enough to hear anything without being seen. It was quiet, though, no ruckus." Bill asked Scotty for the warrant and placed it in his breast pocket. He addressed Harold and one of the other deputies. "You two set up a roadblock. Don't let anyone get past you either going in or coming out." They nodded understanding. "Scotty, and you other two, approach the house on foot. Flank it, Cover the back. Stay in the trees and out of sight unless hell breaks loose. Thatcher and I will approach from the front in my car." As Bill continued giving instructions, Thatcher took off his suit coat, rolled it up, and placed it on the floorboard of Bill's car. He didn't want anything between him and his holster, which he tied to his thigh. Those in the group noticed and exchanged looks among themselves. Thatcher ignored the suspicion and resentment still directed at him, but Bill must have sensed it. He said, "Gabe Driscoll has confessed to killing his wife. He alleges that Bernie Croft arranged to have her buried out at Pointer's Gap." Thatcher was wrong. To a man, they shifted their gazes to him, but he gave a small shrug and kept his attention on Bill. "Okay, then," the sheriff said, as though a weighty matter had been settled. "We'll try to peacefully serve the warrant," he said, "but I don't expect Bernie to surrender without a fight. Thatcher, anything to add to what you've already told us of the situation?" "Yeah. Croft's man, Hennessy, is no amateur. Given the chance, he'll kill you. If you get into it with him, don't hesitate. Put him down." They acknowledged the advice with grim nods. Bill said, "All right, let's go." "Who's that?" one of the deputies said. They all turned. Irv Plummer's truck was rattling like a peddler's wagon up the road. It came to a stop behind the second department vehicle. Bill swore, "Get him out of here." But before anyone could act, Corinne hopped down from the passenger seat and came running toward Thatcher. "Mr. Hutton, what's going on?" "We're serving an arrest warrant for Gert." She turned to Bill. "I hope it's for Gert. Not today. Fair warning, y'all." "She keeps a loaded shotgun on the bar within reach." Looking past Corinne, Bill said, "Mr. Plummer, you can't be here. It's a public road. Not now. It's not Irv. You need to get going," Thatcher said. "Oh, you think that badge gives you the right to order me around?" "Take it up with me later, Irv. For right now, get Corinne and clear out." Irv looked around at the group of solemn men and the firepower they carried and seemed to grasp the seriousness of the situation. He said to Thatcher, "The girls saw the marked cars, insisted on turning in and finding out if Gert was finally going to get her comeuppance. But I see y'all got business, so we'll be on our way. Come on, girl." He put his hand in the crook of Corinne's elbow. She shook him off, saying, "What the hell's he doing?" They all followed her line of sight. Lefty was staggering out from a grove of mesquite trees. Seeing them, he stopped. Swaying on his feet, he slowly and unsteadily raised his hands in surrender. "I had no part in it. Didn't want no part in it." The two deputies closest to him took him by his skinny arms and half-dragged, half-carried him over to the group. "Swear to God it was none of my doing." His protruding Adam's apple slid up and down. "I sneaked out the back whilst they were occupied." His knees gave out, and he would have gone to the ground if the deputies hadn't been supporting him. "I'm kind of drunk," Bill said sternly. "Well, you've got 1 second to sober up. What's going on back there? What don't you want any part of?" "I'm scared for it's over. They're going to kill or who?" He rolled his eyes and finally blinked Irv into focus. "His daughter-in-law. Ain't that why all y'all are here?" 59 Thatcher waited for no one. He tossed the rifle into the back of Bill's car, got behind the wheel, and, thanks to the electric starter, was already accelerating by the time Bill had caught hold of the open passenger door. He stood on the running board until he could clamber into the seat. Scotty shouted, "All hell has broken loose." He and the other two deputies sprinted after the car, grasped whatever handhold they could get, and hopped onto the running boards. Thatcher was merciless on the motor. He didn't spare the tires either, making no attempt to dodge rain-filled potholes. When the roadhouse came into sight, he aimed the hood of Bill's car at the rear end of Croft's town car as he braked behind it, mere inches away from colliding with it. The deputies leaped off and divided up as Bill had instructed them to. Scotty took off toward the left side of the building. The other two went right. Thatcher pulled his pistol and hurtled the front steps, then flattened himself to one side of the screened door. "Laurel! No answer!" Bill made it to the porch and stationed himself on the other side of the door. "Bernie, we know you have Mrs. Plummer. Send her out unharmed." "Nothing. I have a warrant for your arrest. Bernie." From within, Croft laughed. "That's hilarious." Bill said, "You're right." Let's skip the official stuff, save taxpayers the money of trying you for the murder of Davy O'Connor and the arson murder of the Johnsons. I'll simply kill you for poisoning Daisy." There was no response, and Thatcher was done fucking around. He signaled to Bill that he would open the screen door since it opened out toward them and he was on the left side. Bill nodded. Thatcher reached for the handle and flung open the door toward Bill. Thatcher hit the ground and rolled across the threshold. He was greeted by 2 shotgun blasts. Gert must have fired both barrels. Thatcher registered that she would need time to reload. Bill must have had the same thought as he came through the opening with his pistol blazing. He drew fire from 2 positions, behind the bar and from above. Thatcher looked up. Hennessy was on the landing at the top of the stairs, holding Laurel in front of him, one hand clamped over her mouth, his other aiming a pistol at Thatcher. "Don't hesitate. Put him down." Sooner than Thatcher could think it, he fired at the bridge of Hennessy's nose. The man showed an instant of surprise, then fell back, dead before he hit the floor. But when he released Laurel, she went somersaulting down the stairs. Thatcher realized her hands were bound. He shouted her name, but got no answer. A bullet struck the floor within an inch of his face, sending up splintered wood. A chunk hit him on the cheekbone, barely missing his eye. He rolled away from where he was, came up in a crouch, and took cover behind a table. "Bill, you okay? I want these sons o' bitches. Hennessy's not a worry. Dead? Yep, hear that, Bernie?" Bill taunted. "Your hired gun is in hell." Their repartee had given Thatcher time to scan the room. He couldn't see Gert, but figured she was behind the bar, reloading it. Had to have been Croft's shot that had struck the floor near him, which gave him an idea of the mare's accuracy. He wasn't a bad shot. He waited crazy to know where Laurel was. Was her neck broken? Her back? Had she hit her head and was lying unconscious and defenseless? Croft showed his head above the bar. Both Thatcher and Bill fired a volley. Soda pop bottles shattered against the back of the bar, but Thatcher got no indication that Croft had been hit. Where was Gert and that goddamn shotgun? Bill was off to Thatcher's left. When Croft raised his head again, Bill fired 2 shots. Thatcher used the cover to take up another position. He still couldn't see Laurel. He couldn't place Gert either, and that bothered him. He would have expected another blast from the shotgun by now, unless one of their shots had struck her and she was down. Couldn't count on that, too much to hope for. He had to know where Laurel was and if she was hurt. From his present vantage point, he couldn't see the bottom of the staircase where he featured her crumpled, broken, bleeding. Croft was keeping him and Bill pinned down. A shadow fell across the screen door. Croft fired at it. The shadow disappeared. Thatcher, who was nearest the door, whispered, "Who's that? Scotty?" "Hennessy's dead. Croft's behind the bar. Have you seen Gert?" "No, Mrs. Plummer alive when we got here." Now, Thatcher couldn't bring himself to venture a guess. "What do you want me to do, Thatcher?" "Stay put, but be ready." While carrying on the whispered conversation with the deputy through the screen, Thatcher had reloaded. Bill, who'd been exchanging potshots with Croft, also had to pause to reload. Thatcher waited until he was done, then motioned to Bill that he was going to intentionally draw Croft's fire, giving Bill a chance at him. Bill acknowledged. Thatcher took a breath, then surged to his feet and ran toward the staircase, banging into tables, overturning chairs, reaching across his torso to fire back toward the bar. Croft took the bait. As soon as he showed himself, he and Bill exchanged a barrage. From beneath his left arm, Thatcher turned and fired 3 rounds at Croft before diving beneath a table. He rolled onto his back and fired toward Croft again, but he had disappeared behind the bar. Thatcher flipped the table onto its side and hunkered behind it so he could reload. "Bill, Bernie's hit. Wounded, at least. Are you okay?" Yeah, Thatcher knew that wasn't true. He was breathing like a man who'd been hit, but where? How bad? He couldn't ask without also giving Croft the advantage of knowing. "Bill, can you cover me?" There was a grunt, then ready. Thatcher sprang up and sprinted over to the staircase. There was no sign of Laurel, not below, midway, or above. She tumbled. On her way down, one body part or another struck every tread of the steep staircase. She landed hard. The wind was knocked out of her. Laurel, the first time Thatcher had called out to her, Hennessy's hand had been over her mouth. She couldn't respond this time either because she hadn't regained her breath, and Gert had been waiting for her at the bottom of the staircase. She crammed a sour dishcloth into Laurel's mouth and lifted her off the floor. The madam was more solidly built even than Hennessy and seemed twice as strong. She was certainly as mean and merciless. Laurel struggled, but without the use of her arms and with every inch of her body pulsing in pain. She was virtually defenseless. But she'd be damned before she gave up. In an attempt to get Thatcher's attention, she banged her heels against the hardwood floor, but as she did, gunfire exploded, seeming to come from all directions at once and drowning out the sound. Gert hit her on the temple with the barrel of the shotgun, dazing her. She had the will but not the coordination to resist when she was dragged past the bar into a narrow passage and through a door. The area into which Gert shoved her was darker, cooler, and smelled of booze. Head still reeling, she realized that she was in Lefty's infamous back room. In the front room, Thatcher was in a gunfight. Thatcher could die. That prospect was more terrifying to her than the actuality of Gert, who was standing over her, loading shells into her shotgun. When she snapped it closed, she crammed the barrels beneath Laurel's chin. And Laurel's last thought, "I love Thatcher." Thatcher stared at the emptiness at the bottom of the staircase. Laurel was unhurt. She'd gotten herself to safety. No, if she'd been able to respond to his shouts, she would have, unless she hadn't wanted to give away her position to Gert. Gert hadn't been behind the bar reloading. She'd abandoned Bernie to fight it out with Bill while she was settling her grudge against Laurel. But if Gert had fired the shotgun, he would have heard it. Laurel would be dead at the bottom of the stairs. Gert had a reason for keeping Laurel alive. Hostage. Okay, so where had Gert taken her? The back room had to be. Thatcher processed all this within a millisecond. By the time he'd completed the last thought, he was already moving in the direction of the back room. But as he reached the open space at the end of the bar, he was met with a hail of bullets. He fell back and ducked under the counter. He waited, breathing hard but as quietly as possible. He would be no help to Laurel dead. His mind tapered down to the single purpose of killing Bernie Croft. Now, gun hand extended, he stood up and moved into the space at the end of the bar, intentionally making himself an easy target. Croft was lying on his back in a pool of soda pop and his own blood. He must have spent all his bullets in that last barrage because the pistol lay on the floor at his side. Thatcher drew a bead on him. Croft's eyes showed stark fear, but he couldn't speak for the blood bubbling from his mouth. He was frantically clawing with both hands at the multiple bullet wounds in his torso. His bloody watch fob kept getting in the way of his futile attempts to stanch the gushers of blood. It would be a mercy kill. To hell with that. Thatcher lowered his gun. "Scotty?" Scotty and the two other deputies rushed in, weapons drawn already on the move. Thatcher said, "See to Bill, Croft's gut shot. Dead? Yeah, he just hasn't stopped breathing yet. Two of you follow me." Thatcher ran into the dark, narrow passage behind the bar that led to the back room. "Laurel." He tried the door. It was locked. "Laurel." He put his shoulder to the door. It burst open just as two gunshots were fired. "You're my ticket out of here, princess." Gert yanked Laurel to her feet and began hauling her across the room toward a rear door. Having taken several blows to the head, the sudden movement sickened her. Bile filled the back of her throat. But she knew that with that disgusting rag in her mouth, she would choke to death if she retched. She forced down the fiery bile. The shooting in the front room had stopped. She heard scuffling footsteps and shouting, but the only distinct word she heard was her name. Hearing Thatcher's voice coming nearer spurred her, imbued her with energy she would have thought unattainable. More than that, it filled her with die-hard determination not to let this ogress defeat her. She jammed her feet against the floor, trying to halt or slow Gert's progress. "Move! I'll shoot you!" Laurel didn't believe she would. She was Gert's bargaining chip, but only for as long as she stayed alive. A thumping noise came from beyond the door behind them. "Laurel! Shit!" Gert muttered. Try as she might, Laurel couldn't match Gert's strength, and they reached the back entrance. She still held the shotgun beneath Laurel's chin, but Laurel thought that if she could hold out for just a moment longer. Gert reached around her and pulled open the door. Corinne was standing within 2 feet of the threshold. Taking advantage of Gert's surprise, Laurel lunged sideways. Corinne stretched out her arm and fired 2 rounds point blank into Gert's throat. Thatcher crashed through the door in time to see Gert drop the shotgun. She clutched her throat with both hands and staggered backward as blood spurted from between her thick, tobacco-stained fingers. She landed on the floor like a felled redwood, her eyes wild. Even before they went unseeing, Thatcher was kneeling beside Laurel and yanking a rancid dishcloth out of her mouth. In seconds, he had her hands untied. He ran his hands over her to reassure himself that she was intact. She placed her hands on his chest, saying in a rush of breath, "She caught me at the foot of the stairs and stuffed that cloth in my mouth. I couldn't call out to you." He pulled her to him and placed his chin on the crown of her head. He looked at Corinne. "How'd you get here?" Irv and them deputies setting up the roadblock got into an argument over who was moving what vehicle first. It got to be a real pissin' contest. Ain't that just like men? I run off while they weren't looking. She grinned and extended her hand, palm up on which lay the small Derringer. "I come to give Miss Laurel her pistol back." 60, the JP was summoned to declare Bernard Croft, Jimmy Hennessy, and Gertrude Atkins dead. Lefty, who seemed relieved rather than upset to learn that Gert had departed this life, was taken in for questioning and to sleep off his bender. He would keep Gabe Driscoll company in the cell block that night. Bill had taken a bullet in the thigh. It had missed major blood vessels, but was buried in the muscle and would need to be surgically removed. Irv offered to transport him to town in the back of his truck. Deputies carried him over and placed him in it. Laurel insisted she would be fine when her head cleared, but everyone else, especially Thatcher, was just as insistent that Dr. Perkins should check her over. He personally tucked her into the back seat of Bill's car, drove her to the clinic himself, and hand-delivered her to the doctor and a nurse. They gowned her and left her lying on the table in the examination room, where Thatcher was granted a private moment with her while they assembled what they would need to treat her mild injuries. She scooted over, creating a spot for Thatcher to sit. He clasped hands with her and looked her over. "Do you hurt anywhere? A little bit everywhere?" "Bumps and bruises, mostly." "Your head?" He wasn't sure she was aware of the large bruise on her temple. "The nurse already gave me aspirin powder. What happened there?" Tenderly, she touched the cut beneath his eye made by the wood splinter. Nothing. She kissed her fingertip and barely touched it to the scrape. "I have some good news. Mike O'Connor is in a room down the hall. He's holding his own," Dr. Perkins said. "He predicts a full recovery. But he also told me that in a lucid moment Mike vowed on his St. Christopher medal to get revenge for Davy. Maybe he'll have a change of heart. I doubt it," she said wistfully. "So did Thatcher, actually, to get her off that subject. He said you and Corinne will have to give your statements about what happened with Gert. It'll be a formality." "Of course. But I have one question. Why did Corinne have your pistol?" "When all the trouble started happening in the hills, I was afraid for her safety, even though Ernie—" "Who's Ernie?" She smiled. "I'll tell you about him sometime." He fingered a strand of her hair. "I think we both have a lot to tell each other." "Give me a hint." He softly kissed her lips as he eased away from her. She whispered, "I can't wait to hear the rest." From the other side of the door, Dr. Perkins cleared his throat. "Mr. Hutton, they need your help with Sheriff Amos downstairs." "Be right there." He stood and bent over Laurel. "I'll see you later." "Yes, however late it is." As he backed toward the door, they stretched out their arms, keeping their fingers touching for as long as possible before they fell away. Thatcher exited through a door in the rear of the building where Irv's truck was parked. As he approached it, he overheard Corinne saying to Irv, "Miss Laurel said you'd have a hissy fit if you knew she'd given me her little gun, but good thing she did. I can't wait to tell Ernie about Gert. He'll be so proud o' me." Deputies were grouped around the tailgate, talking quietly among themselves. Thatcher felt a kick of apprehension. "What's the matter?" "He won't come out," Scotty said. "What do you mean he can't walk?" Lift him out and carry him. We tried. He threatened to fire all of us. He said he wouldn't go under the knife till he had talked to you. Thatcher, Bill called, get in here. The others shuffled aside as Thatcher made his way to the raised tailgate and looked over it into the bed of the truck. Bill was lying on his back, sweating profusely and in obvious pain. What the hell, Bill? Doc's got everything ready for you upstairs. I need to talk to you. Get in, you others, he said, raising his voice. Make yourselves scarce. Thatcher lowered the tailgate and stepped up onto it, saying over his shoulder, give us a few minutes. Thatcher? He paused and looked back. Harold was threading the brim of his hat through his fingers. It seemed he'd been appointed the spokesperson. You did okay out there today. I mean, damn good. The others nodded. We'd all take you out for a beer, except, well, you know, this Dang's prohibition. The awkward invitation was their way of apologizing for the slights. Thatcher bobbed his chin. A beer would go down real good. Some other time, they all breathed a collective sigh. Scotty said, we'll wait over here. They moved away as a group, giving Bill the privacy he'd asked for. Thatcher hunkered down beside him. What's this bullshit about? Legs hurting like a bastard. Then let us get you in there so the doc can fix you up. I'm scared of ether. You'll sleep it off. I sent one of the men to tell Daisy, hated to. Alice Cantor sent back word that she's doing a lot better. Got some scrambled eggs down, or she'll bring her to see me tomorrow. That's good news. Let's go. Bill caught Thatcher by the sleeve. Something else. He settled his head on the floor of the truck and stared at the tarpaulin stretched overhead. Soon as I'm able, I'll be turning myself in. I took Bernie's bribes. Let Hiram others get away with murder. Like killing that boy Elray. He'll be on my conscience for a long time. Thatcher wanted to say mine, too, but Bill didn't give him a chance. Being lax kept things peaceful, but I'm a crook, same as the rest. Past time I owned up to it, he blinked sweat from his eyes and grimaced with pain. This confession can wait, Bill. No, it can't. He returned his gaze to Thatcher. If I were to die on that table, you'd never know, unless I tell you now, and that would be a tragedy. You're not in your right head, Bill. You're talking nonsense. He clutched Thatcher's sleeve tighter. From the start I saw in you. He made a dismissive gesture. I already told you why I wanted you to work with me, Tim. All that. I wanted it bad enough. I lied to keep you here. His face contorted, and it wasn't sweat in his eyes. Thatcher now realized it was tears. He choked on his next words. I told you that your Mr. Hobson had died. 61. The house was two-story with a white clapboard exterior trimmed in sky blue. Thatcher was relieved to see that it was as nice a house as the growing city of Amarillo afforded. He went through the gate of the iron picket fence and up to the front door. His knock was answered by a gray-haired gentleman with a benign smile and gentle brown eyes behind wire-rimmed eyeglasses. Thatcher had been told that he was a prosperous accountant. You must be Mr. Hutton. He extended his right hand and shook. I'm George Maxwell. We received your telegram yesterday afternoon. Ever since, he's been watching the clock like a hawk. Thatcher was led through the main rooms of a house that smelled like lemon oil and homemade bread. The bedroom he was ushered into was bright with sunlight filtered through gauzy curtains. A woman who was bent over the bed adjusting the covers straightened up and turned as she heard Thatcher enter. Welcome, Mr. Hutton. My name is Irma, ma'am. Would you care for something to drink? Thank you, but I'm okay for now. She gave him an understanding smile. Then I'll leave you to your reunion. As she passed him on her way out of the room, she said, bless you for coming. She and her husband withdrew and closed the door behind them. Thatcher almost wouldn't have recognized the person on the bed. His memory was of an average-sized man, but one who had seemed larger than life, a man robust enough to fit into the seemingly endless landscape that he'd lived on, worked on, and loved. Propped against a stack of fluffy pillows, he looked diminished. The stroke had paralyzed his left side and distorted that half of his face. The eye was permanently closed, his mouth drawn downward. No, Thatcher might not have recognized Mr. Henry Hobson, Jr., but Mr. Hobson recognized him. His right eye was lit up with joy. He raised his right hand and reached out toward Thatcher. Although his countenance and reduced form were unfamiliar, Thatcher would have known that calloused, crusty hand anywhere. It had taught him how to rope and shoot and brand, how to pack a saddlebag, start a campfire and put it out safely, how to hold a poker hand, tie a necktie, and how to use his table manners. It had patted his shoulder in congratulations for achievements and had squeezed it with encouragement following failures. Just about anything worth knowing he had learned from Mr. Hobson, the principal lesson being that a man was only as good as his word. He crossed over to the bed and took Mr. Hobson's hand in his. "I promised you I'd be back." In his mind, Thatcher had replayed the telephone conversation with Trey Hobson's secretary and realized how the condolences he'd extended had been misconstrued as a reference to Mr. Hobson's debilitating stroke, not to his demise. The Maxwells told him that following the major stroke, Mr. Hobson had suffered several minor ones and that his doctor predicted a cerebral event from which he wouldn't recover. "Irma has nursing experience, Mr. Maxwell explained. "Several years ago, we began making our spare room available to patients in Mr. Hobson's condition. When he was dismissed from the hospital, we had a vacancy and invited him to move in. His son agreed that being with us was preferable to a nursing home, and the kind couple were far preferable to Trey Thatcher thought. The Maxwells gave him a bedroom on the second floor and treated him like an honored guest, but largely he was left free to pass the time with Mr. Hobson. His visits stretched into weeks. He and his mentor spent hours together in the homey bedroom. For the most part, Mr. Hobson stayed in bed, but occasionally Thatcher would move him into a chair where he had a better view out the window. He couldn't converse, but he was an attentive listener and expressed himself eloquently by using his right hand to gesture and his right eye to blink twice for yes, once for no. Thatcher read to him daily, either from the newspaper or from the dime novels he loved about the Wild West, cattle drives, and shoot-'em-ups. Thatcher shared war stories, some funny, some harrowing. He told Mr. Hobson about his jump from the freight train and the unpredictable turn his life had taken since. He described in detail all the people with whom he'd become involved to one degree or another. As he talked about them, Thatcher realized that even those with whom he'd barely crossed paths and would never see again had been woven tightly into his memory and would stay there forever. He got angry all over again when he told Mr. Hobson about Bill's deception, the selfishness behind it, the betrayal of a man he'd come to respect. Mr. Hobson didn't immediately respond, and then he moved his right hand laterally parallel to the ground as though saying, "Let it pass." And of course Thatcher talked about Laurel. He described her physically, but was frustrated by the inadequacy of his words. He groused about her stubborn streak, but admitted to Mr. Hobson that he'd lost his heart to her sassiness. He could have sworn the old man chuckled. Often Thatcher just sat with him, saying nothing, hoping that Mr. Hobson was as content simply being in his presence as much as Thatcher was simply being in his. It was during those quiet times that Thatcher reflected on his experience of the past several months and began to realize that there might have been a purpose behind everything that had happened, a governing why for that he hadn't perceived while he was living it. He wondered if Mr. Hobson, somehow, even in his limited capacity, had influenced that insight. One morning, Thatcher asked Mr. Maxwell if he could borrow his car. "I'd like to drive out to the ranch." Having spotted the car's wake of dust from a mile away, Jesse was waiting for it outside the bunkhouse, holding a shotgun across his chest. The dog, who was part wolf, sat growling at his side. When Thatcher stepped out of the car, Jesse dropped the shotgun, called off the animal, and, although he was well past 70, ran out to embrace him, thumping him on the back and laughing. They opened a contraband bottle of mezcal and spent the day sharing it in recollections. They laughed with hilarity over some. Others made them pensive or downright sad. Thatcher was reunited with his saddle. It was on a stand inside the bunkhouse. Thatcher ran his hand over the smooth leather. "It's never looked better, Jesse. Thank you for keeping it in good condition." When the old ranch hand asked about his former boss, Thatcher told him he'd considered packing Mr. Hobson into the car and bringing him along. "But I think he's too frail to have made the drive out here." Thatcher gazed off into the distance, past the empty corrals and cattle pens where the dust had settled for good, and the whoops and hollers of rowdy cowboys would never be heard again. The magnificent span of the Panhandle's horizon was now interrupted by the silhouettes of drilling rigs. Thatcher added, and it would have broken his heart. When it came time for Thatcher to leave, his double-handed handshake with Jessie held for a long time in an unspoken acknowledgement that this was goodbye. One afternoon, Irma Maxwell knocked softly on the bedroom door, then came in carrying a plate with a sandwich on it. Since you didn't come to the table for lunch, she halted midway across the room. Thatcher's chair was pulled up close to the bed. His hand was wrapped around Mr. Hobson's. He passed. He cleared his husky throat. About 10 minutes ago, no event. It was dignified and peaceful. He spent that night with the Maxwells. But in the morning he came downstairs carrying his duffel bag already packed. He wanted to make a clean break before Trey arrived. Yesterday, when notified of his father's death, he'd told Mr. Maxwell that he couldn't get away until this morning. Thatcher didn't think he could be civil to the self-centered bastard, and it would be disrespectful to Mr. Hobson to create tension or cause a scene. Besides attending a stuffy funeral, Mr. Hobson in a casket, him in a pew, didn't seem a fitting end to these meaningful weeks they had spent in each other's company. He declined the Maxwells' offer of breakfast before he left. "Thank you, but there's a train at 9:40. I'd like to make it." Before you go, Mr. Maxwell went over to a chest and took a shoebox from one of the drawers. When Mr. Hobson was moved in here with us, this was among his things. He handed the box to Thatcher. His name was written on top in Mr. Hobson's bold scrawl. Before he raised the lid, Thatcher heard the familiar jingle and knew what he would find inside. Mr. Hobson's spurs, still dirt-encrusted from his last ride. 62, not entrusting his saddle to the baggage car. Thatcher boarded the train with it on his shoulder. He set it in the seat in front of him where he could keep an eye on it. He took the seat next to the window. To discourage interaction with other passengers, he pulled his cowboy hat over his eyes, slumped in his seat, and pretended to be asleep. The train chuffed out of the station. He must have dozed because he was roused by someone asking, "Is this seat taken?" Damn. Thatcher shook his head. "No, all good. The cars are crowded." The passenger settled into the seat. "Where are you headed?" So much for discouraging conversation. Thatcher took off his hat and placed it on his knee. He put his thumb and middle finger into his eye sockets and rubbed them. Abilene, then east from there. Back to Foley, surprised by that response. Thatcher glanced at his seat partner, did a double take. Then his right hand automatically went for his pistol. "You're not wearing your gun belt. I checked as you boarded. I didn't want you to shoot me before I could explain myself." The smile he flashed was not that of a pimp. In place of the gold tooth was a normal white molar. "You thought you'd seen the last of Chester Landry, didn't you? Well, you have, and God, what a jerk he was. I'm glad to be shed of him. He had medium brown hair that was wavy and loose, not slicked back with pounds of pomade. He was dressed in a conservative dark suit with a pinstripe vest and unremarkable necktie. Thatcher looked around to see if they were being observed, possibly to reassure himself that he wasn't dreaming. No one was paying him any attention except the man seated next to him. Thatcher said, "Who the hell are you?" "Lewis Mahoney, detective, Dallas PD. I'll show you my badge if you insist, but that can be awkward because I'm presently on loan to another agency, working undercover." "What agency?" "I can't tell." "That's convenient." "Actually, it's a nuisance because I would like for you to believe me, Mr. Hutton. I'm sure you have questions. I'll answer those I can. What happened to Randy?" He was drawing too much attention to himself. "I was afraid that Croft was going to have him killed, so I had to get him out of there. I lured him to Dallas by promising him a position in my fictitious bootlegging operation. I took him to a speakeasy to celebrate his new employment. It was raided, as planned. Dallas police arrested him, as planned. I escaped arrest, as planned, like at Lefty's." He made a wry face. "No, that wasn't planned. I just got lucky that night. Anyway, Randy." Arresting officers promised him clemency in exchange for names that of Chester Landry topped his list. Of course, not the most loyal of acquaintances, a young man of meager character and negligible morals, but not deserving of having his throat cut by Jimmy Hennessy. He looked at Thatcher shrewdly. By the way, congratulations on that outstanding display of marksmanship. You're already a legend. I'll bet Wyatt Earp is pea green. Thatcher ignored that. Some suspected me of being a secret agent. Croft was convinced. You bedeviled him, Mr. Hutton. I'm glad to hear it. But I'm talking about friends who figured me for a spy. I'd hate doing what you do, Mr. Mahoney. Yes, you would, the integrity thing. Doesn't it ever bother you to rat out people who befriended you? It would if I didn't stay focused on the big picture, which is what? First and foremost, I'm an officer of the law. I despise this Prohibition Act because it is already making lawbreakers out of law-abiding people and turning petty criminals into villainous racketeers. Croft, for example. My understanding is that he was always corrupt, yes, but he hadn't gone so far as to murder anyone. Greed rid him of restraint. Even in the short time I knew him, I saw it happening, and it was frightening. Mark my words, Hutton. The next war this country fights is going to be against violent crime syndicates that give no quarter, like Davy O'Connor's assassination, firing the Johnson's house. Exactly like that. Jesus, he said, shaking his head. For months I'd been coordinating a countywide raid. Several agencies working together. We were going to nail Hiram Johnson and Bernie Croft. He made a helpless gesture. Croft moved first, hard and fast and without my knowledge. Incidentally, we've identified the men who ambushed the O'Connors. All were on Croft's payroll. They've got prices on their heads. Somebody will turn. We'll get them. You went to Laurel Plummer that night and told her you wanted to make her an offer. I was going to reveal myself for who I am and ask her to become an informant for me. In exchange, I would see to it that she and her associates would be granted clemency for moonshining. He chuckled, looking back on it. It was a bad idea. For putting her in danger like that, I would have killed you. As I said, a bad idea. Again, he laughed softly. I don't advise getting on her fighting side. She has a wicked right hook. He worked his jaw laterally. When Thatcher didn't react, he said, I can see that you're not amused. He paused as though seeking a better way to express himself. Let me assure you that I'm often bothered about the betrayal aspect of my job. But I don't go after the small-timers like your Mrs. Plummer. I'm after the bad guys, the ones who would have ultimately gotten rid of her for no other reason than that she was becoming a pest. Croft, or someone like a Chester Landry. But the real article, I was afraid that was exactly what was going to happen. I figured your protectiveness was apparent. Thatcher didn't comment on that. How'd you know I'd be on this train? I knew you were in Amarillo, and the reason for your being here. I'm sorry about your friend. Thanks. But why were you keeping tabs on me? He smiled, a genuine, unaffected smile. First, because you're damned interesting. Then because the more I saw of you, the more I came to believe that you had missed your calling. He withdrew a business card from the pocket of his vest and handed it to Thatcher. There's a good man, a sheriff in Bynum. Know it? No. East Texas. Pretty country. Piney woods, lakes full of fish. Bynum's a sleepy little town where not much happens. Except that on the county line there's a horse racetrack. He punched Thatcher in the arm as he said that. Racetracks draw sinners like moths to flame, but now that there's no legal drinking or gambling, the sinners are restless and the sheriff has more than he can handle. Think about it, he scooted out of the seat. My stop is coming up. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. I trust in your integrity to keep this meeting to yourself. And should we ever meet somewhere, I wouldn't give you away. I know that. He extended his hand. Thatcher shook it. Looking directly into Thatcher's eyes, he said, I've enjoyed making your acquaintance, Hutton. Take care. Then he turned and walked to the end of the car, opened the door, and stepped through to the next car. 63 one morning, Laurel woke up with a grasp on that mist flicker of illumination she'd had after her night of lovemaking with Thatcher. She couldn't let it go or even leave it to languish. It was so long overdue. She was compelled to share it without delay. She dressed and went downstairs. Irv was finishing up his breakfast. I left a pan of biscuits warming in the oven. Sit down, I'll pour you some coffee. Let's go for a ride. He turned to her, a puzzled look on his face. Now, where to? Just come, please. She lifted her straw hat off the peg and put it on, took down her purse and went out through the back door. Mumbling something about nutty female notions, Irv followed. 10 minutes later, Laurel sat down on the narrow strip of grass between Pearl's and Darby's graves. She motioned for Irv to join her on the ground. I won't be able to get back up. Yes, you will. I'll help you. He lowered himself to the ground on the other side of his son's grave. What's going on, Laurel? What's the matter? Are you sad over him? She knew he wasn't speaking of Darby. Thatcher had left without a word and hadn't come back. No one knew if he would. She cried herself to sleep most nights. She was in dire need of comforting. Yet the person who could ease her misery was the source of it. She was furious at him for that, but her yearning for him was like a sickness. This isn't about him. Told you not to trust him. You did, she said softly. Idly, she began pulling up the dandelions that had begun sprouting on Pearl's grave. Something's come to me recently. A package? No, she said, smiling. Nothing tangible, although I do consider it a gift of sorts. I think when Gert clouded you on the head, she knocked something loose. She laughed softly. You might be right, in which case I have her to thank for this. He opened his mouth to say more, but she held up her hand. It's enlightenment. It's been trying to worm its way into my consciousness. I think subconsciously I wanted it to stay put. I've resisted facing it. But I woke up this morning with it firmly seated in my mind. And please stop looking at me like I belong in a loony bin. Well, how am I supposed to be looking at you? You ain't making a lick of sense. Then I'll make it plainer. She dusted loose dirt off her hands. Irv, you know how bitter I felt toward Darby for abandoning me. You had a right to be. Not really, because I also abandoned him. What are you talking about? I've never told you about our start. We met at a dance, which was forbidden to me, of course. I sneaked out and went with a girlfriend. Darby was handsome and fun, someone I knew my parents would disapprove. I'll admit that was a large part of the attraction. Our whirlwind romance and hasty marriage was my deliverance. Just 6 weeks later, he left for Europe. I was a bride. Then the war ended, and he came home to a wife. If he had returned with a shattered leg, I wouldn't have expected him to run sprints, would I? But in my selfishness and immaturity, I guess, I expected him to pick right back up where he'd left off, giddy in love, hearted, optimistic, oozing charm, but it soon became apparent that Darby was no longer that romantic hero. What's become clear to me is that I unintentionally applied pressure on top of the pressure he was already feeling. I didn't support him the way I should have. Laurel, no, please, let me get this out. He dry scrubbed his face with his hand and motioned for her to continue. I cleaned and cooked and slept with him like a dutiful wife. I begged him to talk to me about the things that were haunting him. I pushed him to try this, to do that, to get help. I swear to you that I did all of this out of love. I hated that he was suffering and seemingly unreachable. But I've come to realize that what I considered encouragement must have sounded like harping to him. He even said so just before he shot himself. I'm sick of you nagging me about every goddamn thing. God knows I wanted to rescue him. But what he might have needed most was for me to stop flapping around him dispensing advice and just to be there to hold him tight without saying anything. That's what I didn't do. I didn't allow him to face his fears within the cradle of my arms. Irv frowned down at the turf over Darby's grave. There was still a slight mound that had yet to flatten out. You're being too hard on yourself, Laurel. I told you Darby always had that darkness in him. I don't know that I could have fixed him, Irv. It's vain of me to think that I could have prevented him from taking his life if he was determined to do so. We'll never know. But given how damaged he obviously was, I didn't give him credit for struggling through each day as well as he could. I laid all the blame on him for what he did. That was unfair. She reached across the grave and took Irv's hand. You fault yourself for having to leave him when he was a boy. In your circumstances, you did the best you could. It was important for me to tell you that I could have done better by Derby. He sat for a moment without saying anything, then squeezed her hand. I couldn't have chosen a better daughter-in-law if I was to have picked you myself. She had to clamp her lip between her teeth to keep it from quivering. He cleared his throat noisily and said, "Now that's done. Come hoist me up." 64 Thatcher walked from the train station straight to her back door, which stood open. He watched her through the screen door as she placed a circle of rolled-out dough into a pie tin and began working the edges with her fingers, fluting. She started at the sound of his voice. For a span of 10 seconds, she held his gaze, then went back to what she was doing. "Go away. Didn't you get my telegram?" With one flour-covered hand, she gestured toward the drain board where the torn-up pieces of a telegram lay scattered. "I'm coming for you. You have your nerve. Get away from my house. I'm busy. I had to go, Laurel." She stopped fiddling with the dough but kept her head down, looking at her handiwork rather than at him. "Sheriff Amos told me about Mr. Hobson. How'd that come about?" "Well, after days of hearing nothing from you and not knowing where you were, if you were alive or dead, I went to see the one person who might know what had happened to you. He was still recovering from the surgery. Finished with the pie crust." She reached for a dishcloth and wiped her hands. "He told me about his lie." She set down the cloth and looked at him sorrowfully. "That was an awful thing for him to do, Thatcher. Did you make it to Amarillo in time?" He opened the screen door and went inside. He passed last Wednesday. "You got to see him?" "Yeah." He searched her eyes. "Laurel, I know it must have looked like I had run out on you, but I had to go, and I had to go right then before anyone could try to talk me out of it or delay it or whatever, and I don't regret that decision. I love the man, and I wouldn't give anything for the time we had together before he died. I don't blame you for being mad. Just please try to understand." She had softened considerably. "Of course I understand, Thatcher. I was more afraid for your safety than mad." She covered a laugh with her hand. "No, I was furious." He smiled. "You had reason." She glanced at the telegram she'd ripped up. "Where have you been since last Wednesday?" "I made a side trip to Bynum, in East Texas. That's more than a side trip. We can talk about it later. Is Irv here?" "No." "Are you expecting him?" "He's staying out with Ernie and Corinne tonight." Thatcher still didn't know who Ernie was. "Turn off the oven." She placed her hands on her hips. "I'm in the middle of baking pies." He went to her, put his hands at her waist, and drew her to him. "Turn off the oven." Not long afterward, they lay naked and entwined, her hair as tangled around them as the bedsheet. He lay on his back with one knee raised, she with her head on his chest, which she lightly strummed with her fingertips. I gave in way too easily. Easy hell. He cupped her bottom and scooted her hip up against his. "It took me 20 whole seconds to get you up the stairs." She laughed, then took his hand and nestled it between her breasts. "No teasing. I truly am sorry that you lost Mr. Hobson. I didn't lose him. He'll always be there. Will you tell me stories about him?" He tilted his head down and tipped hers up so he could look into her face. He ran his thumb across her lips, but, being too moved to speak, only nodded. She returned her cheek to his chest. After time, she asked, "What was in Bynum?" "A job." He felt her go still. "It's not a horse training job, is it?" "No." He lifted her off his chest and turned onto his side to face her. He laid it all out and was more worried than he wanted to admit when she didn't immediately embrace the idea. "It seems so random," she said. "Where'd you hear about it?" He gave her a half smile. "I met a man on the train out of Amarillo. He told me about it. It sounds good, Thatcher, but you could have the same job here. It would be hard for me to work for Bill again." "I get that, and I can't wear a badge and be married to a local moonshiner. You haven't even asked me to marry you. Will you marry me?" "No." He laughed and nuzzled her neck. Sliding his hand into the V of her thighs, he whispered, "You don't have to give me your answer right away." He kept her occupied for the next half hour, rearranging her limbs to allow him access to enchanting spots, turning her this way and that to explore and entice, lazily mapping her sweet body with his hands and lips and tongue. He tormented her with his dalliances until she gasped now. He pushed into her in the fever pitch that he'd aroused, and both of them combusted. He emptied all the sadness and disappointment, uncertainty and longing that he'd experienced in the past few weeks into her. He was now convinced that everything that had happened since his leap from that freight car had been predestined. He'd been making his way home, but not to a place, to a person. He would only ever be home with this woman, still breathing hotly. He rested his forehead against hers and pushed his fingers up into her hair. I love you, Laurel. I believe you do. And you love me. I'm thinking it over. Nah, you love me and you're going to marry me. You don't know that. Yeah, I do. I have a knack. He melded their mouths, and by the time he ended the kiss, he'd convinced her. The next morning, over breakfast, he said, on our way to Bynum, I thought we'd stop over in Dallas and get married there. Spend a couple of nights in a hotel bed. At the stove, she sent him a smile over her shoulder. I've never been in a hotel, and I've only seen the skyline of Dallas from a distance. Tell me about Bynum. It's pretty green, lots of trees. I looked at a house that has a barn. You could keep horses. I could teach you to ride. She carried over a plate of hot cakes and set it in front of him. Lips smiling against his ear, she whispered, You already did. He pulled her onto his lap. You took to it good, too. He lowered his head and snarled against her breast. She pushed him away. Stop that. Irv could come in. What's the kitchen in this house like? Large and airy. You could bake to your heart's content. I'll bet you could sell slices of pie at the racetrack. There's a racetrack? Huh? His hand had ventured inside her housecoat and was toying with her nipple through her nightgown. It causes some excitement, but otherwise, it's a sleepy little town where nothing much happens. His mouth replaced his plucking fingers. She leaned her head back and gave him access. Faintly, she said, Your hotcakes. They got cold. Thatcher went to the boarding house. Mrs. May greeted him with her characteristic geniality. Don't think you're crawling back, 'cause I done rented your room. She'd packed everything in his trunk and put it in her root cellar. He retrieved his belongings and happily left the place for the last time. He went from there to Fred Barker, literally, with hat in hand, and profusely apologized for having left without notifying him. I didn't even return the rifle you loaned me. No, never mind, Barker said. Sheriff sent a deputy over with the rifle and a note explaining, "Afraid some of the owners of the horses you were training came to get them. I don't blame them a bit." That week he worked at the stable several hours a day, exercising the horses belonging to Barker. On his last day, as he was about to leave, he said, "I'll always be in your debt for hiring me that first day. I ain't ever been sorry for it. Never saw a horseman good as you. I'm going to miss having you around." Roger's plumb heart broke. They shook hands. "Good luck to you, Thatcher." Thatcher tipped his hat and walked away. Barker called after him, "I like them spurs." Thatcher smiled back at him. "I'm going to try to earn them." Bill was sitting in one of the rockers on his front porch when Thatcher drove up in Laurel's car. He got out and walked to the porch. As he sat down in the second chair, he motioned toward the cane propped against Bill's. "How's the leg?" "Okay, just aches." Some days worse than others. For a time, neither said anything. Then Thatcher asked after Mrs. Amos. "I'm taking her to Temple. They've got a 3-month program, but she hasn't had a drop since the arsenic thing. She wants to get well. We've been talking a lot about Tim. I think she's finally come to terms. The other day, we even laughed over something he'd done when he was a boy." "That's good, Bill. That's real good. She'll be all right. I'm sure of it." Bill waited a moment, then said Mila Driscoll's body was recovered. "No trouble locating it?" "Not after I passed along your description of that rock pile. Her uncle took her remains to New Braunfels for burial." "Driscoll? The sorry son of a bitch has fired 2 defense lawyers already, and they were glad of it. The judge granted a change of venue, so at least he's off our hands. If the state doesn't hang him, he'll spend the rest of his life behind bars." He looked over at Thatcher. "You'll probably be subpoenaed to testify when he comes up for trial. I'll be there." Patsy Kemp took Norma's baby boy and moved to Colorado to join her husband. They never could have kids, so they're happy to have him. I told her we suspected that Bernie Croft had fathered the boy, and that in all probability he'd been the one to assault Norma. She was shocked. She'd never met Bernie, only knew him to be the mayor. Miss Blanchard took that secret to her grave. I wish she'd kept the one that got her killed. Bill gave a solemn nod, then said, "Still looking for Chester Landry. He's nowhere to be found. That one is slippery as owl shit." Yeah. They rocked in silence until Bill said, "They charged me with misdemeanors only, gave me 1 year and probated that. You're not a crook, Bill. You just got caught up and couldn't get out. Naturally, first thing I did was tender my resignation. But there's a group of county officials already urging me to run for re-election when the probation is up. Can you believe that?" "Yeah, and I'd bet on you winning. How sure are you?" Royal flush. "Sure, this is Texas." The two laughed lightly. Then Bill's smile gradually faded until his mustache drooped. "I heard you're leaving tomorrow. Bye, Num. I've met the man you're going to be working with. He mentioned it at a Sheriff's Association meeting in Austin. A while back, before the war. He's a good man." He stared into the near distance. After a time he said, "You could stay here, Thatcher. Take over while I'm on probation." "No, that should be Scotty. You'd be leaving anyway, though, wouldn't you?" He hung his head. "For what I did, I apologize, Thatcher." Thatcher made the gesture that Mr. Hobson had, a silent grant of forgiveness. "That's not the reason I'm going." Before continuing, he waited until Bill had raised his head and was looking straight at him. "This is your place, Bill. You found it, or it found you, but it's where you were meant. I need to make my own place. With Laurel Plummer, I trust she's going with you. If I have to strap her to the back of the car, how will you two reconcile your job with her moonshining? Davy O'Connor getting killed shook her to her core when she started out. She underestimated the danger, but seeing firsthand all the blood spilt, she's sworn off. From now on, she wants to stick to pie baking. Well, I wish you all the luck." "Thanks, you too." Thatcher stood. Bill used his cane and pushed himself to his feet. They shook hands. Bill said, "I'm not proud of lying to you, Thatcher, but God help me, I can't regret that I did." Smiling at Bill from beneath the brim of his hat, Thatcher said, "Me neither." Laurel returned home after running errands to find Irv and Mike O'Connor in conversation beside Irv's truck. She had visited with him several times during his recovery. He was still paler and thinner than he'd been before he'd been shot. The twinkle in his eyes had dimmed, and it would probably be a while before they regained their full wattage, if they ever did. But when she alighted from her car and walked toward them, the familiar dimple appeared in his cheek. "Ah, here's the lovely Laurel. I've been waiting on you." Irv made his excuses and went into the house. When they were alone, Mike said, "I understand that tomorrow's the big day. I thought I ought to come say my goodbyes to you now in private while your sullen cowboy wasn't lurking about. You and I have nothing to hide from Thatcher. More's the pity." He slapped his hand over his heart like a wounded, rejected suitor, and she could have sworn he was Davy. "If that lucky bastard ever treats you bad, promise you'll come find me. I'll rub him out." She laughed lightly. "I promise." He reached into his pants pocket. "I have a going-away present for you." He took her hand and dropped a St. Christopher medal and chain into her palm. Mike, taken aback, she stared down at the gold necklace, then looked up at him, so touched her eyes turned misty. "Is it?" "Yes." "I can't accept it. You should keep it. I have a matching one, and Davy would love knowing it was dangling around your pretty neck. He and St. Chris are now your guardian angels." He lifted the necklace out of her hand and slipped it over her head. She pressed the medal against her chest. They looked at each other, both unable to speak, so they hugged. When he released her, he said gruffly, "Be happy, Laurel." He tipped his cap and walked away. Everything they were taking was piled up in the empty living room. Thatcher's saddle sat atop his trunk. Laurel had packed her clothing in the same suitcase she'd had with her the night she'd arrived at the shack with Derby. She was taking Pearl's baby clothes and all the recipes in her mother's handwriting. Most everything else she was leaving behind because it would be needed. Corinne and Ernie had decided to move into the house. "I love the idea," Laurel said to Corinne. You couldn't stay out there during the winter months. Ernie and me could live in the shack and be just fine, but why would you when there's a hole upstairs here that would be going to waste? Stop trying to talk yourself out of it. The decision has been made. Besides, I'll feel better knowing that someone is here looking after Irv. Corrine watched as Thatcher and Ernie, who had finally been introduced, began to load Laurel's car. "It's not going to be the same without you here, though," the girl said wistfully. "No, but you have the post office box key. I'll be writing to you at least once a week, so don't forget to check it. If it weren't for you, I couldn't read them letters you'll send." Laurel reached out and pulled the girl to her. "I'm going to miss you." "Me too, Miss Laurel." Lowering her voice, she said, "I wouldn't trust you to nobody but him," she said, casting a glance at Thatcher as he swung his saddle onto his shoulder. "He's quality. Yes, he is." As they broke their hug, Corinne dashed a tear from her eye, then said, "Oh, hell, Ernie, you're going to bust open that suitcase carrying it like that." She went over to instruct and assist him. Laurel went in search of Irv and found him in his room. He was sitting on his barrel seat staring at the floor. "What are you doing in here?" she asked. "The girl told me I was getting in the way more than helping, and she's right. Arm still hurts if I move it a certain way, and this damn bum hip." He muttered the rest. But she knew that his crankiness wasn't due to his ailments or Corinne's criticism. She sat down on the end of his bed, facing him, and said softly, "I'm going to miss you too." Terribly frowning, he said, "It ain't too late to change your mind. I've worked the rails over there in East Texas. It ain't like here. It's humid. They got mosquitoes as big as turkeys, alligators. I don't think there are any alligators in Bynum." He harumphed. She reached for his hands and held them. "Be careful with your new enterprise." His bushy eyebrows shot up. "Enterprise?" She gave him a look. "The first giveaway was catching you in a tete-a-tete with Mike O'Connor yesterday. I thought you didn't trust his dimples." "Who said I do?" she continued. "Another giveaway is all that busy work you and Ernie have been doing down in the cellar. Did you really think I would believe that you two are opening a machine shop?" "Why not?" "A machine shop with a mirror along one wall." He gave up the pretense. With Gert dead, Lefty abandoned the roadhouse. Nobody knows where he ran off to. The county's condemned the building. The girl remembered that long mirror, so we helped ourselves to it and the gramophone. They'll give the place some class. "I suppose you'll serve Ernie's moonshine. Is Mike supplying the bootlegged liquor?" "He's got some good connections, I'm sure. The girl will make snacks to serve. When do you open?" "Soon as you and Hutton clear town." "Does this speakeasy have a name?" "Blind Tiger," she laughed. "Isn't that rather obvious?" "The girl likes the way it sounds." He tipped his head toward the kitchen where Thatcher could be heard responding to Corinne's chatter. "Will you tell him? He's going to be my husband. He's going to be a lawman, but he hasn't been sworn in yet. One thing, though, will there be girls? Hell no. I'm too old. Ernie's too much in love, and the girl would never hear of it." "What about your fix-it business?" "I'll keep it up for show. Just promise me that you'll be careful, Irv. Keep it exclusive, locals only. People you know, no roughnecks. Like I said, classy, discreet, like hush-hush. Don't let Mike take unnecessary risks. None of us wants to get shot at again. If things get hot, we'll head for the hills. Don't you worry none. I will. I know." She patted him on the knee, then stood and placed her hands on either side of his face, tipped his head down, and kissed his bald pate. "You've become very dear to me, Irv. Thank you for taking care of Pearl and me, for everything." His eyes filled. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand and came off his barrel seat. "I'd better go see if I'm good for something." Another round of goodbyes was said outside. As they pulled away, Thatcher reached across the seat and placed his hand on Laurel's knee, giving it a squeeze. "Are you sad? Melancholy?" She looked back to see the three of them still there, waving. Then, as one, they turned and filed back into the house. "But they're a family. I've become the odd man out." As they drove past the cemetery, Thatcher switched the Model T into low gear. "Do you want to stop for one last visit?" "No, Irv and I were here only a few days ago. He's promised to keep the graves well tended. She didn't share the conversation she'd had with Irv about Derby, but she said, "When I think about Pearl, I don't think of her being in the ground. I think of her sweet face looking up at me as she nursed. I'm not leaving her here. I'm taking her with me." Thatcher pulled her closer and she rested her head on his shoulder. "It was thoughtful of you to ask. Thank you," they continued on their way, but she felt pressed to be candid with him. "Thatcher, we've joked about my accepting your proposal, but marrying you is a bigger step for me than you realize." He pulled the car off the road onto the shoulder and gave her his undivided attention. "I've known that, but your past with Derby is your private business. I didn't want to dig into it until you invited me to, which I appreciate, but you should know this." "Okay." After he did what he did, I vowed that I would never again surrender control of my life to someone else. I don't want control over you, Laurel. I want you. If you're scared of marriage, we don't have to do it. A piece of paper isn't going to make me any more bound to you than I am. You'd be willing to do that, not overjoyed about it, but willing. I'd like it if you used my name, though, not because I care what you call yourself, but because I wouldn't want people thinking bad of you or our children. She touched his face. "You really do love me." He took her hand and kissed her palm. "I really do, but I can be stubborn too. I'll never stop asking you to be my wife. I accept, Thatcher. I'll marry you today because you're incredibly wonderful, and I love you with all my heart, but don't ever stop proposing. Ask me every day to marry you." He grinned. "If you swear always to say yes, I will." Acknowledgments. Doing the research for Blind Tiger was some of the most fun I've had during my writing career. Mired in the muck of 2020, I went back 100 years looking for something interesting to write about. Prohibition. It became law in January of 1920. I soon became fascinated by the anecdotal personal histories of moonshiners, bootleggers, and the lawmen who doggedly chased them. No doubt many of these stories were embroidered for dramatic effect or the aggrandizement of the storyteller, but I got the feeling that whether comic or tragic, they were too far-fetched not to be based on truth. One fact is indisputable: for the 13 years that Prohibition was in effect, alcohol and blood flowed in comparable quantities. I want to give special thanks to former Garland Police Department Detective Martin Brown, whose nonfiction book, The Glen Rose Moonshine Raid, The History Press, acquainted me with a sliver of Texas history that I never knew, although I'm a native and have lived most of my life within an hour's drive of this small town that inspired my fictitious town of Foley. Glen Rose earned the reputation of being the moonshine capital of Texas. In 1923, Texas Rangers, in conjunction with informers and local law enforcement, busted up one of the most profitable illegal liquor syndicates in the state. And that was saying something. In this novel, I tried to capture the spirit of those wild times, and I hope you enjoy reading Blind Tiger as much as I enjoyed writing it. Sandra Brown, May 2021.